In 2023, the King Center was ready for impact. The 2023 King Holiday Observance events and experiences galvanized the center for a year of cultivating a beloved community mindset for personal, cultural, and societal change. The King Center continued to educate and train global citizens on Kingian nonviolence, rebranded by the center as Nonviolence 365. Over 400 Metro Atlanta students participated in next-gen nonviolence sessions and in school forums, where they learned about Nonviolence 365 and how it can help them show more compassion, de-escalate conflict, communicate with kindness, grow as leaders, and make wise decisions. 94 youth from across the globe engaged in the King Center's beloved Community Leadership Academy. BCLA students received insight and inspiration about entrepreneurship, technology, leadership, and how to navigate all three with Nonviolence 365. Girls from BCLA, including girls joining from Liberia, were a part of Goldman Sachs' 1 Million Black Women cohort. With our Students with King program, the King Center touched the lives of 1,020,792 students from over 30 countries. These 1 million plus students learned from children's book authors, educators, activists, members of the King family, and civic leaders who knew Dr. and Mrs. King. In commemoration of King Center founder Mrs. Coretta Scott King's birthday, the King Center dedicated the Coretta Scott King Monument and Peace and Meditation Garden on the center's grounds. Created by Saya Woolfolk and commissioned by Hulu as one of the company's Made by Her monuments, the monument is a reminder of Mrs. King's global influence. The 2023 Beloved Community International Expo featured performers, art, education, and food from cultures and nations throughout the world. The beloved community is powerful and possible. The King Center hosted a Faith and Democracy Forum, featuring a panel and exchange around equipping faith leaders with information that benefits the communities they serve. In partnership with Microsoft, the King Center introduced Dear Coretta, a digital timeline. The timeline demonstrates Mrs. King's belief that the beloved community can be achieved through a radical and courageous commitment to love, and it challenges humanity to be loved. In 2023, more than 1,000 volunteers supported the King Center. As the King Center committed to helping global citizens cultivate a beloved community mindset, the center's team also committed to growing in understanding and application of Kingian nonviolence and in wisdom for how history influences today. The King Center looks forward. Join in its 2024 work of shifting the cultural climate through the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence.
Welcome. Did you see the impact of the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change? We're excited about that. We're excited about the opportunity to influence and impact for good and for greatness and with Kingian nonviolence across the globe. I am Vanetta L. West, Chief Content Officer at the King Center, also cultural consultant. And I was honored, still am honored, to be a lead organizer for this year's 2024 Beloved Community Global Summit. Welcome to everyone joining us from all over the world. We want to see where you're from. So if you're tuning in on Facebook, if you're tuning in on X, if you're joining us via YouTube or any other way, our website, you can also tune in via our website. Good morning. Yes, so excited. Thank you, Eureka. Thank you for joining us. We want you to go ahead and start sharing this broadcast using the hashtag Shift the Culture. Shift the Culture. That's what we want to do. Hashtag Beloved Community Global Summit. Actually, just BCGS. BCGS as a hashtag. Hashtag Shift the Culture. Hashtag BCGS. And also hashtag MLK Day. Go ahead and share this stream with friends and family and your network and all the people you know on social media. Let's get everyone tuned in, joining us as we discuss ways to shift the cultural climate through the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence. That's our theme this year at the King Center, not just for King holiday observance, but for the entire year. Our theme is, it starts with me, shifting the cultural climate through the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence. We want you to join us in that. Welcome, Lindsay from Canada. Thank you so much for joining us. It's everybody. UK Birmingham. Welcome, Marcus. Thank you for being a part. Uganda. Hey, this is really going global. We appreciate it. We want to tell you too, we have satellite locations joining us today. We have a satellite location on the Teachers to the Nations campus in Liberia, West Africa. Teachers to the Nations campus in Liberia, West Africa is joining us today. We'll pan to see what they're doing there throughout today and throughout tomorrow. We may have some questions from our group there. Leaders in the community of Marshall, Liberia, joining us today on the Teachers to the Nations campus. We have Berry College joining us today. So grateful for our partnership with Berry College and their staff there, the leader who's really helping us to cultivate a partnership with Berry College is Haley Smith. On that Liberian campus, we have some great people we work with there, Saturday Duncan and Dr. Patricia Riley, who have helped us coordinate for the last year and a half our Beloved Community Leadership Academy in Liberia, West Africa. So we are reaching youth there and now today with this summit. And we also have joining us today, Georgia State University. Grateful for Ellen and Shanika and the team there at Georgia State. We have people gathered in different locations. We're excited about starting today. And we do want to, as we begin, welcome everyone who's joining us. Thank you so much for being a part. And also acknowledge that this is a global summit. So what I'm going to do now is we have a great host for the summit today. Goddess Rivera, who is a friend of the King Center, has done a lot of work with us, building and creating and moderating different experiences. So before I go into the theme, and we talk about what the theme means and what it entails, I'm going to have Goddess come on and greet everyone. We're so grateful that she can be a part of this summit. Welcome, Goddess.
Hi, hello. Hey, Dr. West. I'm so excited to be here. You know that anytime you all call me, I'm always here, no matter what coast I'm on, no matter what part of the world.
That is true.
That is what is so beautiful about being the host for today. I'm so excited just to talk about why I feel that our work, and the work that we've done together and the work of the King Center is so important always. But it feels like we are at an inflection point right now where this absolutely imperative. It is so necessary. And so I am so honored to host day one of this incredible global summit. I love that we are global, y'all. You see these check-ins, this roll
I'm talking Goddess
everything.
UK, Uganda, Canada.
I love
global.
it.
That's so important to us at the King Center because Brazil.
Yes.
Listen,
Hello,
welcome.
Gabrielle.
Because we have some global cultural climate issues to address. And what we believe can happen, Goddess, is that Kingian nonviolence gives us the ability to address those issues in a way that defeats injustice and not people, that maintains the dignity of humanity and human personality, and allows us to not try to drive out hate with hate and injustice with injustice. And so we're grateful for that. Thank you so much for coming on to greet us. Dr. Bernice King is going to join us now. And we're going to have a conversation. I'm going to bring Dr. Bernice King, CEO of the King Center, on.
All right.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Welcome
Good morning.
to you all as well. Glad to
Good
be
morning
here on
now.
this Thursday morning.
That's
Perhaps
right.
it's Friday morning. I mean, excuse me, it's Wednesday morning. Perhaps it's Thursday morning for some people.
All the mornings, Dr. King.
Yes, all the mornings. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in this world. House.
We have people joining us from several different countries already. They've expressed, Dr. King, which is what you envisioned with this summit, that it would be truly global, that we would have locations, but we would be able to reach people throughout the world. So Goddess is joining us today as host. She's going to jump off and then come back after our conversation. Thank you so much, Goddess.
Thank you, Goddess. We absolutely appreciate you and the work that you continue to do as well.
Thank you so much. I am honored, and I will jump back on to continue today. Thanks. Talk soon.
Thank you, Goddess. Dr. Bernice King, you've been talking everywhere. I've been seeing you on the news. Welcome.
Wow. Well, that's a good thing. It's always good to have people
it is a good thing. We need
be
the
able to hear what you're
share.
saying. Yes, definitely.
Absolutely. I know we wanted to talk about in our time together why this theme is important. It starts with me shifting the cultural climate through the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence. Before we do that, I want to acknowledge, and I'm sure you do too, our special partners for this summit.
Yes.
The Carter Center and the National Center for Civil and Human Rights.
Yes.
Our thanks to them.
Yes, we are grateful for them joining us. I think this is either the third or the fourth year. We're all located. Yes, we're all located here in the great city of Atlanta. And many of us are familiar with the Carter Center because of President Jimmy Carter. And of course, the Center for Civil and Human Rights is an important organization and museum and in our city, and the work that they're doing is incredible. They actually have a special area at that center where my father's papers are displayed. And from time to time, they will switch it off. So I do encourage people to visit there to look at those words displayed. And one day we're going to bring them to life in a whole different way for the world to see across the globe. And I'm excited about that. There's some things behind the scenes that are happening. So just stay tuned. Wow, when that happens, people are going to wonder what hit.
All the papers. All the papers.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there are, many people may not be aware, big volumes of books, big books, red books. I have 2 or 3 of them with your dad talking about social justice, the church, many different topics. And it's amazing, this compilation of thinking. First of all, for me, it's a compilation of thinking, that he was thinking about these things enough to write about these things and concerned enough about humanity to be pondering often, what can we do to even then shift the cultural climate in our global community, not just in the United States. A lot of people may think that he was focused on the United States, but your father had a global perspective, as well as your mother, the founder of the King Center. Both of them had a global perspective. And I know for you, that's critical for this summit, for the entire King Holiday experience, for all of the King Center's work, that we have a global reach. So when you think about this theme, What is it about it? It starts with me, shifting the cultural climate through the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence. That's important for the world.
Well, I want to just remark on what you just said with the beginning of our theme. It starts with me. You know, my father could have chosen a whole different path in life. He was extremely well educated. He could have become a professor. You know, he could have become just a writer. But he felt a sense of personal call and responsibility to make a contribution to the world. And at that time, he may have not been thinking, what I do is going to impact the world, but let me just start here where I am. And he kept his heart open for opportunities. And this just happened to be thrust upon him, the movement that he happened to be the leader of. And so this whole notion of it starts with me is really recognizing that we're not on this earth just to serve our own purposes. We've been placed here, all of us, with a specific purpose to serve humanity. And I hope everybody listening to me will begin to seek out what that is that they will put on this earth to do in terms of serving humanity. It's good to get a job and have a career and pursue a profession and, you know, try to, you know, sustain your family and all of that kind of stuff. But we have a world right now that some people can't even do that. And so it takes all of us to contribute. And so we wanted to make sure that the King holiday doesn't miss anyone. That's why we're grabbing your attention. It starts with me. Absolutely. This is not about somebody else's King holiday. It's not a Black holiday. This is a humanitarian holiday. This is a global citizens holiday. This is a world house citizens holiday. This is the human family holiday. That's why over 100 nations celebrated around the nation. But once we get that, we're saying, well, what starts with me? Well, if we want to see a change and transformation in our world, if we want to shift where things are, I'm sure many of you are sitting, listening to this, and you're concerned about what's happening in our climate, the vitriol, the extreme divisiveness, the wars that are happening, the genocide that's happening around our world. And I'm not going to be afraid to say that word. We should not be afraid to say that word, because if we're quiet about things, people get away with stuff. And so we have to shine a light, and we have to be truthful about what's happening to people across this world. Everybody doesn't have what we have in the United States of America. Our worst is some people's, I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? It's, and we got to be sensitive to that. And so shifting this cultural climate, the thought of it is, enormous. How do I do that? I'm just an individual. I don't have any organization. I'm not sure where to start. And that's why we gave a sense of direction and some boundaries that people can operate, some parameters that people can operate from. And so I recognize that one of the greatest contributors to social change in this world has been Kingian nonviolence. We at the King Center have been educating, training, and preparing people in it since its founding under my mother in 1968. In fact, I think we had one of the first nonviolent institutes in the early 70s, when nonviolence was like it is today. Perhaps not quite like it is today, but a similarity. People were dismissing it, it's weak and ineffectual. We need to find something else. But my mother stayed the course, and that's what we're going to do too. And why this year, more importantly, even before October the 7th, we had already captured this thing. And so it's about what Dr. King said in his 1964 Nobel lecture. I suggest that the philosophy and strategy, keyword, strategy, I want to mention that again, strategy, because oftentimes what's lacking, what's missing, and what we're trying to do in terms of bringing social transformation is strategy. So I suggest that the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence immediately. That's a key word. He was saying it in 64, immediately. He felt a sense of urgency. Become a subject of study, underline that, subject of study, and serious experimentation, underline serious experimentation in every field of human conflict, by no means excluding relations between nations. And my God, do the nations need this philosophy and strategy of nonviolence today? But we can't just talk about it as a fancy word, as a notion. We just can't just extract, little pieces here and there. We really have to dig deep down and study Dr. King's philosophy and strategy of nonviolence, Kingian nonviolence. And so that's what this summit is really about. How do we dig deep into it? And not just the summit. We're going to be challenging you after this to engage in the study. And as you study, take what you've learned and begin to practice it in your various environments. My father said there are different levers that they were not able to get to. He wanted to study it deeper. He didn't get to it in his lifetime. He left it for us. My mother began the process by establishing this institution. I bet most efforts around this nation, some around the world, have been influenced by what happened at the King Center when my mother first founded it with Kingian nonviolence. Wherever you see the word Kingian nonviolence, those people's roots trace back to the King Center. So we're the official institution who is educating and training people. But all of those people who are out doing it in the marketplace, some of you all may have gone through it in other places, know that didn't originate with them. They had teachers, they had trainers that they sat under, and those trainers probably sat under the King Center. So I just want to set that record straight here today. Kingian nonviolence is officially under the banner of the King Center.
It's an important distinction. There's a few things you said I want to get back to, but I do think it's important that we distinguish, Dr. King, that there are many schools of nonviolence.
Yes.
But that Kingian nonviolence is different and distinct, I believe, in its call for inner transformation, but also in its call for discipline in how we engage people. So for example, sometimes we'll see a protest where someone will throw milk on something and they're protesting climate change, and they'll say that's nonviolence. But I think it's important that we don't.
And that may be, Dr. West, for some people who have been trained under certain schools of nonviolence.
But in Kingian nonviolence, the idea is to dramatize the issue in such a love-centered way. You don't acquiesce to injustice, but you absolutely say, I'm going to be so disciplined. Your mother said it's a spiritual discipline.
Yes.
That when I approach this situation, I'm going to be sure that I maintain dignity and respect for the other in such a way that it can never be said that I'm the oppressor. Your father said nonviolence makes it clear who's the oppressed and who's the oppressor. And I think that's an important distinction with Kingian nonviolence, because that's a part of its ability to shift the culture.
Yeah, and I think people need to understand, because you can dismiss it quickly. That's why study is important. Dr. King studied other theologians and other philosophers, and there were certain things that he extracted from there. And he, his PhD, he talked a lot about personalism. And until you understand where Dr. King got this whole notion of the dignity, even of my opponent and adversary, even the dignity of the person that's harming me. Ooh, that's hard to swallow. Are you crazy? That person doesn't deserve dignity. They're not acting in a dignified manner. But once you study and understand the foundation from which this comes, and also understand the distinction. In India, Gandhi and them was seeking to liberate themselves from the control of another nation, a nation that was not going to be side by side with them in their particular society. In the United States of America, we were trying to liberate ourselves from systems and structures that we would have to still live within. And that's what Daddy understood. You know, I'm not over in India trying to do away with the British Empire. I've got to live side by side with these same people who are calling me nigger, you know, who have been lynching and doing all this kind of stuff. So I have to think of what is an approach to ensure that we can create a society where people can coexist, because they're not going anywhere. They're going to be here
to live together.
And they're going to raise children.
Yeah.
You know, and so we have to learn to live
missing,
together.
I think, about your dad's teachings, that he was giving us a pathway to learn to live together.
Yes.
And that's very important. He said our choice today is violent co-annihilation or nonviolent coexistence. And we're still facing that choice. We're still facing, even more so than we were then when he said it.
Yeah, we definitely are. But he also said it's nonviolence or non-existence. And we're dangerously close to that, because many people are opting for the non-existence route. And what I mean by that is, you may not consciously be thinking about that, but if you subscribe to believe that just a little bit of sprinkling of violence helps and goes a long way, well, everything is a seed. The words that I speak are a seed. If you're planting violence in any form or fashion, in that seed is more violence. And that violence is going to reap a harvest at some point. It may not immediately come back. And I hate to say this, but there's some seeds that we have sown in the United States of America from our very founding that is still haunting us. You know, the harvest has come from some of that. And that's why I'm saying we got to shift the cultural climate and begin to choose nonviolence as the way. We keep trying to say, how do we break free from all of this violence, all of this oppression, all of this exploitation, you know, all of this greed, power, control, all of this stuff. Nonviolence is a whole mindset that we haven't even explored and studied. You know, there are depths to this. There are dimensions to this that we have to begin to think about. But more importantly, we are interrelated, interconnected, and interdependent. And whether you want to believe that or not is irrelevant. You know, whether you believe God exists or not, he does. It doesn't diminish the fact that if you don't believe I exist, I'm here. You can just disbelieve it all you want. Our interdependence, interrelated, interconnectedness, the way the world is, folks, as Dad said, we're caught in this inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. And what affects one directly affects all indirectly. That is a truth. And I dare you to challenge it and try to disprove it. You won't be able to do it. So this whole 2-day summit is really about starting the process of getting each and every one of you and the people that you know and influence to let's all join together and try to answer and follow what my father encouraged in 1964, the immediate study of nonviolence and experimentation. We say practice. And that's why our theme this year is it starts with me shifting the cultural climate through the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence. Now I'm going to be like John the Baptist over this entire year. I started the other day with Oakland Community College. And I said to them several different times, we have to study Kingian nonviolence. John the Baptist had one message in the Bible. For those of you who may not be Christian, John the Baptist preceded the coming of Jesus Christ. And he said, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. It's like, there's nothing else John is famous for. So I'm going to be famous for saying, hey, you all, Kingian nonviolence, as taught to us by Dr. King, as lived by Dr. King, is what I believe is going to cause the disruption and shift the trajectory of our world towards being just, humane, equitable, and peaceful. And for some people, maybe they feel we got some of that, more just, humane, equitable, and peaceful. But we have to study it. We got to, Dr. King prepared. He didn't get this out of thin air. He prepared, he studied.
What does that word study mean? Because that's different. There are different mindsets, Glenda. In fact, I want to pause here you have nonviolence spelled with a hyphen, which is often how it's spelled. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your comment. It is intriguing. We spell nonviolence and Kingian nonviolence without a hyphen. It's just one word, which means it's more of a state of being, a state of thinking. It's not just meaning without violence or the opposite of violence. We believe it's a part of my posture, meaning no matter what the other person does, I determine this is who I am. It becomes an alignment of my character that not only shows up in my work for social change and for justice, it shows up in how I treat my family, how I speak with my nieces and my nephew. For me, it's personal. It changed the way I look at my nieces when they come in the room when I'm working. I used to grimace and give them a look. And now I try to work on it. I try to work on facial expressions, period. It's a part of nonviolence to not make people think they're unwelcome when I see them. It influences everything, Brand. Thank you for joining us. But just to think about even that, Dr. King, why you have to study and meditate. We have a session coming up with Mickey Guyton in just a few minutes on mindfulness, why we have to be aware of what's happening around us. Nonviolence helps with that. These 6 principles, these 6 steps. We have a session at this summit on how the 6 principles of nonviolence can help shift our thinking. So we just have integrated throughout this summit ways to think about the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence. But I think those words are important. The study. What does it mean, Dr. King, to study? To study, to what do we do when we study? I think our audience needs to understand that we're not asking people to just jump in every now and then on nonviolence, but there's something deeper that has to happen.
Well, it's not like we're trying to memorize information. I think sometimes when people go through our training, for instance, they try to memorize the 6 steps and principles instead of getting it inside of you and understanding its meaning. That means you have to take time out and do a little analysis of perhaps everything. What does it mean that the universe? You ask questions. What does it really mean that what is the universe, first of all, is on the side of justice? How are so many evil things happening in our world? And you're saying the universe. What universe? Where is the universe? In fact, where is God when all of this evil is happening? You have to think about those things. You have to ponder those things. You have to ask deeper questions and dig in. And you bounce it off with people. Have conversations to think further about all this. And it's an ongoing process. So it's really immersing yourself in the information, not for the purpose of how can I fix so-and-so, or, this person needs to hear this. They could benefit from this. No, how is what I'm reading now? How does it relate to me? What do I need to shift, adjust, and change as a result of engaging this material? So it's really a devotion of time and attention and pondering and contemplating, asking some challenging questions. And you may not get all of the answers immediately, but you start thinking about it. It slows you down from just the everyday, process of just being busy and moving about. It helps you to catch yourself. I mean, there are times, I'm telling you, Lord Jesus. And let me say this while I'm getting ready to say what I'm about to say. Let me preface it by saying, when we say nonviolence is a way of life and I'm committed to it, it does not mean that I'm perfecting it. It means I'm in the process of trying to perfect it. And I may not get there 100%. I think my father, for me personally, I'm not saying they're not other people, but he was as closest to it as you could get in terms of perfecting it. And I say that because the one thing it does is it pricks your conscience. It becomes your conscience. As you study and immerse yourself in it, and you say, you know what, I'm going to try this. And I'm going to stick with this. Like anything else you want to commit yourself to, if you're going to, commit yourself to some kind of program, and you want to say you want to, sharpen your skills in a certain area, you just can't turn it on and off. You got to keep working at it. I mean, the people who would play in the NBA, they're very good, but they're not just good because they're good. They're good because they practice it. They keep it up. When they fall short, they go back and work on that particular shot, or they work on a certain skill or whatever, and they pull together with others. They have other people even critiquing. So the other day, and I won't reveal all the details, and this happens to me because it's an area of struggle for me. But the other day, I was dealing with a member of our staff, and oftentimes when I get frustrated about something, it comes out. Because I'm still trying to learn how do I manage my frustration with nonviolence, and we can. And the beauty is, in the past, when I would deal with somebody in my frustration, before I made this real commitment, because it is a choice, I would do things and wouldn't think about it later. That's why the study and practice is so important, because it gives you this gear now that you think about what you just said or what you just did. You become more conscious. So when I finished in that conversation, and then I had another one, it was like my conscience was saying, Bernice, you're the leader of the institution. You're trying to create a beloved community within the King Center. That wasn't reflective of that. And so the other day, I was talking to the young lady, and another young lady was on the phone. And I said, I need to apologize to you. I said, because the way I expressed myself was not appropriate. And so I want to apologize to you for that. That's what nonviolence does for me. It because I've been studying it. It really transforms me. I'm not thinking about, oh, those people in the world, they need to get right. They're so violent. I'm looking at, wait a minute, what can I do about Bernice? That's why it starts with me. When you shift this climate, it starts with you, with the study and practice. The more of us that become that way, we will shift the way we engage people. It doesn't mean we don't hold people accountable, but the way we hold people accountable, again, as Vanetta said, is in a way that is like a surgeon. The difference between a person who wields a knife, who's trying, to hurt you, is they're trying to kill you. The surgeon is trying to heal you. It's, maybe similar knives, the cut is going to hurt. That's why they sedate you, but it would hurt, But at the end of the day, his intention is not to destroy and hurt you. It is to heal you. So, all of this is part of nonviolence.
We also been talking about being co-conspirators. So there's this inner work. It starts with me, but it can start with me. And as one of our beloved Community Leadership Academy students, young people, as they say, they be knowing. He said to us, it starts with me, but it's about us.
That's right.
And when that young man said that in that beloved Community Leadership Academy,
that was a mic drop.
I said, oh goodness, that's it. Because it starts with me, but it's about us. How can we be co-conspirators? I think a lot of our discussions during this summit will help us examine that. It starts with me, but how can I work together? How can we build coalitions? How can we unite across organizations and think about ways across nations, even on social media? How can we have integrity in technology? How can we utilize all that we have so that we don't do the opposite? Your father mentioned it, destroying ourselves in the misuse of our own instruments. And we want to talk about at this summit, audience, how not to do that. But Dr. King, what's the call up to be co-conspirators? How important is it that we conspire together to shift
that's why we put study and practice. We want you to study. I don't want you to go be a co-conspirator and you haven't studied, because you're going to bring the wrong mindset. So let's get the right mindset in place, because I know everybody's ready to do. What can we do? What can we do? And I keep wanting to slow people down and say, wait a minute. We keep doing it and we keep messing it up, y'all. We do it over and over again. We keep coming back to the same place. Einstein, you can't solve problems on the same level of thinking as they were created. So we need a different thinking in our doing. So just slow your roll and say, okay, I'm going to take a little bit of time to study. Now, what does that mean in the midst of evil happening? I'm not suggesting everybody shut down. Sometimes you have to do things simultaneously, particularly with where we are today. And so the co-conspirator part is the practice of it, as we're studying like minds in this way, need to connect. And when I say connect, I don't mean in a conversation. I don't mean in a conference, in a summit like this, which is part of it. We do that. But then we say, okay, let's come together. Let's look at what it is that we need to target and address. And let's come up with a strategy and a plan, and let's coordinate our efforts. First, looking at what is it that's needed, the strengths that are needed to address this particular issue according to the strategy we have outlined. What are the resources that we need? What are the gifts and skills that we need at the table? Who has those gifts and skills? Who are the ones among us that need to work together in this particular area, and who needs to work together in this particular area? And being very honest about that. You know, one of the things my father was very good at in his leadership role was understanding people's skills and their gifts and their placements. So when it was time to do something, everyone in his group pretty much had an ability to speak, but everyone wasn't right for every audience. You got to be honest with yourself and say, that ain't my crowd. That's so-and-so, and I'm okay with so-and-so being the voice right now because they are going to prick the people. And so we got to get outside of self in this process as being co-conspirators, because what oftentimes gets in the way when people try to join forces is this whole ego and need, as my father say, to be the drum major, to be the out front, you know, to be seen and heard, and the face, you know, and to get all of the crowd riled up and all the attention. And that's not getting us anywhere. We need the most effective vessel in that hour for that particular situation. And that person in that hour may not be the one for this one. There were times when my dad said, no, Ralph needs to go. That's not for me. Or this crowd, they're a little bit more hyped, and, you know, Hosea needs to be over there. That's the agitator. We need to send Hosea Williams. So it's things like that as well.
It sounds like we have a lot of exploration to do, Dr. King, because
exploration and excavation.
We talk about,
and excavation.
When we get together, that our topics, we may go straight to the issue and say, how do we fix it, without thinking about the aftermath. And your father and your mother believe that the aftermath of Kingian nonviolence is reconciliation and the beloved community, which is, according to your mother, not a utopia, but a realistic vision of an achievable society. She went on to say things like, to get to this beloved community, you know, we have to understand that caring and compassion drive our policies. That's the type of thing we're talking about, everyone. We're not talking about we all just gonna get along. We'll have conflict. But if we shift the cultural climate, Dr. King, even in our thinking and our words, we begin to create the beloved community, which is the vision of the King Center, and the beloved community where injustice ceases and love prevails. Before we end this conversation, Dr. King, what's just one thing that you're hoping that this summit will bring to people, that people will take away? What is it?
I'm very selfish in this hour in a good way, a healthy sense of self in this hour. As I said earlier, I'm on a mission to ensure that there is a critical mass of people who have studied and committed themselves to nonviolence as an everyday practice, as a lifestyle. And so I hope this starts a whirlwind of people coming to this King Center's website and saying, I'm going to sign up for the nonviolence e-learning, Nonviolence 365. And I'm going to take the time. I'm not trying to do this quick. This is no quickie. if you're trying to look for some quickie to fix this world, that's why we keep getting where we're getting, which is nowhere, because it's not quick stuff. You're dealing with humans, the complexity of human beings and generations of stuff. And so that's what my hope is that we will have a cadre of people who are taking this seriously and understand and taking it seriously. I'm now committing to that way. And in my workplace, in my home, I'm going to begin to practice it. I'm going to begin to influence the way we do things in different cultures, that it is grounded in a love-centered way of thinking, speaking, acting, and engaging. That's what I'm hoping. You know, I don't want just a whole bunch of people just going out and holding up a protest sign. I'm not saying it doesn't have its place, but if we were just left with protest only, then we're not going to make much movement. So that's what I'm hoping from this. And we're going to, you know, you and I have spoken about this. We're going to reconnect with people who do that so that we can have deeper conversations, because we really want this to be a part of who you are. Not just I took a class and learned some information. That's what studying and from what we're talking about is, I have not only delved into this stuff, but it's becoming a part of who I am. And eventually it's my identity. I'm a nonviolent person. And I don't mean, you know, I'm a softie.
Wow.
Because if you look at many of the interviews, I encourage you right now, you know, not right now, because I want you to stay tuned to what we're talking about.
Right, stay on the summit.
Stay on the summit. Stay on the summit. Tweet that right now. Stay on the summit. Stay on the summit.
Stay on the summit. Use the hashtag, everyone.
Yeah, hashtag.
Yeah.
But I want people to go look at my father's 3-part interview with Mike Douglas. I want you to watch his posture, his demeanor, and look at his language and the way he expressed things. He spoke with such elegance and strength and fervor and power that they were trying their best to minimize him, to embarrass him, to shame him, to destroy him. And he stood there in such power and strength. And Lord have mercy, it was like just cut it all up in a nonviolent way and left it like, oof. We can't. They tried to unnerve him and get him angry and rah! They couldn't do it. But he was able to still stick to his discipline and ground and speak such powerful, poignant, sharp words. I love that interview.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bernice King, CEO of the King Center. This has been our opening conversation. Listen. Stay on the summit. Please add back there, shift the culture.
Yes.
Hashtag stay on the summit, shift the culture. We want to keep shift the culture going across the bottom for everyone. Along with stay on the summit. I don't know if anything else will fit there, but we want everyone to know we're shifting the culture. BCGS, Beloved Community Global Summit, MLK Day. Thank you, Dr. King. After this video, we have a video that's going to come up shortly that explains a lot about MLK Day. And after that video plays, Goddess Rivera, our great host for the day, Dr. King, will rejoin us. And then we will go into this conversation with Mickey Guyton, Grammy-nominated country music star Mickey Guyton, on mindfulness, nonviolence, and moral responsibility. We want to talk about those 3 things in light of us being here for the culture. And so our day continues. Our program book is available at thekingcenter.org. Click on for more info when you see the graphic for the summit, and it will take you to a site that has a program book with the schedule for today. We encourage you to register, even though this is streaming. People who register will have access to resource material. So when you're at that landing page for the summit, you can register for free to get access to resource materials that will be emailed to you and other information as well. We're so grateful for you today being a part of this summit. We want to shout out again before we go to that video explaining MLK Day, our satellite locations joining us from Berry College, Georgia State University, and the Teachers to the Nations campus in Liberia, West Africa. welcome to our satellite locations. Dr. King and I will see you shortly. Welcome again, and thank you. Enjoy this video sharing more about MLK Day.
The Martin Luther King Jr. federal holiday is a day on to educate, advocate, activate. The King holiday extends beyond the one day and beyond the United States to encompass global, comprehensive, strategic work to eradicate the triple evils of poverty, extreme materialism, racism, and militarism to create the beloved community.
As recent events have shown us, we cannot wait. The most pressing issues of our time demand that humanity envision, strategize, and organize toward a more just, humane, equitable, and peaceful society, with nonviolence as the pathway to that world.
We encourage people across the globe to use the MLK holiday and the days following as a way to engage in meaningful service, to advance the important work of groups, organizations, and entities that are engaged in initiatives to address systemic issues that have created disparity and perpetuated inequality.
What are we celebrating on MLK Day?
We are really remembering and reflecting upon a gentleman who gave us a means of coexisting together as a humanity. You know, how do we really get along and cooperate with all of these different beliefs and ideologies? That's really what we're commemorating.
President Reagan made Martin Luther King Day official at a Rose Garden ceremony today. Mr. Reagan had expressed early reservations about honoring the slain civil rights leader with a national holiday, but he signed the bill that had passed both the House and Senate by large margin.
In 1994, Congress passed the King Holiday and Service Act.
This celebration of Dr. King will now be a celebration of his vision of community, his vision of service, and his life proves that it will work for all Americans and for our country.
The bill was introduced by Congressman John Lewis and Senator Harris Warford, both of whom worked alongside Dr. King in civil rights activism. Participation in the MLK Day of Service has grown steadily over the past decade, with hundreds of thousands of Americans each year engaging in projects such as tutoring and mentoring children, painting schools and senior centers, delivering meals, building homes, and reflecting on Dr. King's life and teachings.
It's time to put ego and pride and fear and power aside and employ love and justice. My father reminds us that power at its best is love, implementing the demands of justice. And justice at its best is love correcting everything that stands against love.
Community engagement also includes initiatives in the form of peaceful protest, awareness and education projects, and philanthropy efforts to address critical health, education, human service, human rights, and environmental needs. We want this engagement to continue beyond the holiday and for volunteers to commit to having impact in their communities year-round.
So these young people are being prepared differently than I was because they live in a different time. But the most important thing they have to decide is not just to get an education and to be selfish about it, but that they must prepare themselves to give back and to make a difference in the world. We have to create what my husband called the beloved community. If we are to survive, we have to learn how to solve our problems and resolve our conflicts in a nonviolent manner. And so I think it's important for them to realize that they have a personal responsibility.
The MLK Day is a defining moment when many commit to service. We believe it will spark continual volunteerism that is strategic and impactful for the greater good, so we can build resilient, equitable, and sustainable communities worldwide.
Hello, everybody. I hope that you are just as invigorated and excited and feeling powerful and passionate about the day we have for you at the Beloved Community Global Summit. I love seeing the roll call. I love seeing folks from all over the world. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Special shout out to our satellite offices. Again, I am Goddess Rivera. I'm an executive, cultural strategist, keynote speaker, and also currently chief content officer. And what I am so excited about today is just to talk about why this is so important right now, and also make sure that we are leading through the day and understanding all of the beautiful nuggets and gems and philosophies that you will hear about today and be able to actually implement in the quest for creating the beloved community and understanding the work that it takes to practice nonviolence. And so, when I think about starting, when I first got the call, first of all, I have immense love and respect for Dr. Bernice King and Dr. Vanetta West and the King Center. And I thought back, to when I wanted to open the day, what is something that I think of first? And I remember the first time that I was able to work with Dr. Bernice King was during another moment that was a humanitarian crisis. It was a very tough moment. It was in, the summer of 2020, when there was a lot of questions and a lot of emotion about what was equity, what was oppression, how could we persevere. And I remember that being sort of the way that I came to work with her in my role at the time, which focused on how do we support marginalized communities, both on social media platforms and beyond in the world. And I will say that the teachings and philosophies that I have learned under the tutelage of Dr. King and the King Center have been transformative for me, not just in my professional career, but personally. And so I know that all of you watching today around the world will get that as well. And I want to really think about some of the things that Dr. King just touched on. I think about the word strategy, right? The word strategy means a lot to me. I've spent my career creating strategies and plans that are executed for companies, for impact, for profit, for moving the needle. And so I know the power of strategy, and I love the idea of thinking about practicing nonviolence, one, studying it, right? Studying the work, the philosophies. I loved hearing about how Dr. King studied different types of theology, different types of ways to practice nonviolence, and then creating an actual strategy and a plan that you can implement even in your own life. And that's why it's so important to remember that it starts with me. It starts with you. An individual can make a difference, and practicing nonviolence is so important, and it comes out in very different ways. We just had a great example from Dr. King about how she was able to think through her practices just in how she communicated with folks on her team, all the way to thinking through folks who are building and creating products or writing policies that will help save humanity. And so I'm really excited today to think about all of the different conversations that we have. We have a lot that is happening. One thing I want to remind you on, we want you to continue to join in the conversation. So our hashtags for today are hashtag shift the culture, hashtag the MLK Day, and also hashtag the King Center, and hashtag, of course, BCGS for Beloved Community Global Summit. And I think I heard hashtag stay in the summit. I like that. I'm going to add that one in as well. And again, thank you again to our partners, the Carter Center, the National Center for Human Rights. We are so excited to partner with you. And so next up, we've got to really kick off the day. We've got a great conversation, and it is called Here for the Culture. We're going to get into mindfulness and a moral responsibility that comes with nonviolence. And I'm really excited to introduce our next panel. You're going to hear again from the amazing Dr. Vanetta West, a Chief Content Officer at the King Center, and then also, again, Mickey Guyton, who's an awesome country music artist and also anti-bullying activist, and of course, our CEO of the King Center, Dr. Bernice King. So welcome, ladies.
Thank you, Goddess. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm still just overwhelmed. I haven't been able to even describe how I've been feeling. Dr. Vanetta West and Dr. Bernice King and Goddess Rivera, just to be in this panel with such incredible women has just been overwhelming for me. And it's just an honor to be here with you guys.
Thank you so much, Mickey. Welcome. Welcome. We're grateful for you joining us today.
Thank you.
Early there on the West Coast of the United States of America. Thank you so much. Listen,
Absolutely.
I want to introduce you both to each other. I've met you, but just welcoming Mickey today, Dr. King. Mickey has a story that I believe that will be helpful to us to hear as a part of this global summit.
Yeah.
And we talked to her team and we said, we want to hear that story. We want it to be shared. And that I started to think it could align with mindfulness and nonviolence and being here for the culture and thinking about too our moral responsibility, particularly as it pertains to what we say to each other and how we engage each other. She's everyone in the audience, a country music artist. I've been listening to your album, Mickey, and enjoying your words that resonate with me, particularly about our appearance. You have a song about our hair and how we engage each other and treat. I just think it's so important that art is connected. We have a panel about that tomorrow, a summit talk rather, about the connection between art and activism. So you're doing that.
Thank you.
Nina Simone said an artist should reflect the time. So thank you for reflecting the times.
Thank you.
Dr. King, Dr. Bernice King, of course, is the CEO of the King Center and is a thought leader and just really, I think, an encourager of our World House to dig a little deeper, love more, to be more thoughtful. So I think this conversation is absolutely aligned with where we want to start today. After we've talked about the theme, now we want to talk about here for the culture. How can we be here for the culture? And we hear that phrase all the time. And how important is it that we embrace Kingian nonviolence, mindfulness, and moral responsibility in being here for the culture? So just want to pause for a moment to give you each an opportunity if there's anything you want to share as we get started with this conversation today.
When you say here for the culture and our moral responsibility, that really rings so true in my genre of music that I sing in, especially. I moved to Nashville in 2013 to sing country music because I grew up loving it. And the reason why I even felt encouraged to do it was because there was a girl named Reese Palmer who was a Black female country singer. And I saw her having some success. I was like, wow, if she can do it, I can do it. And I moved out to Nashville and got signed to a major record label. There was maybe like 2 Black artists at the time signed to major record labels, and that was Darius Rucker and me. And
Hootie and the Blowfish.
Hootie, yeah, Hootie and the Blowfish. And the town was really sweet to me, but what I experienced and the constant microaggressions and the racism that I experienced was really, really, really hard. And I didn't even realize, man, I just kept trying because I knew it was important for me to be there. But it ended up killing my spirit, killed everything that I was proud of about myself. And I was ready to quit. I was ready to quit probably back in like 2019 was when I was ready to give it all up. And I started just, looking at the history of country music and seeing where it came from. And like when I went to the Country Music Hall of Fame, like the first thing you saw walking in there, it was Black people on the porch dancing, clapping their hands and playing the guitar and the banjo. And I was like, this is like really interesting. The genre that's predominantly white, like the first thing you see in the Country Music Hall of Fame is Black people. And then when I did more research and seeing that, the banjo came from Africa and some of the first country singers studied under Black players. and musicians. And it just like really changed my perspective. And then I was like looking at country music and seeing, you know, you had Charlie Pride, you had Linda Martell. She didn't get any kind of love. She experienced the same racism I experienced. And that was it. Like there was nothing else. And you maybe had a few Black guys every now and again making it. And I saw a huge problem in that. And I was like, you know, if I can't make it in this industry, I need space and open these doors for other Black artists, because you can't see change with just, you know, every 25, 50 years, one Black man making it in country music. That is not change. And you have a moral responsibility to look out there and use your platform to uplift other artists. So I started like just doing this little hashtag, country music looks like this. And I would just find all of these like incredible artists that sing country music and sing it very, very well. And I realized like if you just bust open that door with several artists, at a certain point, you can't stop that train from moving. And whatever this good old boy system, sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say, Mickey, that's a real life example of saying, I'm mindful of what's happening around me. Let me take some moral responsibility for change. Dr. King, that's what happens if we say in every sphere of influence that we have, even if you're not a country music artist, you may be, your dad talked about being a street sweeper, be the best street sweeper you can be. But what if we look at in every sector of society, if people started to say, it starts with me, let me be mindful and take more responsibility for what's happening around me. What shifts in our culture?
What shifts in our culture? Less injustice, less inhumanity. And, you know, as she was talking, I just kept thinking, you know, what you just said, where would our world really be if more people who were involved in whatever profession they're involved in were a little bit more conscious and concerned and had their eyes and ears out to see how can I bring change in this area and study. The thing is, you studied some things about country music. How many people do that in whatever profession they're in? They just kind of go, yeah, okay, I went to college, but we know some people that go to college, even their particular area of concentration, whatever they majored in, they may not be working in that area. So they just kind of show up and just do my job. You're not just concerned about showing up and doing your job. You want us to be better. You want us to know truth. And so I think that's so important, and it needs to be infectious. So I appreciate you being here with us today and helping to spread that kind of practice and behavior and thinking, because it is about, I mean, every day it's important that we wake up with a sense of consciousness about who we are. We're talking about some of that later, Dr. West, who we are, and going into the world, really thinking about who we collectively should be and how do we get there, you know? How do we make these shift changes and adjustments? So it does require turning on. If you want to turn it off when you get home, okay, but you shouldn't, because you have family, you know, you may have a spouse, you may have kids. But if you're at home by yourself, maybe you can do that. But for the most part, turning on that consciousness on a daily basis, like, I see you, I feel you. I'm here for you. So I'm here, even I'm here from you, HERE, but here, I want to hear from you, HEAR.
Yes. Yeah, it's so important. That consciousness, that heightened understanding, Mickey and Dr. King, of us being here for a purpose.
Yeah.
And that's a distinct difference. I think, Mickey, it sounds like you understood that you're here and you're a part of country music for more than to be a star or more than to receive Grammys or be nominated. And I think if wherever we are, we carry that type of mindfulness, it just starts to shift culture. How did you cultivate that? Where do you think that came from for you? That sense of I'm here to change something and to shift something.
Well, you know, my mom, when I first started pursuing this, she was like, you really need to find your purpose within your purpose. And that's something that always resonated with me. I didn't think about it. Like, I didn't go into country music thinking, man, I'm going to be this activist. I think it happened because of the oppression that I was experiencing. And I don't stand up for myself, but I will stand up for people that I care about. And people that I care about, Black people, I really, really, really care about Black women. And that was what I just rose from that. I was just trying to be strong for that other person that may not have somebody to fight for them. I'm like, just put it on me. And, you know, when I was going through so much of trying to excel in country music, I remember talking to my husband. I said, why do you think country music isn't working for me? And he goes, because you're running away from everything that makes you different. And that just like hit me like to my soul. And I was just like, wow, like, did I just like run away from everything that I am? And I looked back and I did. And I was so ashamed, embarrassed, and angry and mad at myself. And he said, country music is 3 chords and the truth. So why aren't you writing country music from a Black girl's perspective? And I looked back, like I studied Black history in college. And, you know, a book that I had to read in college was a book, you know, we all read The Color Purple and we read Black Like Me, a book by John Howard Griffin, who through radiation darkened his skin to look like a Black man, and went to the Deep South during the Jim Crow era to see what it was like to be a Black man living in America. And I just remember reading so many of these quotes, like this man really did, you know, step inside of a Black person's shoes to try to see what we go through. And so I wrote a song called Black Like Me. And then I wrote a song called I Love My Hair. And then I wrote a song called even about the oppression of women. Like, it just came out of me. It was the craziest thing. And I was pregnant. I was living in downtown LA. I was watching all the protests and the sound bombs literally from my apartment window. And I was just like, I mean, the world is shut down, but how do I help? And so my social media, like the Black people started reaching out to me and they're like, hey, I want to sing country music. And I just connected. Like, I don't want anything. I don't want a contract from you. Nothing. Like, life is so short, and whatever God has for you is yours. Like, what God wants you to succeed in is yours. So any person coming up, they're not going to take your spot. And so often in the music industry, we're always scared to be dethroned and scared to, you know, lose our seat at the table. But there is no seat if we're not all there. If your sister can't sit at the seat with you, that is not a table.
Wow. Mickey, Dr. King, that reminds me of a tweet from you a few years ago that talks about who even owns the table, Dr. King. When we think about this concept of we need to invite more people to the table, I often think, who's inviting? Who owns the table? And when you start to think about more responsibility, you shift to something else. And mindfulness, because then you're thinking, why am I here? And you're not concerned about these other things, like, am I going to be the first? Am I going to be the most important? When you find that spot for you, that's not about what other people set up. I think, Dr. King, you had, even with your mother, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, that same sense of you don't have to be like your parents. Find out who you're supposed to be. Can you share about that and how that helped with your mindfulness and your preparation for what you needed to do in life?
I will do that, but I wanted to comment on something that Mickey said. And I think it's so important because my father talked often about being other-centered, and the need to become other-centered is part of the shift, even for him. And Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos of Community, which was a book he published in 1967. And when he was, talking about some of the things we need to do, and the value of being other-centered, because some people feel like self first. But what she showed by that is when you are other-centered, you were saying, I can't do it for myself, I do it for the others. You're actually doing it for yourself, but your focus was on others. And that's what people have to understand. So often there's this fear, no, I got to do it for me. I got to do it for me, But what happens to everything around you as a result of that? But when you do it for others, we all come up, including myself. But, honestly, Dr. West, to your question, my mother helped me with that. From a child, she used to say, you don't have to be me, you don't have to be your father, but just be your best self. Now, that didn't sink in immediately, I think, but through, growth and, maturity and all of that kind of stuff, I've come to a place to understand my own space, that I have personal responsibility to culture, not just because of my parents, but there are things within me, because she said, you don't have to be me, you don't have to be your father. It was like, well, who am I? Discovering who I am in relationship to what I saw them model, which was, who am I in terms of this world that we live in? Who am I to be in this world? What are the things that I'm supposed to bring to this world, not for me, but for others, which in turn uplifts me. So that's been my real journey. And this may not have anything to do with the question, but I get a question oftentimes, Bernice, what's your legacy? And I've never even thought about my legacy, because I was born into a legacy. And I said, I'm just one of the persons who happens to be blessed to come from generations of people who have been, given it to the culture, here for the culture, that's been, moving the culture. And when my father came, finally, he gave us, a blueprint for how to do that. And I'm saying my responsibility is to make sure that people understand that blueprint. He lived it. He didn't get to expound upon it. My mother laid an institution, or created an institution so that we can continue to move it forward. And so now my role is, y'all, okay, we got this. Let's take these blueprints. It's for our world house. If we follow these blueprints, we'll have a beautiful world. Doesn't mean we're not going to have some continual conflict. Doesn't mean we're going to have, not going to have any, fallout. Doesn't mean that evil is going to disappear, because it's not. It's going to be here forever a day. But what it means is that we will have the tools that fit us as a humanity. That's what's important. Violence doesn't fit us. I mean, I know if, in the moment, it feels good. But mindfulness is really about not just having the good feel, but how do I create an atmosphere in my mind, in my heart, in my environment that I can, excel in, that I can do well in, that I can be my best in. So, that's what it is for me.
When you said violence doesn't fit us, Dr. King, I started thinking about the types of violence. That even what Mickey described, what you described, Mickey, as experiencing in a genre, is a type of violence. Sometimes we think of it as just physical or gun violence or war, but it's actually anything that's a violation of personhood or of a being or a thing or an entity is violence. And that discrimination, that lack of inclusion, there's a lot of debates today about inclusion as a word. as a concept or something we want to do. Someone has a question here that I think is important because we're facing so many things, so many types of violence. How do we not get weary? Because mindfulness means you're attentive to what's happening around you. And this question is, how do we bridge the gap when we are so weary?
Can I say something?
Sure.
It's okay to pay attention and be mindful of your own weariness, and not feel guilty about it. I think so often when we get involved in these causes, we get consumed by the negative aspects of it. And we have to create space to practice our own self-care and mindfulness, and it's okay. And one thing that has helped me when I was a young person, my mother used to say, I keep going back to my mother because she said so many powerful things to me. But she said to me when I was had this conflict between school and something that was happening, in the world of activism. And she said, baby, there's always going to be problems in the world and your time will come. She wasn't saying that you'll be famous one day. She was basically saying to me, look, you have a responsibility. It's okay to go do that. If you miss this, this is not the end of the world. And I'm saying to people, if you have to step away from this for a minute, it's okay to go see about you.
Yes.
Because we need healthy people involved.
Yes.
It's not just we got to get this done, but for you to be sacrificed that way in it. Now, how do you juxtapose that to a movement where people did have to sacrifice? That's a different issue. Those people had a peculiar calling and a moment, and they had to put themselves in that moment. But one thing that I learned from the people that were around my father is even in the midst of all of that, for him, even when you in something that serious, because it was very serious then. And I don't want us to sleep on that because I think this generation believes we have it the worst. I don't know if you can way worse right now. If the people who really lived and immersed themselves in the time, they were honest, it was bad for Black people, really bad. But even in the midst, when he couldn't necessarily pull away at the moment, they said he had this great sense of humor. He was a jokester. He had to make some of it light because it was serious, and for him, that was some of his self-care and balance, because it could consume you and overtake you. And he fought depression a lot. So he had to have that. So I'm saying, as we're trying to deal with this work, keep that in mind. Mindfulness is about your health and wellness, as well as being thoughtful about yourself and others, not just others, but yourself. So I just wanted to say that.
I would 100% agree with you, Dr. King. Back in 2021, literally 2 days before I gave birth to my son, I experienced horrible cyberbullying for calling out the racism that I experienced in social media. I didn't tell people who to vote for. I didn't talk about their president. I didn't say anything but the things that I experienced, like being called the N-word at a show, seeing Confederate flags, all of this kind of stuff. And I called out an artist who got caught on a Ring camera saying the N-word. And he has become the biggest star in country music since because of that. And the hate that came at me, the violence and the horrible things that were said to me. I mean, it was awful, and it went on for a long time. And I went through, and I'm still healing through horrible things, trying to fight the fight. Even when I was fighting the fight, I had my own manager, not the ones that y'all talk to, Dr. West, but my former managers who didn't think they were racist. They had basically their foot on my neck, trying to keep me down, trying to run away from it, like turning down opportunities from Black people because it was too Black. Like that was happening to me in real time. Wow. And I was experiencing it constantly while still trying to just create opportunities, like get Black people in record labels, get these Black people in country record labels and managers of country artists. I was doing all of that. And at a certain point, and you go on social media and you see all of this stuff. I've been following Sean King's page. And that was like, every time I turned on my phone, I'm like watching a Black person getting freaking beat and hurt and murdered. And it's just constant. Like we are faced with constant violence that we have to see on an everyday basis. And it's so hard on your heart. And like Dr. King said, like self-care, log off, take a minute, go run outside, go look out what's beautiful in front of you in your home, get on some medication if you need to get on some medication, whatever you have to do. I had to get on antidepressants because it was really painful, and I'm an empath. And when I see someone hurting, I feel exactly what they're feeling. And when you see people that look like you getting just, this world is so unkind to Black people, and to have to constantly see that, it's hard. And when you're weary, it's okay to be weary. It's okay to log off and say, I need to take a minute and take care of myself. And if you get better, then you go back out there and fight when you're ready, but you don't have to put it all on your shoulders all the time.
That reminds me, Mickey, of the connection between mindfulness, moral responsibility, and nonviolence. The fifth principle of nonviolence is to choose love instead of hate. And I think sometimes when we consider that principle, we're thinking externally, but it also says in a bullet point, a point under that principle, rather, that means avoiding internal violence as well.
Yep.
So there are ways that when we don't take care of ourselves, when we're not mindful, that while I'm being morally responsible about all of these things happening around me, I need to also stop violating myself and to think about how I need to care for and rest. And so it's great to have healthy activists, you know, people who practice self-care and mindfulness and understand how these principles of nonviolence, Kingian nonviolence, can help us. Another principle of nonviolence that I believe helps with even self-care is to principle 3, Dr. King, to not seek to defeat people, but to seek to defeat injustice. Nonviolence seeks to defeat injustice, not people. I'm just thinking about, as you both are sharing, how important it is that we not become the oppression that we oppose. And sometimes I literally, in the past, had a fear for myself of becoming the hate that I was seeking to get rid of. Because you can look at so much violence and you can experience bullying. And then sometimes I met people who they experienced bullying and they became bullies. Or they experienced an atrocity and they want to be atrocious. They experience something harmful and they want to harm other people. Not always. There are people who've been harmed who become vessels for healing almost, simultaneously. But for a lot of us, what do we do to, as a mindful practice, integrate nonviolence and integrate this idea of self-care and then moral responsibility to not become the things that have haunted and harmed us? What did you both do that you didn't become, even if you were initially? I know, Dr. King, you have some stories about hate you struggled through, but what do you do to weed that out so that in trying to work on these issues, you don't become the issues? How do we get rid of injustice and hate without becoming that? I think that's a part of mindfulness too. What are your practices for doing that?
A lot of prayer.
Right. All three of us probably like, we need to go.
But even sometimes, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like I've been mad at God too.
Oh yeah.
I am.
You're not alone.
I've been really, really mad because it's like really mad. Because what's happening in this country is all in the name of God. You know, these people go to church every Sunday. You know, like studying Black history, those same people, like images of actual lynches, and these people back there smiling were going to church on Sunday.
Deacons,
so
they were leading church.
Leading church, praising the Lord. Like I have a real struggle with that. And I'm, you know, I have to be honest, like I'm still really, really, really working through it. I think as long as you're honest with yourself and give yourself grace, log off. I think logging off has been like one of the best things for me, because I have really great people in my life from all walks of life. And I have to look at those people, because if I keep looking on this, I don't want to curse, on the news and the social media, I'm going to lose my mind, because people are really, really hard. And it's taken a lot of work for me to not harbor hatred in my heart, because there's times, you know, anytime I go out on a show, anytime I'm out in Florida, like I just find myself like tensed and like scared, like, you know, like the violence that Black people have to wake up to every single day. There's not a single Black person in this world that doesn't understand this walk.
Yeah.
And if they don't, they're not in touch with reality.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's, I mean, it's a struggle. I'm still working through it. I don't understand how the whole entire world decided one day that if you looked this way, you were superior.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. And I'm still coping with it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think you're speaking for so many people. Me too, because it's hard to conceptualize. I said on a podcast a few years ago that I felt like the United States in particular despised Black people. And people reached out and asked me what I meant by that. And I said, in policy, in language, even now, in misunderstanding that there has to be something to correct the injustices against Black people on this land and across the globe, that the cries that we don't need affirmative action and diversity and inclusion, there's a lack of understanding that there have to be corrective measures. Otherwise, there are people that will still discriminate, not only against Black people, but against women, against Muslim people, against brown people. So this thing is really, when you're mindful of it, though, and what you're saying is it's hard to be, I believe you're saying it's hard to be mindful and not, and then you have to work through bitterness to be sure you don't become that thing that you're looking at. That's rough. And I think, Dr. King, your dad gave us a pathway to work on that. Some principles and some steps that would cause us to say, how can I not become what I'm seeking to defeat? Yeah. And that's the challenge for all of us, I think. Yeah. How do we not become what we're seeking to defeat? And as we talk today, Dr. King, we'll talk about the principles, but just from your perspective, how does your father's philosophy help us to not become unjust in our work to eradicate injustice?
Well, before I speak to him, I wanted to say, and some of this is just part of the process for me of living and coming to a more mature place. And that is understanding what becoming that does to me, from a practical standpoint. You know, the depersonalization that happens to me. I don't want to become this distorted being, and because it registers in our body, in our system, in our organs, in our cells. I think when people understand from a medical physiological standpoint what hate does to your inner being, you want to be free from that. You want to guard against that as much as possible. And that's something that helped me because I had these things happening inside my body.
Yes,
and it's like
it happens in your body.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's when I say no. I'm not going to let. I think when my grandfather said this, and I think it was it Booker T or was it George Washington said,
so low
was it who?
Booker T. Washington. Yes,
yeah, and so my grandfather said, I'm never gonna be so low as to hate any man. I felt that because it's the way God created us. God is love. And if we're made in the image and after the likeness of him, that's really our true character and nature in essence. That's why we've been calling people to be that, to discover that's who we are. And anything else, it just begins to create this whole distortion and gets all in you. And I'm like, I don't want any of that. Doesn't mean it's easy, but the more that it does that to you, it's like, I'm just going to be mindful about not choosing that from moment to, it's a moment to moment process. I don't think you just arrive that, okay, I'm it. But I think the more it happens as you exercise that muscle, it becomes easier. It doesn't mean you're 100% conqueror, but it becomes easier and more natural to say something sick with that individual, something sick in our world. That's what my father said. This is a sick world. He understood that. He understood the complexities of humankind. He studied that. And so he had a place to put that. He had a way to explain this behavior for him to keep him from becoming like that. This comes from this place here. This comes from this place here. So with that in mind, that's why he could still think about the dignity even of that person, that what I'm seeing here, I don't want to be you. In fact, I want to show you how to be. So that's what he said, I'm going to become the example and the model of what it means to be a being created in the image and after the likeness of God. And so anything that's not that, I'm going to reject it, but it's a practice, it's a discipline. It's again, as I said earlier in the session, LeBron James is not a great basketball player just because he did it one day and did it well. He practices even today, even though he's mastered certain things, he still has to practice it. So, it's even in the off season when he's not on, can you imagine him trying to come to the court and never having a day before the first game where he was in practice? Oh my God. He'd have a terrible game. So
I had
it's daily practice.
I had this friend say this phrase to me, let them, is what she said. And what she meant by that is if someone wants to be a racist, if someone wants to judge you and treat you a certain way, let them. That's on them. That has nothing to do with you. Exactly. And I'm at my let them phase right now. 2024, I said, that's my let them phase. I'm not going to keep explaining myself to people.
Stop right there. Hashtag let them.
Let them. Let them.
Wait a minute, Dr. King. You and Mickey gonna have
let them.
Hashtag.
Let them.
Let them. But also, though, Mickey, to that point, that's a twofold place, though. It is that I'm going to learn not to take offense. Let them. But also, when I have an opportunity, if I can, in a love-centered way, how can I help lift them out of that? That's what nonviolence does. It gives you a way to lift them out of that, if they want to be. I always share with Dr. King. Right. I think one of our main roles is to present opportunities for consciousness. And people can take it or leave it. Same way I could take it or leave it. Sometimes people try to make me more conscious, and I'm like, not today. I'm not feeling consciousness today. I don't want to be there. And that's my choice. So people get to make a choice. But what we can do, particularly on social media, I keep hearing you mention that. We have to present something different on social media than people are used to seeing, because it's an atmosphere and it's a platform. And so now I see people saying, I'm getting off of here because it's become this. And I said, well, who's going to be light on here? Who's going to be love on here? Well, you can't. Well, no, we have to figure out a way to not let all of the spaces where we communicate become oppressive and hateful. There has to be something. So you do, in the sense of, one of my favorite scriptures is to learn not to take offense. And it's something I try to learn every day, because offense, if I take it, it hurts me.
It's our ego.
So that's the let them. But then also, let's lift them. Let's think about how to call them up. That's a phrase, Dr. King, you talk about. I'm just think about how we can be mindful of the way. You can present,
and I think it's important.
Different.
I think it's important for us to understand the powerfulness of what my father said about we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. What affects one directly affects all indirectly. I can't be all I ought to be to y'all as you ought to be, and vice versa. The point is that this stuff is in our environment, in our atmosphere. And it's irresponsible to leave a person in their hate, in their ignorance, in their fear, whatever it is, because it's in the atmosphere. It's you can try to get rid of a person, but what they exuding is still in the atmosphere. So that's why the light, that's why the positive energy that emanates from you when you're practicing mindfulness and nonviolence is important. It's not just forget them, because them, if you leave people to their own devices, they're going to repopulate. I'm trying to depopulate, evil and depopulate injustice. But if I just say push, you can't. So that's why Daddy said hate can't drive out hate, and darkness can't drive out darkness. It needs light.
Only light can do that.
We have no choice but to do it. There's no such thing as darkness. Darkness is the absence of light, And so really there's no such thing as hate. It's because the love is not emanating. And so I have a responsibility, because if I want a certain environment and atmosphere, I got to be the change you're seeking. I got to become that. I can't go over here and even just say, just forget them and it'll be okay. No, it's going to be busy over here. So I get some people don't have the power and the strength, maybe the courage, and even the love in their heart to do this. But some of us have to do that work for the sake of all of us. We have to.
Yes.
Because it will overtake
you're doing
our
it,
world.
Mickey. I think what you're describing, Mickey, to Dr. King's point that you've experienced, you're exuding a light in your music that says to me, let them. I'm going to be who I'm called to be. And in you doing that, you're lifting people. And some of the people who you think aren't paying attention because they've said hateful things, they're watching. And they're looking at your ability to love, even though you've been hated by people. That resonates in the world, I believe, and shifts the cultural climate. And that's being mindful of, no matter how people have treated me, I'm still going to be a vessel for love. And when we can do that, I think about Dr. King was stabbed by a woman and asked, how is she doing? And I said, that's a level of love that I don't know if I've arrived at yet.
I don't have that.
The pain of your stab in my body, but I'm asking, how are you? And that's a place I think you cultivate in yourself. That's being mindful of, who do I want to be? And what do I want to do in the world? And I just think your story matters. I knew there was a reason why we needed to hear it today. And people are sharing and asking questions, because what you're showing is, I've been bullied. I've experienced this. I've shifted a culture. I've tried to change something in a musical genre. People didn't like it. They came against me. Still, here I am. I'm mindful. I want to shift the culture. I'm on this King Center Summit discussion. And I believe we can be a better humanity. To come out of bad things and still believe in greatness and goodness. I think it's a powerful story. And we thank you for sharing it with us. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
thank you. I really appreciate it.
Can I add one final thing when we think about mindfulness?
Madam CEO, you can add
that just hit me about all of this. It's also being mindful that what you represent is important for those people who are watching, who are trying to decide, who am I going to be in this world? How am I going to respond? Sometimes when these things happen to us, we can get myopic, and rightfully so. But there's a larger world out there that's looking on, especially another generation. And we have to be their guidance with the right, with the light. So when we're in that moment, remember, somebody's taking their cues from you. That's what I think about all the time. And I think that being born into this family has helped with that people are watching how I'm going to manage this. So while this person is evil and unjust, I'm not dismissing them. I'm going to deal with that. I'm going to hold it accountable, but I'm going to do it in a way that they can see the strength of my love and dignity in doing it, and calling those people, shining a light. That's why they're saying call it out, shining a light. But now, how do I pull them in and up to a whole nother level so they know who they are for the sake of this other person? Because if I give into it, then the folks come behind me are going to do the same thing and could do it at a more intense level. If I become hopeless, if I become bitter, I'm just going to transport that to a whole nother generation in a more intense fashion. So being mindful is, in this moment, my response is bigger than me and you. That's what Daddy understands. It was bigger than Bull Connor and what he was doing just to what about the thousands of others around this country? What about those over in other countries? They need an example of how you confront this injustice, being in the strength of your dignity as a human being and allowing yourself to be love-centered, to challenge and resist this injustice, and refusing to let it just strip you and depersonalize you. That's what was happening. So I'm just saying, mindfulness about everything else. Don't forget there are others out there that are rooting for you, need your leadership and your influence. And thank God that people probably, in the midst of all the bullying, I'm sure there were a few things that snuck in that kind of said thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I mean, I'll say one last thing. Like, my record label, UMG Nashville, was an all white, everybody that worked there is white. I am getting calls from people showing the room, and it is diverse, and there's more Black people working at major record labels in Nashville.
Impact. Yeah.
That's what we should all be working in whatever field that you are in. That is, in my personal opinion, I don't know this to be true, but I think it's true that if we all take a moral responsibility in whatever profession that we're in, infiltrate that.
Yes.
Bring able-bodied, brilliant people, because then that's going to be a chain of reaction, and there's going to be more success, more generational success. We win when we succeed.
Amen.
We do. Thank you so much to both of you. Wow, what a powerful conversation. I was wondering, I was like, we got 50 minutes. We filled it up.
Let them. Let them.
You're throwing out hashtag, stay on the summit. Shift the culture. That's very important, because as we think about all of these things, Dr. King and Mickey, we want to, in our moral responsibility, our mindfulness, and utilizing Kingian nonviolence, shift the cultural climate. Shift the culture. So we had a question that I want to tell you, I believe we answered it already. I want to acknowledge the question, how do you get rid of hate and bullying without becoming hateful? I believe we answered that just as that question popped up, but I didn't want to acknowledge the asker. I want to celebrate again our satellite locations at Georgia State, at Berry College, and Teachers to the Nations campus in Liberia. Thank you for joining us. We encourage you all to keep posting, keep Xing. It's not tweeting anymore, I don't think. But I think the folks on X are obstinate. They're just like, we're going to call this tweets no matter what. So keep sharing on there. Thank you so much for joining us today for the Beloved Community Global Summit. Thank you, Mickey Guyton. Thank you, Dr. Bernice A. King.
Thank you so much, Dr.
We appreciate this conversation. We want to encourage everyone to share this broadcast right now, to get it out there so that we can be even more global than we are right now. We want to express our appreciation again for our partners, the Carter Center and the National Center for Civil and Human Rights. And we are grateful for each and every person who's tuning in, who's a part of day one of the King Center's 2024 Beloved Community Global Summit.
So a shout out to all of these nations from around the world for helping us bring the Beloved Community International Expo here in Atlanta, Georgia, ATL, where Atlanta influences everything.
We came out to Dr. King Center to support him. We believe in his cause, and we love Dr. King and his family for what he did for all people.
Today is all about world love. As you can see, the campus has been changed to a world house of sorts. It's all about Dr. King's dream of one world, one love for everybody. Dr. King's dream was that we would all come together as one. We're doing it today, y'all.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Bernice King and her team and giving all of us an opportunity to showcase our cuisine, culture, and our natural beauty in the country.
It's our traditional drum. Sometimes we play it sitting down, but we also stand up and play it during like harvest time.
Hi, welcome to Canada. We're from the Canadian Consulate. We're celebrating our 50th year in Atlanta. We're always happy to be part of Beloved Community International Festival. We've been here since the beginning.
I'm coming from Mexico. This is a beautiful country that's south of your border. You have to visit. It's very close. Mexico was a Mexican inventor called Camarena who invited colors for the TV. So that's one of our contributions to the world.
But yes, Liberia is a beautiful country in the West. And don't forget about our national tribes. We have tribes. We have 13 tribes. 13 different tribes, and each tribe is indigenous with different food that they particularly enjoy. Our country is known as the island of the monkeys.
To the Bahamas, the most beautiful country in the world with 700 islands and keys. It's always better in the Bahamas.
All right. Hello again, everyone. I hope that you all are getting your lives, are getting inspired, are really, really feeding your souls today with just the amount of incredible commentary, insights that we're getting from our amazing CEO of the King Center, Dr. Bernice King, and of course, Dr. Bernetta West. We were just joined by a country music singer and activist, Mickey Guyton. And that was a beautiful conversation that talked about mindfulness. And I think it's so important that as we're talking about equity, we're talking about the principles of nonviolence, that we think about mindfulness and that it's something that is top of mind. And, you know, one of the things that's so interesting as I was listening to that conversation, something that stood out to me is Dr. Bernice King. You know, she said, we have to be mindful of our own weariness and not feel guilty about it. And I think that line is so important. And I also want to let everyone know that she really does practice what she preaches. In our mentorship relationship, there have been many times where she has just checked in on me as I've been doing really difficult, tough, and often taxing work to try and make an impact on the communities that I serve throughout my career. And she has reminded me to take that rest and to not feel guilty for it, but to know that it's part of the recharging. It's part of what you need to be able to practice nonviolence, to be able to make an impact. And, so I think about the idea when you think about principle 5, right, is that nonviolence chooses love instead of hate. And we talked about how sometimes making that choice can feel taxing. It can feel heavy. You can be angry. Mickey made a great point in the last session saying that sometimes she feels angry at God. She feels angry at the universe because there's so much injustice that we're facing. And so I think the conversation about mindfulness is so important. So I'd love to just sort of do a global check-in. I'd love to sort of see where folks are. I know we've got our awesome satellite locations with us. And also we are adding hashtags that keep coming up, but we've got our sort of mainstays. Feel free to join the conversation. We're at hashtag Shift the Culture, hashtag the MLK Day, hashtag the King Center, hashtag BCGS. I also heard in our first conversation, hashtag Stay on the Summit. And I think we heard hashtag Let Them do what they're gonna do, because it does not stop us. Oh yes, how you doing, Batsiba? Hello, beautiful, from Tigray. Awesome. I'd love to see more of this global roll call. Check in. Hello, Ghana. Hi, how are you? This is amazing. Tell me where you're from. I am on the West Coast today, but I'm representing always for the Boogie Down Bronx in New York City. So I love just this idea that we are all able to come together globally. And I think about too, going back to our last, hey Nigeria, hey Niger, going back to the last conversation before we jump into this next segment. I think one of the things I want people to also think through is remembering that change starts with us. This starts with me, right? And so we are talking a lot about what are the individual ways that we can make a difference? What are the individual ways that we can create impact within our communities? So I would love to also see folks check in about different mindful practices that they've used. What are some of the ways that you all sort of continue to be centered in your quest to ensure that you are practicing nonviolence? And so I think I would love to sort of hear from that. And it's interesting to think about that around the world as well. And so as we start to think about not only this global roll call check-in, we've sort of checked in on ourselves and been centered individually, but there's also more that we need to talk about outwardly, right? There's a lot happening in our world today. And so our next segment is really going to focus in on sort of cultural climate change. How are the ways that climate change is affecting our entire globe? What is happening and why is it important? And so what we're going to be talking about next is what the world faces now, a multifaceted crisis of inhumanity. There is a lot to talk about, and we'll be joined by our moderator, Karen Ryan. She's our Senior Advisor for Human Rights at the Carter Center. Rashad Robinson, hello. Friend and colleague, President of Color of Change. Reverend Jacque Lewis, author, activist, preacher, and also Kai Newkirk, who's the founder of For All. We're going to get into really kicking off what the world faces now. We'll have our panelists join us shortly, and I hope you all are ready for an amazing conversation that, will come with tangible outputs, which is the idea of all of today. How do we talk about it, be about it, and then do something about it? So we are going to talk about what's actually happening in the tangible output. So have a great panel all. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Goddess Rivera, and thank you to the King Center, as usual, for this wonderful opportunity once a year. I'd love to do it more often, but just to be able to check in and have these deep dive conversations about all of these ideas that we are confronting now. We do. The title of our panel is What the World Faces Now, a multifaceted crisis of inhumanity. And I really love the conversation that we just heard from Dr. King and Dr. West and country music artist Mickey Guyton, because, you know, when we think about inhumanity, we begin with humanity, right? And what is more profoundly close to us than our culture? In our culture, we listen to music every day. It's part of us. It's our soul. I'm a musician, and I think the next thing to God, below God, is music or poetry. It's this higher vibration that brings us into communicating with each other, and music is so crucial. So that conversation about the roots of country music and how that has been such a troubled history for Black people in this country, despite the roots of country music emanating from Black culture. We saw that in rock and roll. We continue to see this. So the humanity, the question of humanity, what is more basic than music? And so I'm so appreciative of that conversation of that confronts us still about how do we address the questions of inhumanity. So I would love to welcome our guests today. My name is Karen Ryan. I'm Senior Advisor for Human Rights at the Carter Center. And it's always our honor and pleasure at the Carter Center to be part of this annual summit. And today we have these multifaceted crises facing us in the world. Climate change was mentioned. We know the problems of violence in our cities, in our country, in the world, in the wars that we are dealing with. So now, you know, with this understanding, we need to talk about this shift. It starts with me. How do I, as an individual, contribute to nonviolence, to making that key shift to move away from violence in our thinking and in our actions, and to really explore what the world faces now. So let me please introduce our wonderful panelists. First, we have Reverend Dr. Jackie Lewis, pastor at Middle Church, who we're so happy to have again. And I think I mispronounced it. It's Jackie, right?
Just Jackie.
Jackie, okay.
Badly.
Jackie Lewis, thank you so much for being here. Rashad Robinson, President, Color of Change. Thank you so much for being here. And Kai Newkirk, an organizer and activist who is president of For All, which is a great title, For all human rights for all, right? So our opening question, I'll start with you, Reverend Lewis. This holiday, the theme, it starts with me, shifting the cultural climate through the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence. What are the main areas and key ways that you would want us to look at shifting the cultural climate? You know, anything you can bring from personal, cultural, societal areas that you think that we really need to consider at this time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Ryan. Thank you, everyone. It's good to see you, colleagues. I want to start with this kind of little bit of, let's say, exposition of what's going on in the world, right? We are watching, I think, an extraordinary time of violence and hatred and pain. I grew up watching Dr. King and the Southern Freedom Movement. And the feeling I have is then it was batons striking protesters, dogs snapping at children, water hoses turned on. Those images were traumatic, including the assassination of our beloved brother. That violence is a part of what it is to be in our nation. We were built on violence. We were built on white supremacy, militarism, and violence. And what we're seeing now is a kind of catastrophic extroversion of that violence in the political square, in social media, in music, in our culture. And I think I would have to say that the violence is inside of us, that there's a way in which what we're seeing extroverted is the feeling of left behind, the feeling of being replaced, the feeling of these are not the good old days anymore, that were not the good old days for me and my people. And there is a death throw kind of fighting to reclaim power and prestige and to keep caste in place. What I'd like to see a shift in our culture is that we get to the place where we understand that we are inextricably connected one to the other, that we cannot survive and thrive unless we do it together. I'm talking about Ubuntu, and I know we're going to get to that in another question, but this sense of you are my sister and my brother, you are my kin, your issues are my issues, and that shift does start inside. Not fear, but fierce love. Not competition, but collaboration. Not zero sum, but there's enough for all of us. Mm-hmm. Not scarcity, but abundance. Those are shifts that happen inside us, the way we raise our children, the stories we tell, the conversations we have, the media we consume that make us think we're not an island unto ourselves, but that we are each other's people. And the only way we're going to get to the tomorrow we dream of, for me, is for that internal shift to happen where I have radical empathy for you because I understand your stuff and my stuff are the same.
Well, thank you for that. The radical empathy is, and you raised this question about the what's happening culturally and politically in this country and the fear. There's this fear in the air. And I think that one of the most difficult things to overcome in political life and in social life is fear, because fear actually works in politics, unfortunately. When you stoke fear, you kind of get people to go into that posture of violence. So that's a great point. And how do we move out? How do we bring people out of that space of fear? Rashad Robinson, talk to us. What do you think? Well, what are the key challenges that we face, and how do we do that?
First of all, thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for bringing this discussion forward. Dr. King, Dr. West, my dear sister, Reverend Lewis, my brother, Kai. It's good to see both of you again. And I really want to really pick up where I believe sort of Reverend Lewis sort of, so eloquently brought us to, into this sort of conversation around empathy, this conversation around compassion, this conversation around sort of how at an individual level do we sort of manifest and become something different and something better, and really translate that to the work that I do at Color of Change, which is how do we make our systems more empathetic? How do we make our systems more compassionate? How do we fight for empathetic and compassionate justice system, healthcare system, voting and democracy system? How do we ensure at the heart that these systems actually produce and advance and are force multipliers for the type of things that we want to see in our society? And none of that happens without participation and people power, without people coming together collectively. And I think so much of the story of Dr. King's success and legacy in the brilliant frameworks that he has left us to continue to build upon and to continue to study are all about how do we translate energy and into action. How do we translate collective will into the ability to move strategic action? And that is in so many ways how I think about where we are at in this moment. And where we are in this moment, and you may hear me say this a couple of times throughout this discussion, is that as we think about winning a world with less violence, as we think about eliminating harm and injustice, we do have to deal with the incentive structures that animate and create a world in which injustice and inequality is profitable, where healthcare systems are profitable when they, and folks behind them are rewarded when there is more pain and more harm, that there is a justice system or an injustice system that produces harm and people profit. As long as racism and injustice, as long as misogyny and patriarchy, as long as all of these isms and inequalities are deeply embedded in a profit system and a profit structure, and the incentive structure drives people's behaviors and actions, we will continue to see those outcomes every single day. And so our work collectively has to be to disrupt that, to create interventions, to be able to channel the energy and passions of everyday people. And I just want to end because in so many ways, that is how my organization started, right? We started in the aftermath of a flood, which was Hurricane Katrina. And Hurricane Katrina, like so many moments, illustrated things that people already knew, right? Hurricane Katrina was a flood caused by bad decision makers that turned into a life-altering disaster by bad decision makers who had an incentive structure to make certain types of actions every single day. And Black people were literally on their roofs begging for the government to do something and left to die. And those moments, right, do illustrate things that people already know: geographic segregation, generational poverty, the impacts of decisions that have been made about our climate, about all sorts of systems. But at the heart of it, no one was nervous about disappointing Black people. And one of the things I have learned so much from the work of Dr. King, from the work of those that stood beside him and fought alongside him, was the work to force those in power to be nervous about disappointing your community. And if those in power are not nervous about disappointing your community, it doesn't matter what kind of research report that you have that illustrates all the facts and figures. It doesn't matter what kind of app you have. We can't code our way out of 400 years of oppression. It doesn't matter what we do in the courts if we don't have power. And so at the heart of where I see us going today, it is the collective work to build the type of power that changes rules.
Okay, there you go. Is the levers of power, right? It's it reminds me of that crucial moment when President Johnson said, "No way, Voting Rights Act." So, you know, there's no way we can deliver that now. And Dr. King said, "You know what? I'm going to make you do it." And that changed, to have the president tell you, "Get out of the way, stop it, I'm not doing this," and then to persist. That was a lesson for us, that we must persist when it comes to those shifts in incentives and law and in policy that we need. So thank you, Batsiba. We'll get to your question. Let's get to this first round of our panelists. And I'd love to hear now from Kai Newkirk, the founder of For All. Building on this, what do you see as the key aspects or the key areas that we really need to focus on in these intersecting crises?
First of all, thank you. It's an honor to be with y'all. I'm sick with COVID, so if I don't sound quite right, that's why. But this is such an important conversation and such an honor to be part of it. I wasn't going to miss it. I think there are so many dimensions to the kind of mega crisis that our species faces right now that we could spend a lot of time just naming them. I think a few of the overarching ones are at this global level, the crisis of the climate, catastrophe of climate breakdown, which speaks to the interconnection that we're getting at in King's teaching in such a profound way. In our country and around the world, a crisis of democracy, of defending against fascist and authoritarian movements, systemic racism, and so much more, and an economic system that in some ways today may be more grotesquely unequal and unjust than it was in the era of Dr. King's leadership, which is a sobering thing to consider. And also, I think, when you talked about the triple evils of poverty, materialism, racism, and militarism, we're seeing now, as Dr. Lewis was alluding to, this violence on an external scale in our world in terms of militarism that it may not be as bad as it has been at some times in our history, but is expressing itself right now in a way that I think is undermining deeply the faith of so many people around the world in this vision of human rights, of a democratic society where truly all people are created equal and have equal rights. And I think if Dr. King was here today, he would be speaking out forcefully against the catastrophe that's unfolding in Gaza. And his concern for racism wasn't just what's happening in our own backyard, our own nation. It was really about how's that playing out globally, which led him to speak out at great political and personal cost against the Vietnam War. And I have no doubt that he would be doing so forcefully to call for a ceasefire in Gaza, because I think that it's obvious to so many of us that there's a sense of the dangerous and deadly double standards, the dehumanization that are at the heart of how the system of white supremacy was developed in our country through slavery, genocide of indigenous people, in which our brothers and sisters, our siblings, that we share more in common with each other in our DNA across each other than within races, it is said, and where we can feel it in our heart. We know we're connected at a level, I think, that can never be totally denied. And yet we lived in relation to each other in a way that completely denied the humanity of those who are deeply intertwined with ourselves at every level, and in these brutal ways that destroy the souls of those who carry out that brutality. And I think that we see that on display in what's happening in Gaza, that there's no doubt that what happened on October 7th was horrible and amounted to war crimes, and was deeply dehumanizing, and expressed this core problem of evil and human affairs in the same way. But the response to it, there's no way to justify the kind of collective punishment and suffering that's being carried out. And I think we have to really ask ourselves, could that be possible? Would that be possible if those people looked differently, had a different faith, right? Are we really applying this vision of human rights and democracy equally, right? That it's universal. It's rooted in this universal, unconditional, compassionate love that we have to cultivate and nourish and nurture in ourselves in spiritual practice and expressed in action. And as Rashad was getting to, in our systems and our laws and our policies. And when the most powerful nation in the world is perceived right now as deeply and profoundly hypocritical in terms of human rights, it undermines the pursuit of that for all of us. And so I think we're at a time where we're still fighting to do what Dr. King was trying to bring about, which is to make this nation actually true to its word at home and abroad. And I'll close with this, that I think there's a parallel that we need to wrestle with from King's time and ours as well, which between LBJ and Biden, right? We saw tremendous progress made between 1960 and 65, and including after the 64 landslide election for LBJ, Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, healthcare, immigration, the Great Society programs. And yet that whole coalition that made that possible, that brought people together across race and faith in different parts of the country, and the policy agenda that it was putting forward that was making a great difference in people's lives, was deeply undermined and fractured really by LBJ's support for the Vietnam War and his refusal to listen to, I think, to the courage of his conscience and say no. And I think we're seeing that happening with Biden, where the progress that we've made on many different issues and the coalition that we brought together is being deeply undermined by a sense that we're not being true to the values and vision that align, that drive that, in a way that just feels agonizing and overwhelming for people. And we need to resolve that contradiction. And so I'll just say that we've got to put the love into action, into units of political and economic power, use nonviolent direct action and the ballot and all these tools to continue to push this forward. And I think to address this very acute crisis that is putting all that we want to move forward with in our country at risk.
Well, thank you, Kai Newkirk. That was an excellent way to tie all these ideas together, because yes, it starts with me, right? We have to get ourselves centered so that we can correct what's wrong. And, you know, when Dr. King, you know, toward the end of his life, drew these ideas together, the triple evils of racism, poverty, and militarism, we can see that at work. I mean, it's really prophetic, the concept, because you see exactly as you just outlined, that all the programs of social uplift were derailed by the war in Vietnam. And in his Vietnam speech, where he says this incredible quote that just rings in my mind all the time, is any nation that devotes more resources to militarism than it does to programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual doom. Mm. And this is just, I get chills when I hear those words, because we are, for these last 55 years since someone took him from us, we have been grappling with exactly this conundrum: is how do we balance these things? Just for President Carter, my mentor and boss all these years, I've been with the Carter Center for 30 some years, not to give away too much here, but also for him over the last 20, 25 years has been thinking about the normalization of violence. And we were on this kind of different trajectory in the 90s, post-Cold War. We could have done so much with that world, the post-Cold War world. Yet after 9/11, we have been on a course of action that is really very violence-centered, instead of these programs of social uplift at home and abroad. So it is a crisis, and it feeds the climate crisis, because we know that the U.S. military is the largest emitter of greenhouse gases. So these crises are definitely interconnected. And so, Dr. King said to us, I love this quote. I want to bring us back into a deeper conversation here. About these intersections. He said, in a real sense, all life is interrelated. All people, he said all men, but we know that he meant all people, are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be. And you can never be what you ought to be until I am what I ought to be. This is the interrelated structure of reality. What if we really absorb that? And when we think about the policies and Rashad's levers of power and policies, Reverend Lewis, talk to us about that. Like, how do we go into that concept of Ubuntu? Because you are, I am. This is a beautiful opportunity for us to really, because we are in a crisis.
Oh my goodness, a hot mess.
Yes.
And I am in a really sunny place, and I don't want to stand up and change the shade, so forgive me for
No, you look great. You look great. No worries.
This is my work. This is my book, Fierce Love. This is my research. I've shared with Dr. King that I'm in ministry because of her dad. I'm called in because of this concept of this love that crosses all the borders, this sacrificial, redemptive, world-healing love that is about our human structure. I believe King's quote, that beautiful quote, and Gandhi's work and Howard Thurman, the basis of so much Fannie Lou Hamer, is this Ubuntu, Umuntu and Ubuntu and Gabantu. A human is a human through other humans in Zulu. I see you, I exist. You see me into existence. My humanity isn't human without other humans. This is everything. It's the basis of all of the world's major religions. And to be honest, the powers and the principalities and the systems, to pick up where Rashad and Kai are, understand this, and they seek to dismantle those connections. In the very first place where the indentured servants, if you will, and the African slaves, enslaved people were at once working on the field together and decided, hey, this doesn't really work. The principles, the powers, the principalities understood how to disrupt that connection, how to make the Black one stand out, the one who couldn't pass, right, from the white one, to pit their interests against one another, to create a sense of scarcity in the economy, Rashad, right? So that we don't want to organize together. We want to step on top of each other to make it, because the powers and principalities understand that that's how to isolate us, to make us tribal. The answer to that question is we are each other's tribe. In my book, I talk about how do you increase your tribe. I am Gazan. I am in Sudan, right? I am in Congo. I am in Appalachia. My people are all the people changes my politic, changes my process, changes the way I go to the polls, changes what I think about if I think about the child who still doesn't have clean water in Flint, Michigan, and I'm thirsty, that changes the way I behave in the world. If I think about a senior who can't pay their bills, that changes the way I go to the polls. It changes the way I think about policies. When I think about a child who doesn't have enough books to read, that changes the way I act in my own school board. This connectivity, Dr. Ryan, this Ubuntu philosophy, I think was our first human religion as a person of faith. I'll say that when we stood up out of the caves and stopped slithering and walked, we understood how much we needed one another. And sadly, I'll say as a professional religious person, religion has been used to disrupt that sense of community. Religion has been used to idolize white supremacy. Religion has been used to idolize Christianity over Islam. Religion has been used to break the ties that bind us, even though religion means to bind us. So I'm preaching always in our multi-everything community of faith, in the conferences that we do, we've got to get back to love. We've got to have the strength to love. Where do we go from here? We only go from here with the kind of love that King was espousing, that made poor people's issues all of our issues, that made women's issues all of our issues, that made poor people's issues all of our issues, that makes anti-Semitism and anti-Islamic our issue. It has to be my issue. Because it's yours is the way we get to the tomorrow that we're dreaming of. Clean air, clean water, children with enough, old folks with enough, an earth that works, a planet full of grace and peace and love.
And peace and love. And boy, do we need that now, is connecting that idea to actually what we are doing. And I'm coming back to Rashad Robinson with this question, because you raised with us the idea of the levers of power. But these are influenced by what the constituents know, what the constituents are exposed to. We know that as you said, we are flooded with violent rhetoric and violence and ignorance, actually, to what's going on in Israel and Palestine. We have learned that the Israeli public is actually very uninformed, and having worked in the region for 30 years myself, you know that when you're comfortable in any society, and your children go to school and everything's cool, you're having a good life, it's very difficult for you to think about the problems that are there. And that's true in the United States as well. If your life is good, you're not thinking about the violence in the city that doesn't affect you, or the poor schools, or et cetera. So this is a common problem of how we are exposed. What are we exposed to, and where do we get our information from? And so how do we live that Ubuntu if we don't know what's going on? Rashad Robinson, how do we get the word out? How do we tell us any stories y'all have about what's working? How do we get the word out about what's really happening? Because we have to tell people what's happening, right? We can't be Pollyanna, like head in the clouds. We have to tell people what's really real and happening, and then get the action going.
In so many ways, that's the work that we do every day at Color of Change, which is to try to translate these moments and these issues and these crises into places for people to come together to take strategic action. We operate from a very deep understanding and framework that people don't experience issues, we experience life. that the forces that hold us back are deeply interrelated, that a racist criminal justice system requires a racist media culture to keep it alive, to sustain it, to create the sort of incentive structures for it, that economic inequality goes hand in hand with political inequality, that they don't sort of exist separately, and that if we are going to do anything, right, we have to recognize that we have to constantly raise the floor on what's acceptable in society and push up the ceiling on what's possible. And we do that through people power advocacy and narrative change work. And so when I think about and I listen to not just the question, but the words of both of the other panelists, I really think about sort of the kind of sectors of power in our society. Whether they be the sort of cultural space of Hollywood, the information environment of big media and big tech. I think about the rules of government. I think about how they oftentimes are all interrelated. And going back to that sort of point I was making about the profit incentives, oftentimes at the heart, that animate and support and sustain the sort of decisions that are being made. You made the point that, how do we make sure that people know and understand? And I think that that is part of the work of creating more visibility and awareness. But we also have to recognize that presence doesn't equal power. And when we mistake presence for power, we can sometimes think we've done things that we haven't actually done. We can think that a Black president means that we're post-racial. We can think that America loving and celebrating Black celebrity and Black talent, a Black superstar stopping the internet when she announces a new album, that America can love, celebrate, and monetize Black culture and hate Black people at the same time. And those two things don't actually have to be in conflict. In fact, they actually can sustain because of the ways that incentive structures work. And so part of our work has to be not just trying to build presence, but building power. And power is the ability to change the rules. Sometimes they are the written rules of policy and the ways in which those policies are not only sort of promoted in advance, but how they are implemented and how they are enforced and how they are enforced equally in the infrastructure that actually allows for those policies to be real. And then they are the unwritten rules of culture and how we are sort of treated in place, in space, in society, and whether or not we are able to live in a society that can be on our side. And it also goes back to the story that we tell about inequality, right? Far too often we tell stories of inequality that are unfortunate, like a car accident, rather than unjust. And we tell stories about inequality that are unfortunate rather than just. We get people wanting to have charitable solutions to structural problems. And the teaching of Dr. King, to me, is obviously a radical teaching of love and charity, but a charity with a focus on justice, a focus on system change, a focus on changing the rules, which at the heart is not about simply philanthropy for philanthropic sake, but sort of diving into challenge and change the rules. And so one of the things I want to kind of offer up to the listeners is even how those of us who maybe even are the most thoughtful about the type of world that we want to live in, that we think about sometimes the language that we even use every day to kind of get to your question about how do we help people understand. It's not just having people have sort of a basic understanding, it's what do they actually understand about what's happening. And we sometimes use terms and words that set us up to the wrong sort of conclusion, right? We will call Black and brown communities vulnerable. Vulnerability is a personal trait. I may be vulnerable if I go on social media and see an ex that's too happy with their life. That's something I have to work on individually. But when we call Black communities, right, vulnerable, we force people to ask what is wrong with Black communities, not what is wrong with the systems and structures. Black communities are not vulnerable. We've been targeted, attacked, exploited, excluded. And so when we do that, it translates into our language. We may say Black people are less likely to get a loan from the bank instead of saying banks are less likely to give loans to Black people. And we may think that that is semantics, but it's actually not semantics. Black people are less likely to get a loan from the bank makes people say, what's wrong with Black people? people. Maybe they need more financial literacy to deal with institutions that have targeted, exploited, redlined, excluded them from the very beginning. Instead of saying, what is actually wrong with the banks? Instead of saying we actually need structural change with the banks. And so how we engage and how we focus and how we move that energy to get our sort of selves to the type of structural and systemic change that's actually necessary, that adds up. And the thing that I will say, because racial justice is under deep attack. It is under attack in corporate America. It is under attack in our courtrooms. It is under attack in our government. It is under attack everywhere. And racial justice is under attack because of the powerful success that racial justice has had in opening up and breaking through so many barriers that we have seen, right? If you go back to 2020, when many people thought the best we could do in terms of activism was uplift investigative journalism or clap outside of our windows. It was actually racial justice that drove people into the streets, helped to get people registered to vote, helped people sort of make commitments and demands. And racial justice became under attack because your opponents will always attack your best player in the fourth quarter. Your opponents will always go after your sort of superpower to eliminate it. And we have to keep showing up for racial justice like it is our star player, like it is our force multiplier, like it is our superpower if we actually want to win. Because racial justice isn't just the most powerful force we have to motivate, engage, and advance, bring people together around something bigger. Racial justice is also one of our best evaluative tools. Our best evaluative tools to actually look at what we've won along the way and to determine, was it at the level and was it at the strength and the power necessary to basically get the things that we actually want in society. And so at Color of Change, whether it's we're working to fight to change what's happening in prosecutor offices, whether we're holding big tech accountable and trying to change both the written and unwritten rules of how they operate and the monopolistic power that allows for mis and disinformation to not just travel, but for it to be profitable, whether it's we're dealing with sort of all the ways in which these book bans and these attacks on Black history are a deeper level attack on basically our ability to move forward. Because when people learn about redlining, they're more likely to want to dismantle the sort of thinking and ideas and rules that animate it. And that goes for all these type of injustices.
Right.
And part of what I'll just say is that our work, when we think about channeling presence and visibility into power, is building that infrastructure that allows us to change the rules, the force multiplying strength that allows us to win on the things that we want to win and tell the story that allows us to actually win more down the road.
Well, you gave us a long to-do list there. It's beautiful. Thank you for helping us. Kai Newkirk, help us out here with some ideas. How do we do that? These are all very challenging. Participating in changing the language, the mental framing. We know that like patriarchy, I have a friend who said patriarchy dies ugly, post Me Too, patriarchy dies ugly. White supremacy dies ugly. And so it's with that backlash that Rashad was just talking about, we are definitely seeing. So what do we do? How do we grab this moment again, post 2020 and say, no, we're not done. We have much to do. Show us the way. Kai Newkirk, and we'll keep this going for a few more minutes before we wrap up.
Well, I think that the tools that Dr. King pointed us towards are still trustworthy, are still powerful. And I think we can boil that down to the ballot and to nonviolent direct action and to people power that both Dr. Lewis and Rashad have spoken to. And I think those a lot of the biggest victories that we've had in recent years have been rooted in both of those. I was, and yet, even though for me, I'm convinced that we have the tools that we need and we have the methods that we need and the legacies and traditions that we can draw on. Most importantly to me, Dr. King's give us what we need, but it's still so hard. I was reading the injustice is deeply entrenched. And as Dr. Lewis was pointing out, all of these poisons, they're in us too, and that helps us with the empathy, not to other people, to say, hey, I'm grappling with these things too. We all are. And that I was reading the Testament of Hope essay last night, and Dr. King was saying that, well, the first thing we can really work on here is racist policing, right? That would be a really good place to start, you know? And so reading that now, again, is very sobering as we see what we continue to struggle with. And I think that a lot of it has to do with, as he was getting at in the Poor People's Campaign, the inextricably intertwined relationship of racial injustice and economic injustice, of materialism, poverty, and capitalism, right? And that when he was saying, hey, these victories that we've gotten so far, they came cheap a little bit, right? That the society didn't have to undergo what he called the radical reconstruction that's necessary in order to desegregate lunch counters, right? Or to offer or to try to enforce voting rights, right? But if we want to do something about poverty, if we want to really shift the racial redistribution of wealth in this country, then it means a deep shift in the economic structure. And that is going to the very, very heart of power, and challenging those who have the most to lose. And you know, after King's assassination, I would say that largely we went backwards and for a long time in our country. And we're just kind of coming into a period where we have a chance, I think, to push forward. But it's incredibly difficult. And I think that we've got to use these tools with a greater boldness and a greater commitment, in terms of the commitment to use the ballot and use the vote, no matter what, how much we sacrifice, to use that strategically and engage our families, our friends, and our community in doing so. And this power of nonviolent direct action, the level of sacrifice and risk that people took in the golden era and transformative periods of the civil rights movement is profound. It's profound. And for us to really challenge ourselves, are we stepping up? Are we living that love that boldly? I would say most of us are not, and that's okay. It's really hard, but how do we challenge ourselves, right? And it begins, I think, with cultivating in our hearts. And for most of them, they were doing that in the church multiple days a week, you know, really cultivating and nurturing that deep love and that willingness to sacrifice, right? And wherever we can find that in our lives, if it's in the church, if it's in mindfulness, or in our different faiths, we have to do that. And then we've got to put it into action together. That's what grows it. That's what deepens it. Compassion needs to be expressed in action, or it's not truly itself. And then, and in my experience in nonviolent direct action, it's liberating to take a sacrifice and overcome your fear for something you really believe in, right? And it builds on that. And we still see successes from that today. And so I think that path is one that I trust in and believe in, that it can lead us still to the promised land. But it's very, very difficult. And I think we have to reckon with ourselves at a deep level spiritually and in our movement. Are we really there, right? Are we really practicing and cultivating the love that Dr. King talked about for ourselves, for each other, for our opponents? Is that what people think when they look at movements that we're part of? Is that we even love our enemies or our opponents, and that we are trying to create a society that has a space for them? A lot of times, yes. Sometimes I would say no, because these things are in us too, right? And then, because that's the leadership we have to hold out, that people look at our movements and say, hey, there's a North Star. They're pointing us. That's mature leadership that has a real vision in which all of us truly can thrive together, that wants to make this brotherhood, sisterhood, national family thing, global family thing a reality. And then to put that into action. I think obviously this election this year is critical for our nation and the planet. Turning out a historic vote to defend democracy and to uplift these values is critical. And I think, as Rashad pointed to, the movement of people in the streets is one of the things that can really generate the momentum and sense of possibility. And when we do that deeply grounded in love and nonviolence and the strategic thinking that Dr. King had, then we can still move mountains.
Well, that's right. And thank you, because we need that. We're going to need that orientation as we go forward. We have, it's what you just said made me think of something that, we have to hold on to some hope about the way forward. And even in this crisis, let's say in Israel and Gaza, you see this core of people, is both Israeli, Jewish and Arab Israelis inside Israel coming together to say, we have to live together. It's a small, but you could feel there's some energy behind this. Isn't that the only way we're going to do this? We're going to have to look at our common humanity And sometimes great crisis brings us to that moment. I think we're there here in this country as well, that we have to, we just have to resist the temptation to demonize people, and to draw people towards that love. But love in the public square is also justice. So finding a way to work for justice. You mentioned universal human rights. Can we think, as a person coming from the human rights world, human rights is a useful framework, because it says I see and you have a spiritual and then social construct. The spiritual is you have to see someone as yourself. Then you have to act that way, right? So if we take an idea of human rights, it means right to housing, right to adequate standard of living is equal to the right to vote. Yep. That means when I'm making a policy, I think, is anyone left out of this housing policy? Are they living on the street? I have to shift myself, because the policy has to match the spiritual. Dr. Lewis, talk to us about that, and how this is a crucial year for us as we bring these ideas together. What should we be thinking about now in making this possible?
Thank you for that. And gosh, I'm so glad for this conversation, y'all. I'm excited and motivated. I want to tell a couple quick stories, because people remember stories. What do we need to do? What's the hope? How we pull this together? What happened so horrible that Trayvon Martin was killed? And Black Lives Matter moved. It moved. The catastrophe, the violence, the horror of that moved people into the streets to do nonviolent protests, to connect young white folks out marching led by Black folks. Sadly, horribly, George Floyd is murdered, and France, Paris, all over the globe, people are activated. They move into the streets. They move into social media. They move into coalitions. They harness their power, Rashad. They think of each other as colleagues and as family, and they move and do something about it. This horror of October 7th that has led to this horror in Gaza has people in the streets. I've been at the Manhattan Bridge shutting it down with Jews and Muslims and Christians and Buddhists and atheists. We've been marching with young people around both gun violence and climate. People know what to do, and they know how to do it. And I think in the Power of Stories place, we have to remind each other of the successes we've had in the human rights places. Look at what we did together. Look at how we organized. Look at how we raised our wages. Look at how we unionized. Look at how we put the conversation about climate on the table. Look at how many young people are standing up for against guns and for a gun-free society. We have not won these fights, but we're in these fights together. And I think if we keep connecting the dots in that really practical place, y'all who are listening, you can't do everything. But where's your heart cracked widest open? Where's your most ardent, passionate concern? Go there. You take it there. And Kai and Rashad and Karen and I will go over there. And together we can change the dynamic and the story, because we each just throw down at the place where we know we can have an impact. That's one. Two, we can't change this world in segregated silos. So find a community that is diverse. Color of Change is diverse, right? Carter Center diverse, For All diverse, Middle Collegiate Church diverse. Get to a place where you can hear each other's stories and grow that radical empathy that we've all talked about, and harness shared power, as we've all talked about. You can't do it by yourself. We can't do it in segregated silos. And three, don't let King Holiday be the only time we study this incredible man's legacy of work. Read Strength to Love. Read Where Do We Go From Here? No more speeches than I Have a Dream. Put yourself in the conversation with these incredible texts. Subscribe to the King Center, subscribe to Color of Change for All, subscribe to Middle Church. Be in relationship with texts and stories and wisdom that will keep our muscle for justice exercised.
Well, thank you. That's great, because it does feel hopeless sometimes. And you just really inspired me about how to make these connections. And I hope everyone listening get some adrenaline from that. Rashad Robinson, we've got two more minutes left. So can you help wrap this up before I turn to Kai to bring us home?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to associate myself with the comments, and I want to invite people into action, right? All of everything that's been said here today means nothing without action. It's they're just ideas and they're floating around unless we sort of engage in the next steps to do something. And so whether it's inviting folks into the organizations, on this call, the other ones you'll hear from throughout the day, organizations that exist locally in your community, but join together with others. And that is one of the most powerful and the most strategic ways that we can be engaged in building and fighting and winning the world that we deserve and the world that we want the people that come behind us to live in. And so join us at colorofchange.org, join the other organizations. But my message of translating this moment of deep presence and visibility and awareness into the power to change the rules starts with each and every one of us willing and ready to do something.
What a great way to start the year. Kai, take us home. Energize us with some ideas. How do people connect?
Well, I think that we've heard a lot of good ideas, and I think that there are, what Dr. Lewis was saying about, find the place where your heart is cracked open widest, right? There's a lot of alienating and discouraging dynamics in our society, right? But when you move, motion leads to more motion, opening leads to more opening, connecting leads to more connecting. And as I was saying earlier, when we take big steps in terms of empowerment, right? When you vote for the first time, right? When you recruit somebody to do something for the first time, when you're arrested for justice for the first time, right? You have a sense of this unfolding potential, right? Your love is becoming more real. And so we got to take those steps. And I think also there are moments in society and kind of fault lines in the battles where, in my view, the kind of most is at stake for the overall system in society, right? In terms of where it's going. And that's not to say that there's like a hierarchy of what's most important, right? Or that we have to sort of all agree on that or something. You got to move where you feel it's most important for you right now, where you feel most motivated, where you can make the biggest difference. But I do think that we're in a kind of historical pivot point right now as to whether the United States, essentially, and a few other nations are going to continue to abide by an extreme contradiction of human rights and democracy, right? We're trying to get people to, hey, support Ukraine in defending against Russia, right? Let's be serious about the United Nations and human rights and so on. But why would the nations of the world believe that? Why would people of the world believe that when they see what's happening in Gaza? And that we aren't really responding to that in a way that shows the seriousness of it. So I think that there's something at stake for decades to come in terms of our capacity to really bring people together in this, and to try to move towards a world that is really grounded in systems, institutions really grounded in this vision of love and of human rights. I think there's something critical at stake in this moment. And and for this country, for our democracy, many people are being deeply discouraged from participating in our democracy because they feel like the leaders that, in this case, Biden, right, is betraying the basic values that they thought electing him would lead to in a profound way. And so I would encourage us, find the place where you can act with love to try to win a ceasefire in Gaza as soon as possible. I really believe that is a kind of pivot point for our nation and our world right now in terms of the work of trying to build a democratic society, a society that's really rooted in love and an expression of King's vision.
Well, thank you for that. And just one to-do list here is I would recommend people open up the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and read it. This is something President Carter used to do at every meeting. He would hold up a little copy and say, please, when I read this, I get the same feeling as when I read my Bible. He said that because it's about this oneness we're talking about. And then go and read the Vietnam speech, the Riverside Church speech that Dr. King gave at the end of his life. to think about that moment that Kai just talked about that we're in. Thank you to all of our panelists, Reverend Dr. Jackie Lewis, Rashad Robinson, Kai Newkirk. Let's keep the conversation. I'm so grateful to you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
One of the finding was that in systems, there's often no unifying vision. It's not that the superintendent or the leader doesn't have a vision. It's that people don't feel connected to it. It's that if you go down, if you have any system and you go to, if you go to Miss Jones' third grade classroom, is that teacher connected to the vision of the person leading the entire system? When you can't thread it through, right, then we're all kind of working in different directions.
Right, so I think that we need to shift the education system from a one-size-fits-all factory model to a more individualized, future-thinking approach. When we do that, we will begin to see innovation show up in spaces, right? Because you cannot be innovative if you continue to do the same things that we've been doing since the industrial age.
We continue to lie to ourselves about our own history in ways that is so detrimental for our young folks who require the adults in the room to give them the truth about who we are. Good, bad, and ugly. We need to tell them the truth, but with the hope and faith that we can survive it. And I do think that is the role of education.
I didn't mean to be a racist. I'm pretty sure I didn't even know what racism was. Certainly not white supremacy. I didn't choose to act, believe, or be superior to others. It was just the way it was, how I was. It was my normal. As a child growing up in an all-white neighborhood, I never questioned where Paulina, the Black women living in the domestic quarters at the back of our house, came from, or whom she left behind to come and care for me in a neighborhood where she was not allowed to sleep in the main house. I never questioned how the Black man, John, appeared like clockwork at our gate every Saturday morning to tend our garden from his distant Black township, despite not having access to a car. Little did I know that pronouns, boy and girl, we routinely used for these and other Black citizens of our country were terms of dehumanization and not endearment. Hi, my name is Susan Marks, and I am a recovering white supremacist. Isn't that what they teach you in any addiction program? That the first step to a cure is to admit you have a problem? I know it makes some people extremely uncomfortable when I say these words. Please understand, I do not say them lightly. In fact, it has taken me 20 years to do so. You have to understand that I didn't mean to be a white supremacist. I didn't choose to be a racist. Unlike millions of disillusioned adults these days who choose to follow skinhead ideologies and white supremacist groups as white supremacy rises globally, there was no choice involved in it for me. I was born into it. I was it. It was who I was. Until it wasn't. You see, I was born in a suburb outside Pretoria, South Africa, aptly named Verwoerdburg, after Hendrik Verwoerd, the architect of apartheid, who often referred to it as a policy of good neighborliness to a good, hardworking, white Afrikaner family in the late 1970s. Apartheid was in its heyday back then, Life was good, at least if you belonged to the 16.4% ruling minority white population, that is. We had safe and clean streets, safe and clean drinking water, power, access to schools. Every person I knew had a job, a car, and went on vacation twice a year to crystal white beaches. And I don't mean the sand. We never wanted for anything. My dad bought a family home and a car, then a bigger home and a fancier car as he was promoted. He traveled for work abroad and brought us back exotic products from the US, like Pepsi, which we all believed to be an imaginary drink in Hollywood on account of the sanctions. We ate meals together, cooked by the domestic worker, and watched the news at night, in which we were reminded of the dangerous zwart gevaar, the black threat, threatening our idyllic existence. Somber white men read the news, interspersed with loud and threatening videos of the riots and the unrest in the townships, code for black neighborhoods, fueled by the dangerous youths, code for black men, because if they were white, they would have been referred to as students. Our fantasy was upheld through fear. That's just it. My whole life was shielded from reality. I lived in an Orwellian world where the government controlled the news, books, travel, videos we could watch, the language the news was read in, predominantly Afrikaans, the Bibles we were given, practically the thoughts you could have in your head. Pastors, teachers, parents, friends, everyone you met were white. All the while, Paulina wasn't allowed to sit on the furniture, eat from our crockery, use the indoor toilet or our showers. Rather, she was expected to bathe using a bucket while standing up in her outdoor toilet and sit on the floor inside the house when my dad spoke with her. When my dad installed a bathroom in her housing quarters with a shower and a sink in the 1980s, neighbors teased him that he were treating her too good. A tin plate, a cup, a single spoon were kept under the sink for her meals, while my mom's several dozen crockery sets, which Paulina polished, sat neatly stacked and largely unused in the cupboards that lined the dining and the living rooms. She called my parents boss, or boss, and Mrs. In the older days, when my folks were children, they would have been referred to as klein boss, little boss, on the old family farm. In the absence of a living room or a parlor to entertain their friends, it was not uncommon to see a group of black domestic workers huddled under a tree, sitting on the lawn on a street corner on the afternoons off, laughing, playing games, or doing some sort of arts. Black men never congregated in groups in my neighborhood, or the police would surely have been called. Paulina's room fascinated me. How I longed to find an excuse to enter her room, where I was intrigued by the bed, stacked high on top of 2 bricks, wrapped in my mom's old Christmas paper, to ward off an evil spirit called the tokoloshi, and the smell of maize meal cooking on a gas stove, and the collection of strange keepsakes from a mysterious home several hours' drive away. As a preschooler, I started sitting on the back steps with Paulina, eating maize meal with her from the same plate, using our hands to roll them into a bowl and smear them through a sauce of tomato and onion. When my mom caught us socializing out back, I was immediately ordered to come inside and to not be spending time out there anymore. Shortly thereafter, I was at a park. And I remember when Paulina went to take my hand to walk me back to the house, I instinctively pulled my hand away. Somehow something had snapped in my little blonde head, just automatically knowing deep down inside of me that it just wasn't the thing to do, to touch a black person's hand. The wall had gone up. Fast forward about 20 years. To a fateful day in January 2003 in Los Angeles, California. I was 25 years old now, recently married to a boy from California. I met on a gap year and having recently transferred to the University of California. I remember coming home one day and telling my young husband that I had the strangest experience that day. You see, for the first time in my entire life, I was a minority in a classroom. A few weeks into the semester, a professor took pity on this naive Afrikaner, probably after I made a remarkably uninformed observation about the trajectory of my country following the fall of apartheid nearly a decade before. In a true instant of fate, he gifted me a book called A Human Being Died That Night, A Story of South African Forgiveness by Professor Pumla Kobojama-Dikizela. It would be the first piece of literature I ever read about the history of South Africa that did not involve a white man wearing a big hat with a feather in it that arrived on a ship and warded off the natives. Just like America, the mythology of the Afrikaner is very much founded on the doctrine of discovery. I stayed up reading all night, and with every page, my horror, shame, and rage grew. When I attended the book reading at the Los Angeles Public Library later that week, I sat stunned in an audience comprising a few hundred students, South African diaspora, and American anti-apartheid activists. So deep runs the tentacles of othering and dehumanization of another that I recall the first thought that came into my mind when the author was introduced on stage as professor was, I wonder where a Black person got a PhD. Let that sink in. At the end of the talk, I found myself with my hand in the air. Unclear of the question I apparently needed to ask, I rose when the moderator called upon me. I locked eyes with Pumla and I started speaking. Excuse me, I don't really have a question, but I just needed to say something. I'm an Afrikaner, and I know now that I benefited from apartheid, and I don't know what to do about it. At this point, Pumla stood, she called me to the front, and speaking into her microphone, she said, "You're doing it now." She embraced me. We both cried. I think everybody cried. And the event ended. And my life was divided into before and after. That night catalyzed the next 20 years of my life. I petitioned and changed my major to African Studies that week, went on work to studying African studies, racism, trauma, identity politics, even Zulu. My first thesis was called Cry the Beloved Culture, the Young White Afrikaner in Post-Apartheid South Africa. For my first master's degree, I focused on the intersection of race, class, and gender in Black women executives in South Africa's C-suites. I moved across the globe to work on human rights in places like Iraq, Afghanistan, Timor-Leste, and finally back to Sub-Saharan Africa, where I focused on women's rights, combating human trafficking, and violence against women. And finally, making the decision to move to Atlanta in 2022 with my family, where I now use my experience, knowledge, past, and my commitment to racial justice to support the human rights program at the Carter Center in catalyzing important discussions and helping communities heal through truth-telling, just like I did all those years ago. Moving from South Africa to the American South at this time in history has been a telling experience. While so much has obviously changed since the heyday of apartheid, South Africa is now a racially integrated society filled with people not afraid to discuss our racist past. We peacefully defeated apartheid, and our history of white supremacy was taught a stiff lesson through rebranding, legislation, and policies aimed at righting the past through a serious process of transformation using truth and reconciliation to face and address the past head-on. Today, the vestiges of white supremacy are largely relegated to the kitchens of the whites who feel disenfranchised for having to compete for things they used to get for free. But while South Africans may be politically integrated, the country, of course, remains economically very much segregated. Contrastingly, here in the US, I am deeply concerned about the reluctance for honest conversations about privilege and oppression. I'm fearful of the rise of white supremacy and how it permeates anti-immigrant, school admission, and voting policies and legislation. I recognize the politics of fear being used in the major news networks to terrify one group into fearing and dehumanizing another, much like the apartheid bubble I grew up in. Well, I know that Americans need a serious reckoning through seeking and telling the truth. What it needs more are dedicated and targeted policies and legislation aimed at increasing equity, access, safety, and dignity for all. Individuals cannot heal. Communities and the United States will suffer. In the words of Dr. King, justice for Black people will not flow into this society merely from court decisions, nor from fountains of political oratory. White America must recognize that justice for Black people cannot be achieved without radical changes in the structure of our society. I tell this story not because I'm unique or think I'm special, but because I am privileged to have had the experience I did. To have the opportunity to right a horrible wrong is a gift. I don't always get it right, and I still wake up in the morning and wonder, am I still a racist? For our family, it starts at home, where my husband and I are explicit in parenting our 3 children in anti-racism, realizing that even the relative safety of raising white sons in America is a privilege not afforded Black mothers. Our kids will know that just because your Black friend is in the same school and lives on the same street as you does not make us the same. Our family has intergenerational privilege dating back at least 3, in some instances 4 generations, from access to capital, education, security, that millions of Black and brown people do not have. So while we may appear equal today, the journey is not the same, and we will be proud anti-racists and advocates for change and vote like everyone's life depends on it. And we will know that Black lives do matter.
The nonviolent movement for social change must be properly interpreted, as well as developing programs that will deal with the issues of today.
Dear Coretta.
Dear Coretta.
Dear phenomenal woman.
Dear mother. I can still hear your voice lifted in song. I can still see the warmth in your eyes and feel the gentle wisdom of your words.
You had a vision of the future that felt impossible to so many. But your faith, fortitude, and integrity laid the groundwork for it to become a reality.
Thank you, Mrs. Coretta.
For creating, for singing, for leading, for being.
Heal the wounded soul. There is a Lord.
You didn't just teach it, you lived it. You told your own story in your own words. When others spoke over you, you let your actions be a guide for those who chose to see.
You are glorious, not because you are perfect, but because life's imperfections taught you grace. Sharpen your compassion and your passions.
At this point, I feel even stronger, and I want you to know that you have my utmost support.
You stared down hate, stood firm in your beliefs,
protected the small, prepared a place for those who were oppressed. You showed us that resistance is a discipline, integrity is a practice in empathy, and courage can be cultivated by each and every one of us.
When people decide to be free and they are united together in that effort, nothing can stop them.
You weathered storms, rebuilt from charred embers, conquered fear, and laughed a lot.
You told us that we could be anything and that our circumstances didn't define our greatness. Most of all, you taught us that our dreams matter. Dear Coretta.
Dear Coretta.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Gael Zayimana. I'm a member of the Carter Center's Human Rights Program, where I lead the newly formed Racial Justice Initiative. Thank you all for joining us today for this important conversation. The topic we're going to discuss today is why love is a tangible catalyst for shifting the cultural climate. I am thrilled to be joined in this conversation by Carlos Rodriguez. Carlos is a founder of the Happy nonprofit, where he has spent the past 15 years traveling the world, reaching the most broken people with hugs, passion, and the stories in Luke 15. Dr. Elizabeth Rosner. For those of you who have taken the King Center's Nonviolence 365 training, her face may seem familiar, as she's a certified nonviolence trainer for the King Center. After spending 30 plus years in and around higher education, Dr. Rosner founded her college coaching practice, Depth-Free Degree with Dr. Rosner, where she teaches people how she was able to obtain 3 degrees, including her PhD, with only $1,000 in student loans. Finally, we are joined by Unique Jones Gibson. Unique Jones Gibson is a creative visionary, cultural architect, and social activist who develops award-winning campaigns and products that ignite conversation, introspection, and social change. Unique launched Because of Them We Can, an award-winning campaign and platform that reaches millions of people monthly as it uplifts and amplifies positive news. It's a pleasure to meet you all, and well, without further ado, let's dive in. So the first question to start this conversation is, love is the most durable power in the world. These words from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. highlight the endurance of love, while also conveying that love is a power. It is not possessive, but it is a catalyst for making sure peace, which includes justice. Dr. Rosner, would you share more about how Dr. King defines love, especially as it relates to power and justice?
Absolutely. Thank you, Gael. It is a delight to be with you. And I'm telling you, to be with my brother Carlos, if you haven't gotten a hug from him in person, you are missing out, because that man is an excellent hugger. And Unique, I am delighted to be on this panel with you. One of my favorite books by Dr. Martin Luther King is Where Do We Go From Here? And oftentimes people will say, so Elizabeth, I want to figure out, where do I want to start with study? And I always recommend this book. And in here, he has a powerful quote. And he says, what is needed is a realization that power without love is reckless and abusive. And love without power is sentimental and anemic. Power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice. Justice at its best is love correcting everything that stands against love. What I want to talk about is these hashtags that we've been saying during our Be Love training and then in the summit today and tomorrow. It's this hashtag interrelated, hashtag interdependent, hashtag interconnected. That power, love, and justice, it isn't 3 things that we silo. It is all the interconnectedness. And how do we raise that conversation using Dr. King's words, studying him? Again, our theme is the study, shifting the cultural climate through the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence. So how is it through this session and the other sessions that we can talk about power, love, and justice and shifting that climate?
Thank you for that, Dr. Rosner. That reminds me, it's almost as power, love, and justice are the flip sides to the 3 evils that Dr. King has mentioned and always, preached about. So thank you for bringing that up. You would like to elaborate on that?
Go ahead, sir.
No, would you like to elaborate? Feel free.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. Unique. The next question is for you. How can we, to use your coined phrase, make love known in policies and practices?
Thank you for that question and for having me here. I think making love known is really about thinking about not just yourself, but others when we think about policies and practices? Do the policies just benefit me, or do they empower and benefit everyone else? Do the practices benefit me, or do they empower and benefit everyone else? And I think when we endeavor to make love known, which is what I believe Martin Luther King existed to do and endeavored to do, when we work to make love known, we consider other people as well as ourselves, and we consider the impact that we're having on them and the power that we have to improve their lives or to do the opposite. And I think we have the ability to do that when we develop and construct policies and procedures and practices on a daily basis.
Absolutely. Thank you. Carlos or Dr. Rosen, would you like to please share your thoughts?
My apologies. My internet has been terrible, so I need to learn how to love the company that's making this work. No, but it's kind of ridiculous how simple it is, and yet it's consistently through generations, through different cultures, through different languages. It clearly is that love, to love one another, to learn how to love yourself in order to then properly love those who are broken just like we are broken, who are in need just like we are in need, and yet at the same time allowing that love to make clear how we are different and how we can use whatever privilege we do have in order to serve the other. And so when love is just a concept, then I mean we can identify it as anything, but when it's an actual verb, when it's something that we do, when it's something that we practice, again, for ourselves, for each other, and then that's the power, right? That's the power of, in this context, and that was the incredible thing about Dr. King, is in the context that I'm living in right now, in the context as a preacher, in the context as a Black man, in the context of the 60s, this is how I'm gonna love and serve the people around me. How can we identify that? How we can serve others, and how we can demonstrate love, again, not just through a lot of this, but a lot of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes. Yes. One way that I do this is I am intentional. So you can see what I have on. I'm even wearing love because we need to wrap ourselves in it. It is this choice and this intentionality. One of the hashtags that I use all the time is hashtag heart sighting, because I look for hearts. You know, if you're looking up in the clouds, you're like, what am I looking for? Look for hearts. You know, if you are, you know, walking down a gravel road, look for hearts. I also use the hashtag Let's Love More in 24, because we do have a lot of love out there, and we have a lot more that we can give. And so recognizing all the ways that we can put that out there to be intentional. You know, how is it that you are showing up in the world? What is it that you're wearing? What is it that your vision and your lens that you're looking through in order to make love known? I absolutely love that, Unique, and I'm going to start using that as a hashtag as well.
Absolutely. And I'm also thinking that this reminded me of the child tax credit that was recently passed during COVID that was unfortunately that wasn't renewed, and how important it is to support policies that actually embody that love, right? Another policy that comes to mind is Dr. Derek Hamilton's baby bonds policy that is being trialed in Vermont. So I think it's also very vitally important that we actually vote and support these policies that embody the work and the love that we want to see in the community. Carlos, the next question is for you, sir. Injustice against Black and Brown people persists and is prevalent in Puerto Rico, where you live. How can we just demystify love, show it its tangibility, and use it as a catalyst for eradicating bias and racism, for cultivating justice, which Dr. King defined as love correcting and everything that stands against love?
Wow, amazing. So here I am thinking about love in the context of policy, in the context of laws, in the context of, right? And I'm literally sitting in Puerto Rico. We are an American colony. We are taxed and not represented. We are second-class citizens. Thank you so much for the passport, but I actually can't vote for that, who I have to call commander-in-chief. Thank you so much for allowing our students to go to war to represent a country that then when they come back here to live on the island that they just went to war for, they can't vote for the president. They don't have representation in Congress, right? And so that intersection of how different people's groups, how different cultures, in the context of America, right? Let's not even talk about what's going on around the world, but in the context of America, we are still dealing with lack of democracy, the things that we're saying, the love that we have, right, for the nation and for the concept of democracy not being manifested even with American citizens living in American territory. And so how to be, again, using that word, how to be intentional about identifying those things that don't fully give justice to all the people. And again, we're just talking about the US, for Black and brown men and women that are missing out. And so if we think about it, if I try to, and I'll try to be quick, but if I try to personify this relationship, right, of a Puerto Rican being an American citizen, an easier way for me to personify is like a stepfather. America is our stepfather. We didn't choose, right, for this stepfather to be our stepfather, and he might make us feel like you need to be grateful because we're giving you food and I put a roof over your head. But he lets us know that we don't really belong. He lets us know that we're not really his children. He lets us know that we don't carry his name. And so that is not an experience of love. That is not a relationship of love. That's a forced relationship that is imposed upon us. There's no justice in that. There's no full human rights in that. And so how to keep our hearts sweet towards, right, these people that we're forced into relationship with, and yet at the same time, how to be like, wait a minute, this is not the right relationship, and how do we fix this in a way that's, in a nonviolent way so that there's full rights for all?
Absolutely. Intentionality is vitally important. Dr. Rosner or Unique, would you like to also speak to that and share your thoughts?
When I hear that quote that that justice is love correcting everything that stands against love, I think about this wonderful sticker right here, justice is love out loud. And I got that from the Happy Givers, which is Carlos's ministry. And I can't tell you how many stickers and shirts I have from there. And, when I wear them and people comment on them, again, how is it that we can be out loud with this love, even in situations where we aren't being seen, where we aren't fully heard, as Carlos was mentioning in that situation, where it's you want to stay tender, you want to stay loving, and also you want to be out loud for justice for all. That there are 8 billion people on the planet, and each one of us have these rights, and making sure that if I accept it for myself, if I want it for my husband, for my son, for my family, then I want it for Carlos and his family, and Gael and his family, and Unique and her family. And then I want it for my other 8 billion siblings around the world. And those are the ways that we can live out loud, be justice out loud.
Unique?
No, I absolutely agree. I think it's, when I think about justice, sometimes I think about just us, right? The people who are really fighting for justice. And I think that what Dr. Roz has just said just totally touches on it. It has to be about the whole. It has to be about everyone. And justice is there to take place when love is absent or love doesn't shine through because of the forces that may be pushing against it. But where justice shows up is absolutely necessary. And it's necessary to embrace the whole, not just us.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. All right, our next question is for the whole panel. This is going to bring us more to domestic policy as it relates to the election. So the Iowa caucus is 5 days away. So officially marking the start of the 2024 elections in the United States amidst cultural debates that have come to represent the past decade and more of U.S. politics. Does agape love matter in our voting processes, political discourse, and civic engagement? This is open to the floor, so please feel free.
I mean, again, as somebody who can't vote in the American election, even though I'm an American citizen, my request every 4 years to those who can't vote is, can we consider how the most marginalized, vulnerable person we know would vote? What would be the benefit to those that we know are the most excluded? How can my vote become inclusion for them? And it's a testament of love, right? Of loving one another, of putting each other above ourselves and making that choice. So I'm obviously sometimes speaking to a crowd who would vote like if I could vote, how I would vote. And yet there is an audience that haven't given that thought. We live in such a me, myself, and I worship society. Wait a minute. Could I vote literally? Could my vote be a service to somebody who is voiceless? And we know that we're not voiceless. In the context of me, I am voteless in that sense. So there is an element of, can I recognize who's the most marginalized, who's the most vulnerable, and can I use this choice that I do get, this privilege that I do get to represent them in order for them to be represented eventually as they should.
When I think about agape love, I think about a love for people that you don't even know. People that can't return the love, can't reciprocate it, but the love exists. And if I think about our roles and responsibility when we are voting and we are participating in this process, we have to be able to think, to your point, about the whole, about the least littlest one, about the people who need the help but are furthest from it, about the laws that impact everyone, whether I benefit from it or not. If it's hurting someone else, if the policy is hurting someone else, how do I present an alternative that makes it so that everyone can be embraced in this process and everyone can experience the goodness that everyone gets to experience? And so when I think about agape love, I think we would be in a much better space if we all thought about the least littlest one, if we thought about the strangers and not just the people that ate dinner at our dinner tables, if we thought about the people that we would never cross paths with because we're in different classes or we're in different environments, if we thought about those individuals when we voted, if we thought about those individuals when we talked about the path that we should be going down, I think we would be in a much different place overall because it considers the least littlest one. It considers the people that we don't know and the people who might not have the means, the resources, or even the know-how to repay that type of love. And so I absolutely think that we would be in a much different space if agape love was present in that process.
Absolutely. Yes, that's great, Unique. For me, when I think about agape, it is not what are you doing for me that you deserve my love. It is that you have a heartbeat, and because you have a heartbeat, because you have dignity, then I extend agape love. And so your question, Gael, of is agape love important? Does it matter in terms of elections, in terms of voting? It matters everywhere, in every endeavor, in every place where we can talk about this. It absolutely matters. Oftentimes in the United States, we expend a tremendous amount of energy building lines and saying you're in and you're out. And agape says we're all in, because if one person's out, then everybody's out. That's what agape is. That's what interrelatedness is. And therefore, certainly on the elections, that absolutely being driven by that agape intentionality is key and vital. It's how I vote every time.
Absolutely. That's very beautiful and a very important point. I think oftentimes too, we think that there are disparate communities, right? Those that are unheard that also can't vote. But there's sometimes felon disenfranchisement comes to mind, right? Those are just tends to be one and the same, right? A community that is often marginalized and still doesn't have the access to vote. So your points are well taken about, I think when you vote, casting and voting on behalf of those that do not have the same access and enfranchisement that we all have. So thank you for that. All right, for the next question, I would like to look at the global developments and the need for transnational love. How can love serve as a catalyst in our responses to the devastating violence and war in Gaza, the Congo, Sudan, Myanmar, and other nations and regions?
One of the things that comes to mind for me is when Dr. King talks about how love stands up for justice, that it is demanding justice. And in each of these opportunities, we can say, where is it that we are defining justice? Where is it that we're saying these policies, these actions, these atrocities are, because they are hurting someone in our global family, then they're hurting me. And understanding that we are demanding justice, that we are demanding that love correct everything that stands against love. And how can that drive our policy?
Absolutely.
I totally agree. I also think it's it's just inhumanizing people that you may never meet or may never see, regardless of where they live on this planet. It's in really seeing yourself in these individuals, no matter who they believe in or don't believe in, no matter what they wear or dress like, no matter what they eat or where they reside. I think when we think about what's going on all over the world, everyone is human at the end of the day. And I think that the way we advocate for justice and the way we advocate for policies and what we do or we don't support, at its very core, we have to make sure that everybody, no matter, irrespective of their beliefs, is humanized, and that we push back against the narratives that seeks to dehumanize people, to get us to discard them or to get us to forget about them or to get us to push them away rather than to embrace them, knowing that they're an extension. We're all an extension of one another. And so when we think about what's happening outside of the United States, there are only borders and waters that separate us. But outside of that, we're all human, and we all have a responsibility to make sure that we uphold and that we honor the humanity of others.
Before Carlos jumps in, I want to piggyback just a little bit on that, Unique. I remember there was a conflict where the U.S. was fighting with another country against another country. And I was saying that I was praying for the country that the U.S. was fighting against. And my friend said, "Oh, no, Elizabeth, you've got it wrong. No, we should be praying for these people." And I said, "No. The people that the U.S. is fighting against, these are still our brothers and sisters." So it's exactly what you say, Unique, that if we begin dehumanizing, if we begin saying, if you are a part of this region, then we will pray for you. But if you're not a part of this region, then we're not going to pray for you. That's not how my faith tradition works.
I mean, it's so incredibly sad that we can use this word love and yet understand that so much of what's happening around the world, and if we use Gaza as an example, there's this overvalue of love for country, of love for my people, of love for my tribe. And there's a beautiful thing, right, of us recognizing our differences and valuing them and honoring. I love being a Puerto Rican, and I love that I live in Puerto Rico. I absolutely love it. I would love for everybody to come and experience how lovely it is here. And yet, if that love is superior to the love for my fellow human, then love can itself be a problem. The love of this nation, the love of the flag, the love of this, right, of this specific expression of the culture. And so responsibility for leaders, for pastors, theologians, for professors to teach, right? The value of the human being, of the brother and the sister and everybody in between, the value of the different cultures, different religions, the different faith expressions, how we can, I mean, it happens with the kids, right? My kids are like, "I love my Cheerios." I'm like, that's a big word for Cheerios, but okay, I get what you're saying. But it's become too trivial, right? And to even start to talk about love when so many children are literally being bombed right now, like literally right now. There are human beings being blown to pieces because there was a love that was superior. It was the love of an idea, of a theology, of this history, a love of this history of the people, where we have minimized the human, the person, the child, in order to have a different kind of love. And so there's no doubt that we have to reimagine even this word love in these conversations about love that, again, can be so kind of fluffy. What are we actually loving? Who are we loving? Why is this love superior to this other love? And having those hard conversations because we need to, and there's too many lives at stakes.
Carlos, as a Puerto Rican, how do you practice that with a country that is still not giving you rights, still doesn't have given statehood? So how do you embody that?
Thank you for asking that. I mean, it has to be with the individual, right? So I have a legitimate rage against a system, a legitimate disdain against a system that has not just oppressed us as a people, has oppressed other brothers and sisters of different colors, races. And so I can disdain the system because I actually love the individual. I actually can see all these incredible individuals both in the U.S. and outside of the U.S. And it's not that kind of classic like, oh no, but I have a white friend, and so not all the white people are bad. Like we've done backwards. It's I can recognize the issue of this horrific system that was built by white supremacists to oppress, to separate, to delineate who is better and who's not, who deserves more rights and who doesn't. And yet at the same time, I can love people because people are a process. And I can love the human in their process, hopefully in the right movement towards liberty, towards justice, towards human rights for all. And even for those that are moving in the opposite direction, unfortunately, as we're seeing so much in the United States, how can I, in knowing and recognizing the evil of the system, still keep hope for those that are even perpetrating that evil system while calling them out, while saying this is wrong, but not becoming the monster that I'm trying to fight, and allowing our hearts to continue to love as a superior thing that we're selling. This is the product we're selling, right? Love and nonviolence and hope. And so it would be number one hypocritical to, again, thank you so much for asking, because a lot of people don't ask, how do I keep my heart sweet towards a nation that is, colonizing us for so many years, and doesn't look like there's any language, any conversations about changing the colonial status. And yet for the individuals in and outside of the system, love, hope, and willingness for the process to hopefully move, to bend, as Reverend King taught us, for the arc to bend towards justice.
Yes. Carlos, when I am teaching on the principles and steps of nonviolence, nonviolence is based on the 6 principles, and then we have 6 steps to addressing conflict. And the third principle is that nonviolence seeks to defeat injustice, not people. And you just gave me the next example that I'm going to use from here forward. How beautifully you put that you are so raging against this system and yet soft towards the humans that are behind that. And that was an absolute beautiful example. Thank you so much for that.
Yes, thank you both. And I think that's a great segue to our next question. And in what ways can Dr. King's love-centered techniques that are interdependent and interconnected guide us in a strategic approach to economic justice, racial injustice, and other forms of human-made social ills? Unique, you want to go first? You haven't spoken, but no.
Sure. I think when I think about Dr. King, it's really, he lived what he preached, right? It's the reason why so many of us continue to uphold and uplift his name, even though he's unfortunately left us many years ago. It's the reason why he's known internationally, and my kids and my kids' kids will know of his work. And when I think about what we're on this earth to do, we're here to make an impact, and our impact could be summarized into our legacy, which is the intent with which we lived. We leave a fingerprint on this earth or on this world based on the intent with which we lived. And I think that Dr. King was very intentional in the way that he lived his life, and in making sure that he was a light, and making sure that he embodied and exuded the love that he wanted to see shared with his community and with other individuals who the system worked very hard to push away and to discard because of its disdain for differences. And so I think that the responsibility and the opportunity that we have is exactly what Dr. King did, and that is to live a very intentional life. And I think that the intent with which we live, knowing that we leave a fingerprint on this world, when you want to do good, it really motivates and empowers you to do just that. Knowing that every life that you touch, every person that you interact with, every word that you say out of your mouth, it all has an impact and it all has meaning. And I think Dr. King was a great example of what happens when you live each day with intention, knowing that he was only here for a few short years. But again, we're still talking about him decades later, and we'll continue to do that for years to come.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's well said.
It feels like, we're all picking and choosing how we are either resisting these forces that are destroying the world, or how we're being complicit with these forces that are destroying the world. And the beautiful thing about Dr. King is that He left a model. You're choosing to resist. Here's a nonviolent way to do it that it has been proven to be effective, that it's not perfect in any shape or form, that it doesn't solve every single problem in any shape or form. But if we're going to choose a way to do it, then here's a platform. Here's some language. Here's how to do it, as you were saying, in the intersection of different faiths and different expressions and different cultures. Here's how to do it ultimately for the betterment of all. And so that's the gift of Dr. King, no? It's a model, a platform, unfortunately, right? That at the cost of everything, for the benefit of somebody else. And of course, Dr. King, as we read him, he's following all other models. He's learning from Gandhi. He's obviously learning from Jesus as a preacher man. He's reading the gospel. If it's good news to the poor, then what do we need to do right now for us to be good news to the poor? As he's using the example of the Good Samaritan, where is the road that I'm walking in? How can I serve the Samaritan? But then how can I ask, wait, why is this road where the Samaritan has to serve other people because they're being beaten? Let's fix the road where people are getting beaten, right? So we're making a choice, and it's an incredible privilege that we have access to all this teaching, to all this example, to everything that Dr. King and his whole family have left us. I'm choosing that way, the nonviolent way. We're resisting, we're fighting back, but we're doing it in a way that, like I said, like Elizabeth said before, so we're not in destruction, we're in the creating something better, building something beautiful for our children, our grandchildren, and everybody else.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I love what you said, Unique, about how we continue to talk about Dr. King. Something that my mom always says is that each one of us dies twice. We die the day that we leave the earth, and we die the last time our name is spoken on the planet. If we all rally together, the name of Martin Luther King won't die for centuries and centuries and centuries. If we truly do study. When I very first attended my first 2-day orientation to Dr. King's methodology and philosophy, the training team was Dr. Vanetta L. West and Captain Charles Alphen and Sierra Flybobo. And all three of them talked about how they study every single day. I study Dr. King an hour a day. And I tell my students, if you do something an hour a day, so many people say, oh, I don't have an hour to spend on that. An hour a day is 4% of your day. So I choose to spend my 4% learning and growing in the philosophy and methodology of nonviolence. And as Gael mentioned, I have been in and around higher ed for 30 plus years. I love philosophy. You can see the books over my shoulder. I love reading. Books are friends. Books are decorations. I mean, I am just study, learn all the time. And it's a methodology. So it's not just merely I need to ingest it, but then what am I going to do with it? If you've attended any of our Be Love sessions, the first question is, who must I be? And that's really critical, because I can't go out and do the things I need to do until I'm first being who I'm meant to be, because what is in there is what's going to come out. And even I spent 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, teaching Be Love. I had to go run an errand yesterday afternoon. I'm in an intersection and this car pulls out in front of me and I almost rear ended that car. And I want y'all to know I laid on that horn and I probably didn't say something very nice and I swerved out of the way. And then I thought to myself, Elizabeth, you've just taught nonviolence for 2 days. And there it just accidentally came out. If you, our COO talks about Benita Hampton-Smith. She talks about doing a daily thought audit. So last night I thought, that was a place that it didn't show up. But there have been all these other places where it did show up. One day I was in the airport. And for those of you that don't know me, I'm 5'2". I don't move, super fast. I'm not like, And so I was in the airport heading towards security and we were in these stanchions and there was this person behind me and she was about 6'2", and I could hear her in the back of my head. Now I'm talking about the Atlanta airport. For any of you that have been at the Atlanta airport, it is a whole thing. So she is behind me and she is calling me the B word and she's saying, get out of my way. And I can't believe you, because I was so far from the person in front of me because I'm so short. And so the next time I could go around the station, I just went to the side and I said, go on ahead of me. And she stomped ahead. And of course, she got there super quick. And then I meandered with my little 5'2"-ness, and I finally caught up to her. And she looked at me and she said, "I'm so sorry. I should have done that to you." And I said, "No worries." I said, "The airport's stressful. It's all good." She goes, "No, really. My grandmother raised me better than that." And she was crying and I was crying. And I said, "Would you like a hug?" And she said, "Yes." That was the nonviolence coming out in me. So I want you to see that none of us are perfect. We don't get it right all the time. But if we are intent to study and practice, then we can make this world a love-filled world using our love-centered strategy of nonviolence.
I think that's a very important point that you're making there, Dr. Rosner. And it also reminds me of Dr. Kendi's anti-racism theory, right? Like being anti-racist is a daily activity that you need to do. Some days you're going to mess up, some days you may not, but like you need to acknowledge all that matters, that the intention is so important. So thank you for that. That brings us to our last question. So the King Center's 2024 King Holiday Observers theme is "It Starts With Me, Shifting the Global Climate Through the Study and Practice of Kingian Nonviolence." Love, the foundation of Kingian Nonviolence, is necessary for shifting the cultural climate to create the beloved community. What are some ways that those today can amplify love for personal, cultural, and societal transformation?
I love this question because it's part of the work that we do. So we would love to be involved in every issue and in every problem that's around the world and have a voice and say, right, like use our voice to highlight the different ways that there's injustice around the world. And we do that. And at the same time, we have to acknowledge our limitations as humans, as parents, as people, limitations of travel, limitations of audience, limitation of whatever. And so how can I then take all those frustrations that I have for all this injustice that I'm seeing around the world, and how can I turn them into an invitation for something that I can do right now in the space that I'm living in, right? So yes, use our voice as we address all these injustices happening around the world and not be fearful to speak, right, against these systems that are breaking down so many of the lovely people that, you know, even if they're far away, we've never met them, we know that, you know, that they have so much value as human beings. And yet at the same time, not allow the frustrations of not being able to do all these things to hinder me from who are the most vulnerable right now in my space, in my community. Part of the work that we do as a nonprofit is precisely that: the most vulnerable people in Puerto Rico, with all the economic distress, with all the storms that we've had, are the elderly. And so many people who are elderly living by themselves in Puerto Rico, what they need food, and they need better shelter, and they need hugs, and they need companionship. And so all these frustrations can become an invitation for us to, okay, I'm choosing to serve the least. I'm choosing to find who are those who are marginalized and vulnerable in my context. And so we can redirect our energies towards building, as opposed to there's times that we need to flip some tables and we need to destroy some systems. There's no doubt about it, but it's towards something, right? It's towards building something. It's towards a hope of things being better. And so I'll say it one last time, how can we allow those frustrations that we're feeling for the things that are happening around the world to become an invitation to what can I do in my space, in my world, so that the world can be a better place?
Thank you.
Yeah, I absolutely what Carlos just said, 100%. I also think in a very simple way, just taking responsibility for the energy that you put into the world, minding your energy. If everyone just did that in a very simple way, we'd all be in a better place. But I also think about the other side of the spectrum, to Carlos's comment about the elderly. I think another way that we could really knock this out the park is to, in a very practical way, is to embrace a young person. Really, really love on the future generation while they're young, while they're impressionable. We think about who we are now and what we do and what we believe and how we move throughout the world. And so many of us can create a dotted line back to our childhoods. And I think that we can really practice love in a very free way with young people. Affirm a young person, tell a young person that you love them, that you believe in them, that you're excited about not just their future, but what they're doing right now, that you know they're going to do amazing things. And I think that if we could focus on minding our energy, taking responsibility for the energy that we put into the world and into the universe, and then also making sure that we affirm a young person, the individuals whom we know are going to be responsible for flipping those tables or setting them right back up. I think that we can all do a better job of being loved, but also making love known.
Beautifully said.
Beautiful. Yeah, unique. That's really, really beautiful. One of the things Dr. King says is reminding us that it's our privilege and our obligation to love. And in another place, he talks about the difference between being a thermostat and a thermometer. That's exactly what you were talking about, Unique. Like, how are we going to show up? And so if I show up as a thermometer, then I show up as, you know, what's going on in the atmosphere, and I'm just going to gauge it. If I show up as the thermostat, then I show up with a whole atmosphere in and of myself. And we know how powerful love can be. If you show up as that atmosphere of how I'm going to change, how powerful that is. You know, one of the things when you were talking about young people, the reason why I'm so passionate about debt-free degree is it is a form of nonviolence. Right now, the average student loan debt in the United States is $75,000. If I can help students avoid that, and like I had I just interviewed a student the other day. She and her husband combined had $80,000 in student loan debt when they got married. And they worked a side hustle for 2 years and they paid that off. And they are currently building a home. And she said, what would it be like if we could have put $80,000 extra down on the down payment? And there's $46 billion in grants and scholarships out there. So there's this whole mismatch out there. So you're exactly right. Looking at the elderly, looking at the youth, for the folks who are just saying, here are different ways that we can absolutely impact where we are. And I also want to put in a plug for our online training. We have our online masterclass. It is a deep dive, 18-hour masterclass. It's the KingCenterInstitute.org. And each one of you can go there and really do a deep dive. We also on our website have opportunities if you say, I want to become a certified trainer and do what we do and, you know, even learn even more. I think it was Steve Jobs who said, our identity is where we put the dent in the universe. And as I was sitting at the King Center that very first day, I knew that my identity was to teach nonviolence around the world the rest of my days. And I hope that I get to be an elderly person like Carlos was talking about, where somebody's going to come give me hugs, please, because I can't live without hugs. And I hope that at 100 years old, I'm still teaching about nonviolence around the world. And I hope y'all will join me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosner. I think that's a great way to end this conversation. I would like to thank the panel. So thank you, Dr. Rosner. Thank you, Unique Jones-Gibson. And thank you, Carlos Rodriguez. This was an enlightening conversation. It was a pleasure to share this with you all. I would also like to thank you all for tuning in and joining us as we explore ways to create a beloved community together. If you'd like to learn more about the beloved community or Kingian Nonviolence, I suggest enrolling in the Kingian Nonviolence 365 training that Dr. Rosner shared earlier. I partook in it. The Carter Center paid for my 18-hour course that I took, and it was exceptional. Lastly, I would like to extend special thanks to the King Center and Dr. Bernice King for providing this space to engage in this important conversation. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So my brothers and my sisters, as we embrace this urgency of creating the beloved community, now is the time to be loved. Love means understanding, redemptive goodwill toward all which seeks nothing in return. So be loved by implementing the demands of justice to eliminate the school to prison pipeline that has so many black children entrapped. Be loved by correcting voting policies that seek to suppress the votes of millions of black and brown people. Be loved and implement the demands of justice by transforming a society that is disproportionately violent toward black lives, including black transgendered lives and indigenous lives. Be loved and correct false narratives and economic policies that continue to divide and pit poor and working class black and white people against against each other. Be love and implement demands of justice where systems and structures are deconstructed, and lead the way of living in community that reimagines just, humane, equitable, and sustainable policies, practices, and behaviors. Love your enemies. Bless them that curse you. Do good to them who hate you, and pray for them that despitefully use you and abuse you. Be love and do justice and love mercy and walk humbly with our God.
Hello, everyone. It's been a little bit of a minute since I saw you, but my goodness, we have covered such incredible topics. The conversation today has been filling my spirit truly, and I hope that it has been doing so for you all. We have had a chance to talk about cultural climate change. We dug into what the world is facing now, multifaceted crisis of humanity, and there were some great points made in talking about that. Really thinking about, how we need to stop awarding people for injustice, where we need to disrupt systems when it comes to really impacting things like climate change. We also had a powerful conversation and really a story, a personal story about what it means to grapple with being a beneficiary of oppression, and how confronting a shameful past does not have to be this sort of paralyzing negative thing. It can make you, instead of shrink into yourself, it can help you grow and actually confront the circumstances that brought you to that understanding, and then ensure that they don't continue in the future. We even also just finished talking about why love is always the catalyst, right? Love is radical. There's so many different ways to think about the output of love, as we think about, Kingian nonviolence and the principles and philosophy of this, thinking about how we can apply love to policy, how we can think about, I think about principle 2 of the Kingian principles, and that's nonviolence seeks to win friendship and understanding. And that was something that kept coming out to me in the conversation about love, because we talked about how so many times we create this sort of box that we make people get in or get out of, when love and different types of inclusive love means that everybody can be in together, and there doesn't have to be that separation, whether it's politically, whether it's ideologically. I think there's so many ways to think about how even expressing nonviolence and our commitment to that, and the commitment to the beloved community, is really through love. So I hope you are enjoying the Beloved Community Global Summit Day 1. We have been, again, having some great conversations. We've got some awesome folks in our satellite locations around the world. We had a little comment from our folks over in Liberia who wanted to make sure that our beloved community and everybody watching was thinking about the idea of us being a light to shift the culture, being light. I love that idea. I think, we started the day talking about mindfulness and how it can feel heavy and how it gets weary sometimes. And it's tough sometimes to continue on, which is fair. But I think the idea that being a light to be shifting the culture is really important. So thank you for that to our folks in Liberia. Again, just a global check-in around the world. To everybody who we're talking to today, I'm so excited that you're here with us. Feel free to check in. I see folks coming up here right on the screen. Also, please do continue to post and share the broadcast across all social platforms, of course, also on thekingcenter.org. You can continue to share this broadcast. People can jump in even right now. They can go back to the beginning and start there and view and learn. We want to make sure that continues to be shared. And it was so interesting. I was thinking about just my own personal connection to this as the day goes. And I saw my good friend, Unique Jones Gibson, and I thought about her amazing initiative and company, Because of Them We Can. I want to just give a quick shout out to her, because there's such a great connection in how we know each other in my work and some of my former roles, but also just thinking back to the fact that Dr. Bernice King believes so much in work like that, and actually wrote the first letter together for the Because of Them We Can boxes. So what we're seeing today is, you know, the vision of the beloved communities. This is the global summit of connection. We're thinking about how it starts with me, even just the connection that I just explained with our panelists, me as the host, and of course, our amazing CEO, Dr. Bernice King. That's the type of community that can impact change. And I think that is what is really important for everyone to continue to remember today. When you think about it starts with me, how can just maybe one connection you have or something that you have learned today impact you and impact your community around you? Which really is going to bring us to our next segment and our last segment for the day, which goes into sort of our thinking in our language. Here, we're really going to be digging into the 6 principles for shifting our thinking. We've talked about a lot about how are we going to do this. So again, I want you all to dig in and learn about those 6 principles, and also wanted to remind everyone that you also can register at thekingcenter.org and receive free resource materials and have a discount on the online nonviolence course to really put into practice a lot of what you're about to learn and what you've been learning all day about the Kingian nonviolence philosophy and principles. So I'm excited to welcome up our next panelist. We're going to come onto screen in just a bit. We've got our amazing moderator, Malika Rogers. She's the executive director of Southern Black Girls and Women's Consortium. She'll be moderating this conversation. And then we also have Ben Phillips. He's an author of How to Fight Inequality and a communications director for UNAIDS. And also Diana Ostrich, who's also an author, founder of Waging the Peace Project as well. And then Charles Alphin, who's a speaker and organizational consultant. So I'm so excited to bring these amazing folks on. They're going to dig into the 6 principles we've been discussing all day. And we are going to continue the Global Summit.
Oh, Malika, I think you're muted. We missed all that awesomeness.
Well, look at that. Let's try that again. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing? My name is Malika Berry Rogers, and as I've been listening today, I've been taking notes. I've been amazed with how much we are pouring into each other and to the global community that is here with us. But the most important thing for this conversation today was we tee up this discussion around one's personal commitment to nonviolence is the theme. It starts with me. The commitment that each of us have to make before we even understand the breadth and the depth of the philosophy of nonviolence, we have to make a personal commitment to an idea that I myself can be the change. I myself can step into a space that brings peace forward, that brings nonviolence forward. For those of you who've known me for a while, I have been enamored, taken with one of the very first commitments those who were participating in the Montgomery bus boycott had to make, whether or not they were driving their personal cars to get people from point A to point B, whether or not they were the dispatch on that taxi service that they made, whether or not they were church mothers making sandwiches in the basement to keep people going. Everyone signed a commitment card that actually had them speak to their commitment to the higher power and the commitment to the philosophy of nonviolence. To make a sandwich to volunteer in the Montgomery bus boycott, one had to know that you were not here only for social justice, but you were here for the betterment of yourself and others around you. And this is a theme in our conversation today. And I'm just so excited to bring this incredible panel together. As Goddess Rivera shared with us earlier, we have Charles Alphin, who's the senior trainer for nonviolence at the King Center. And he has been he was a police officer for 26 years in the St. Louis Police Department. Diana Ostrich, who is the author and founder of Waging Peace Project and the host of the Waging Peace podcast. And of course, Mr. Ben Phillips, the author, the author of How to Fight Inequality and Communication at UNAIDS. So, good afternoon, everybody. This time you all can hear me, huh?
Good afternoon, Malika. Good to see you again.
Good afternoon. It's so good to share space with you all. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just get us right into the conversation because these conversations have been so rich. One of the common misconceptions about the philosophy of nonviolence is that it is passive, is that one has to lay down their own defenses to participate in. And the truth, of course, is that nonviolence is a courageous path. It's an active path and one that is filled with resistance. I'd love for you all to talk a little bit about the strategic approach to the 6 principles and how these principles around nonviolence actually calls us to be more courageous. Dr. Alfin, if you wouldn't mind starting.
Well, thank you, Malika, and also this distinguished panel. Yes, I have to, for true transparency, I did not believe in Dr. King and the principles of nonviolence when I was coming up in the segregated St. Louis City, and for the first 5 years of the police department. So I've been converted by Mrs. Coretta Scott King and Andy Young and John Lewis. All of them were my teachers at the King Center. So I had to get a whole new rethinking of what the media had told me about nonviolence. I thought it was, turn the other cheek and love your enemy, those. And I didn't think that would change anybody. So my evolution was to, first of all, read and be trained at the King Center for 8 years, listening to those giants of people that have been involved in this for me to understand that nonviolence is not passive. And as Dr. King was nurtured in Atlanta to get his ground, his roots from Georgia, and left Atlanta with an ordained minister at 19. And he began the intellectual study of this whole philosophy and pulled a lot from Gandhi. We was in Philadelphia and heard Dr. Malakar talk about the philosophy. He had just come from India. So a lot of this has an influence from Gandhi, but Dr. King is his own eclectic way of saying these are the aspects of nonviolence, and those are the principles. So they came from Dr. King studying, doing research, and dealing with Niebuhr and Gandhi, who had specific ideas of pacifism, and Dr. King said, I agree more with Gandhi, who's active, because nonviolence has to be active. Nonviolence, if you're not looking at evil and people that are producing evil, you're not doing what Dr. King or what Gandhi and Dr. King advocated, because it's love in action. It has to be in action. And Dr. King even qualified it, defined it as being militant. And in interviews that he was on, he said nonviolence is militant because in this nonviolence, it's demanding, it's persistent, it's consistent. So there's nothing weak about the philosophy of nonviolence. And it's kind of misinterpreted because sometimes it's spelled with a hyphen, and we've never spelled nonviolence with a hyphen. It's a philosophy. We never spelled with a hyphen. And that's how it gets confusing to it, Malika. So I would say that nonviolence is the right use of power, and the action, the love in action. That's the basic foundation. And these principles came from Dr. King's understanding the struggle in Montgomery and writing these principles after he had intellectual understanding, but he went to Montgomery with a human laboratory. Mrs. King says it was divine order.
So this idea that this really broad concept, it is deep and it is rich and it has been something that you've devoted your life to training people to. So it is not a short. We've heard all day long that there's 18-hour session. There's sessions to be trainers. It's a deep and rich conversation.
Yes.
But I don't want that depth to have people recoil from accepting the principles of nonviolence. So Ben, Diana, would you talk about how you all came to these principles and where was your entry point and how was it that you made the commitment for yourselves and now do the work that you do?
Well, I'll raise my hand for all the people who maybe had no interest. Like I had no idea what nonviolence was. The culture I was raised from believed in God, guns, and my country. I was not the person who had any idea that nonviolence existed truly in practice, or I wasn't interested in it. So my introduction, so this is just so you know, there's people who can transform without even wanting to. I was introduced to nonviolence when I was a soldier deployed to the Iraq War by someone who I saw as my enemy. So I had just gotten into war, and I was in Dusty Village, and I got separated from my fellow soldiers. And right when I realized how dangerous this was, a woman from a darkened doorway stepped towards me, and then did the universal hand sign, which she wants me to come into her house. And I had no idea why a woman would want an invading soldier with a weapon to come into her home. And in that moment, I knew either I was going to stick to the script of what I knew was safe, which was do not go in there, or I was going to trust somebody that I didn't already know was trustworthy, and I was going to dare to love even in a war. And so in that moment, I had a dangerous hope. And for whatever reason, the good Lord, I don't know, but I walked through that door and it changed my life forever. The woman, her name is Hassan. She wrapped her arms around me, hugged me, and she was the first person I had ever met who had the freedom to love her enemy. That she saw me, not just my American uniform, not just the country I was part of, but she saw me and she chose me. I didn't see anybody on the battlefield with that kind of courage or that kind of freedom, and I knew that I just couldn't live without it. So in the middle of everything, with bombs and bullets flying, I took the bullets out of my gun because I realized that there was no us versus them, that we belong to each other. And because of that, love required me to lay down my weapon. And that was the first time I felt a freedom to know that I belonged to a family that couldn't stop by our nation or by fear or even by the uniform that I wore. And so I just want to share that story to let people know that the power of love transforms us without our permission. And because of that, nonviolence became this freedom that I had never experienced before. And it changed how I showed up in war, and it changed completely how I showed up in my neighborhood, in my city. So I think the world just tells us that we need violence to survive. It's just a necessary evil. And yet when love enters the room, you can be transformed to something without ever giving it your permission. So I really believe that's the power of to change us.
Diana, you were just sharing some amazing things. I was scribbling notes as you were talking, this dangerous hope and the courage she had to wrap her arms around you, and that love changes us without our permission. These are things that like I will walk away from and I will share with everyone. But this courage that you then had to end war, both you and Charles Alpin, to in positions where your role was literally to wield violence, to choose nonviolence, seems like the ultimate personal commitment. So Ben, I'll turn to you and say, how did you come to this place where you made this personal commitment to nonviolence?
Sure. I mean, what excites me about Kingian principles and nonviolence is that it's not only an ethical framework from up there about being good. It's a strategic and tactical framework too. So this is a place where, if you like, wisdom and smartness meet. When you confront power effectively, as Charles talked about, and Kingian nonviolence is all about confronting power. People often imagine that it's a very soft idea. It isn't. It's very hard. It's very aggressive even. I mean, Martin Luther King said that freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. And he said, we've not made a single gain without determined pressure. And that the strategy is to organize strength into a compelling power so that our demands cannot be eluded. So it's a very forceful and tough approach. And it's a strategy that works when you get into what Congressman John Lewis called good trouble. When you build that collective power together, because individually we're all quite weak, but together we're unstoppable. And when you reframe the story, when you change the narrative, that's how change is won. So I came to this because I passionately care about change, about an effective strategy. And what I found was that this is the historically most effective strategy for succeeding in change. When I visited Atlanta, when I visited the King Center, I went there because I wanted to pay tribute at the tomb of Dr. King. But when I went there, I found that it's not just a memorial. This is a hub, a vibrant hub in which activists and organizers are learning from each other, talking about fights that they're fighting and learning from their successes and their challenges. I met Charles, who's an inspirational trainer, met Bernice, and I wanted with Bernice just to talk about her father. But Bernice says, no, what are you doing? What are your plans? What is it that you're trying to do? Because this work of Dr. King is not history that we can look back on and feel a glow. It's a guide for the present, for understanding it, but most importantly, for acting it in order that we change the future. So that's what so excites me about this, that it isn't just some airy-fairy idea that's nice, a nice way of being. This is the most effective way of bringing about social change.
So Ben, you've opened up this conversation, this really big conversation around it being an effective tactic. And one of the things that before we even get to, in our earlier conversations earlier today, we were talking about how policies and how policies can be driven by love and be undergirded by love and how we act in love in our public spaces, but in our private spaces, in our one-on-one spaces, in that hug that Diana you had with the woman in war. How is it that we take this effective tactic and begin to win people to the practical, valuable love? I'll just kind of leave that question out. How do we make our personal interactions as nonviolent as we possibly can?
Wow. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank my two guests because they're right on time with their responses. But how I did it when I first learned it is look at those people close to you. First of all, study the philosophy. The King Center trained me. I don't have any other knowledge about nonviolence. There's volumes of books written, but the King Center trained me. And after you get the training, you apply it to your people you say you love first. And you don't have to preach nonviolence. You model the philosophy of nonviolence. You'll change people faster by modeling the behavior rather than preaching to them about how Dr. King did. So it becomes modeling it and doing it yourself. Dr. King said after Montgomery, he had a practical experience. So you need a practical experience. And I started with people in my house, the people I said I love. Sometimes we're more violent to those people that we say we love. And begin to give a critique on yourself about how do you talk to your parents and your siblings and your children. And start, like Dr. Bernice King said, it starts with me. Because you can't change the world until you change yourself. And the first thing nonviolence does, it puts a different set of lens on your eyes. You see the same old problem with different solutions. So therefore, the study of it and then the modeling of it by treating people the way you want them to be treated. And nonviolence is thinking other. Look around your neighborhood and think, who else can I give this to? Who else needs my help? What senior citizen is not getting fed? What child is not going to school? So when you start thinking other, you begin to develop those habits and become second nature to you. So I would say that you have to practice it in your workforce, in the church, in the community, practice those principles. And then after the principles come the steps. That's the methodology, because it makes it move. It makes your issue move through the 6 steps. We're not discussed today, but you've got to tune into the King Center to get this information.
Mr. Alphen, I want to ask a question, a little bit of a follow-up question there, that when you begin to model it, how do you, one of the objections that always comes up is self-defense. You know, and Dr. King has a number of speeches. I was reading one beforehand, so I'm looking now to see which one I was reading. The Nonviolence, the Only Road to Freedom. It was a internal conversation among SCLC staff. And one of the things that I was reading before we shared our space together today is how do you consider self-defense if you are going to love even the people closest to you? That may leave you vulnerable. This is a really difficult conversation and a difficult way for people to consider their personal commitment to nonviolence, that they might be then defenseless. So I might start with, I'll leave that open to either of you, any of you rather, to kind of discuss what that looks like when you make that commitment and you now feel defenseless. How does that work?
Yeah, Malik, just quickly, that's in Dr. What you read is in Dr. King's Testament of Hope, and I challenge people to read about he said about self-defense, because Dr. King and Gandhi believed in self-defense. Now, in self-defense, personally, my barrier there is love. My barrier is looking at what was Dr. King's goal. It was the beloved community, was lifting everybody up to your fullest potential. So when you're in a conflict, it depends on what is your action and your think, or what you're thinking, because your thinking will produce your action. If you want to win over that person, or you want to win that person over. So therefore, it's two different approaches that you'll use. So it's all within you. The power is within you. How do you reconcile a conflict in your family? Are you courageous enough to say, I'm sorry, I was wrong, to a child, to your spouse in the workforce? So that courage is much more than just being a police officer. I've been shot at 8 times. I've never shot back, because my doctrine says thou shalt not kill. So you have to get values in you. Everybody that shot at me, they were apprehended. So nonviolence is using alternatives. And there's always alternatives to violence. Nonviolence is an alternative. So I'll stop there, but that's a good start to read what Dr. King said. And he said, you defend yourself. And Gandhi said the same thing. So we're not talking about self-defense as far as giving up your safety or your life for what you, in self-defense, somebody breaks into your home. That's in the Constitution. In all constitutions, is the right to protect yourself in your home.
Malika, I think that also that idea that kind of, that the route to safety as a weapon is interesting, because factually it's so incorrect. It's a common misperception, but we know that societies with more guns suffer more violence, and we also know that when you have a resistance that is violent, the aftermath can also often be violent. You can leave a legacy, but also violence concentrates power. So people talk about defending yourself, but if you have a movement that's rooted in the power of the gun, then effectively you have the power of the gunman or the power of the people that pay for those guns. When you have a non-violent movement, you always distribute power. When you look at how workers' movements work, or the climate movement works, or the women's movement works, you'll see that power is really very broadly distributed. It's much more democratic. So actually, we defend ourselves much more successfully through non-violent strategies. So the kind of reach for your weapon mentality, the idea that the solution to any problem is a good guy with a gun, it's never worked anywhere. And it's not just morally wrong, it's factually wrong. And I think that's that place of where ethics and wisdom meet, that the Kingian principles are, in the long run, actually a much more effective basis for a healthy life and a healthy society, but also for advancing justice than any alternative.
And on that a little bit, and I'd like to lean in on this a little bit and pick up something that Diana was saying earlier around the idea that nonviolence transforms us without our permission. And so here you are talking about the way that we can actually use our collective nonviolent power to transform the systems that we're in. I'd like you to maybe share an instance, a story, an experience where those who wield this power of nonviolence perhaps maybe not even aware that they are using the philosophy of nonviolence, have in fact done the work of transforming systems. And what does it look like in our life today? I think sometimes we think about these things in terms of history. I started with the Montgomery bus boycott, but today, to kind of see it happening, I'd love for you to share a bit of that if you can.
If you look at the workers' movements, lots of people said that there are some groups of workers who can never organize. Maybe people who work for Uber, people who work for Deliveroo, people who don't get to meet their colleagues. But what trade unions demonstrated was that organizing is hard, but not impossible. And huge victories have been won, whether it's around minimum wages, whether it's around rights at work, whether it's around holiday pay, health and safety, maternity. Huge success has been won. So people's lives have been transformed. And what they've also learned through that process is they are strong. That they don't have to be kicked around. That when they work with their co-workers, who maybe at the beginning they didn't see much in common with because their co-workers were a different faith or a different race or came from a different place, but they realized an enormous collective power. And this is happening in our time, and we are seeing really now a real resurgence of those effective movements. You look at the young activists for climate justice. So you look at the Black Lives Matter movement. All of these movements have really embodied this spirit of nonviolent collective action, and they've all made meaningful and substantial progress. So this is not something just from history. This isn't something that only worked in the 60s or that somehow was easy in the 60s and is hard now. It was hard then, but it still succeeded. It's hard now and it still succeeds. And frankly, there isn't something else. There isn't some shortcut way that's doing better. There's a lovely phrase, which is that resistance doesn't always work, but acceptance always doesn't work. So this is not a foolproof thing that you can do and it's going to be okay right away. It's going to be hard. There's going to be knockbacks, but people are winning through this approach today. LGBT equal rights, a massive transformation. It used to be about a decade or so ago that 2/3 of countries made it a crime to be gay. And now it's the other way around. Now about 2/3 of countries don't make it a crime to be gay. Why? Because people organized. And at the beginning, they were unpopular. At the beginning, people said, what are you doing? You're troublemakers. But they won people round. They stuck their ground and they're changing. So we're seeing movements across the world making change. And I'm really inspired, actually, when I look, especially at this generation of young people, I'm seeing a whole army of Martin and Corettas. And I think that really, rather than us oldies needing to teach them, they're imbibing that spirit, and we need to learn it back from what they're doing.
Diana, I'm never going to stop saying this. This will be my theme for the day, that love transforms you without your permission. Similar theme to the question that Ben just responded to, because he's able to see it in systems. I would love for you to be able to share with us when you see it in individuals, see that transformation happen without the knowledge of the principles, but love is doing its work in someone's life, and then what happens? I'd love for you to share one of those instances as well.
Yeah, I think that when we show up, things change. And so a lot of my work is just inviting people. And so I think that when we choose to be the first people to show up when violence hits our community or hits another community we're not even part of, when people bring themselves and they get in someone's space, we change, because people change when we come together. And so an example is that I started showing up for my neighbors who also happen to be homeless in my community. And once you show up and you eat dinner and your kids come and your kids are talking, that relational poverty starts to diminish. My relational poverty does. And all of a sudden, since I'm there, I'm understanding why this happens. I'm understanding who it's happening to. And now when people from that community are saying, this is what makes sense, this is what we need, then we go to our policymakers and say, this is what's going on in our city. And so we went to City Hall and said, we need a warming shelter at night when it gets cold so that people don't freeze to death who are homeless. And we stood out there with the community and with our kids, and the city council now has decided that they would have a warming shelter that is open when it's freezing. So when we show up, we are part of being transformed by belonging to another community. And so no longer are you reading about an issue. No longer are you deciding what you really agree with or don't. you are being part of the change. And I know that my kids are now part of the reason why our city is in shelter for 3 years now. And so these changes, they're the ways that they change us. So I think all we have to do is show up in person. And I just invite people. You don't have to know what's going on, but you do have to show up. And the second thing is we commit. So commit to once a month to showing up in person in your community. And to what Ben said, there's a Harvard study that said that nonviolent movements are twice as successful as violent ones. But here's the catch. In order for them to be successful, you need 3.5% of a population to do two things. They have to be willing to show up in person. No hashtagging, no online, no, you can't just sign that petition. So they have to be willing to show up in person, and then it has to be sustained. So 6 to 8 months, 18 months. So that's all I invite my kids to do. That's what I invite my community to do. That's what the Waging Peace Project just says, is that you're invited to be the first to love in our community, because we know it transforms us. And so, if anybody gets intimidated, I know that if you're the best thing that peace needs.
I love what Diana said. I think it's so true. It's, theory matters because it guides us, but it's only really learnt through practice. So what people shouldn't do is they shouldn't think, well, I'm not sure how to do this, so I won't, or so I'll wait. As Diana said, get involved now and make loads of mistakes, make loads of wonderful, joyous mistakes, but make them with other people and learn from them and improve. I think the most important principle, I love this speech by Dr. King, where he said, we're always telling people that they need to be adjusted, well adjusted. And he said, but I'm maladjusted. I'm maladjusted to injustice. And I think if people hold that idea of being maladjusted to injustice, when you see something in your neighborhood or on your TV screen and you feel that's not fair, then don't be fatalistic and think that there's nothing that can be done. But also don't imagine that some hero's going to come marching in. What Dr. King said during the Montgomery bus boycott, he said, I didn't organize this. I didn't organize this. This was organized by women in Montgomery, and they just invited me to come and be on their side. They organized it. Women organized it for 2 years before the bus boycott started. And after it started, it had to go on for a further year. And as you said, everyone was organizing. The postmen were demonstrating where you could get everyone to travel. People were taking people in their cars. The churches were the meeting places. Everybody was involved. It took the whole city, the whole community to do so. It's not about one individual hero. So we are the people we've been waiting for. And I think that's that practice, joining in, getting involved. And when you see something that's not right, then there is something that can be done about it. And that something is you. There's something I want to mention, Malika. I saw this statistic. Every day in Gaza, 10 children have a leg amputated. Every day. Today, yesterday, tomorrow. So every day that there isn't a ceasefire, every day that there isn't an end to the carnage, then 10 more kids will spend a life without limbs. Now, when people see that, they think, well, there's nothing that I can do. What can I do? But there is something that we can do, because we know that one thing that politicians care most about is a public that's so be difficult, be good trouble, say it's not right, be inspired by those rabbis who've been organizing for peace. Be inspired by the young people of all faiths who are standing up and being difficult, and be inspired by them. But don't just be inspired by them, join them, because we can put an end when we see something that's just so wrong. We can put an end to it. And that idea of being both maladjusted to injustice, but also a feeling of ourselves that we're not powerless. We're not powerless. We just need allies. And the way that Diana said, the way that you make allies is just by making friends. It's on the one hand, the philosophies and the principles are so rich and deep and profound. But on the other hand, they're also, when you think about them, so commonsensical, and they were kind of there staring us in the face. So I absolutely believe, as Diana said, that people can find this by accident. I think most people do. But what I would encourage people most of all to do is not to see this as some idea or something that you observe other people doing, but this is a game where they don't need you in the stands. They need you on the field.
As we're now at this place where Ben, you set us up beautifully again around while theory matters, kind of being out in the field also matters. And we started this conversation talking about people who didn't yet have the theory, but lived the theory and lived out the principles. And then Dr. King was able to, in Stride Toward Freedom, document what they had done so that the rest of us could follow this path until today, and God willing, and many years into the decades and into the future. Charles, would you mind sharing with us some of those principles that actually were documented in that first love action in Montgomery, where people who did not know all the theory put their full hearts and their full love into changing systems that did not love them well? Could you share a little bit about those principles?
Yeah, and one of the principles says that courageous, that that nonviolent people have to be courageous. That's the first principle Dr. King talks about, and Gandhi, and he talked about how you have to be courageous to the a way of life is a way of life for courageous people. Means that you don't have to just step out and do something that's in a drug neighborhood. I'm being facetious now and say stop drugs. Courageous can be just admitting that I was wrong, forgiveness, submitting your macho, your ego, and just looking at people as human beings, being human to human beings. That's a sign of courageous, being courage. But it takes courageous to do this. When Diane went into that house, that was courageous. When you say I'm wrong, apologize to your spouse, is courageous. So therefore, it takes courage. And there's a moral courage and a physical courage. And Gandhi and Dr. King said you need both of those. And then it's looking at what are you looking for? Are you looking to win over the person or win the person over? It says that you will focus on evil system, not evil doers. That means you're look at the person that's doing evil, but look at the conditions that produce that person to do evil. And that's very hard to do, but very effective if you want substantial change. And these principles are looking toward Dr. King as saying in his belief that true peace is not just not the absence of tension, but the presence of justice. So Dr. King was not talking about improvement. And a lot of the people that were helping Dr. King in the North, et cetera, and he said it in his writings, that they were looking for improvement. But when Dr. King is talking about, he's looking for justice and equality and peace with positive peace. He had a definition of negative peace. But we're getting into the methodology and the organization of how do you apply these principles when you learn them. And that's a whole strategic approach of what is the cause. You have to have a goal. You have to mobilize people of goodwill. Your issue has to be a people issue, not a race. It has to go up beyond ethnicity, race, and culture. And so it becomes a people issue. And that's what draws people to your movement, is that you are articulating the humanality, how do you treat human beings, humanity in people. And that's what Dr. King wrote these principles for. It talks to your heart, not the color of your skin or where you live or what country you're in. And that makes you move, because when Dr. King, we were only 10% of the population when Dr. King moved. So he didn't just write this for Black people, he wrote this for people of goodwill. And that's what you're attracting when you do these demonstrations and when you exhibit these principles, as understanding that you're willing to sacrifice for the sake of the cause to achieve a goal. So these principles take sacrifice. You have to give up something. You have to think other for the good of people, for the good of humanity. So they're very difficult, non-traditional, but they're very effective. And that's why it takes so much time at the King Center. We teach you to do this, and then we send you out and say, this is how you mobilize with these principles, because the principles are the foundation of your behavior. The principles have to adhere to your actions. If the principles are the foundation of anything you do in change. Now, if you don't use these principles, then the steps are just another problem-solving process. There's no foundation to it. There's no philosophy to it. So Dr. King had a philosophy, which we're talking about the principles, and then he had the steps, which is a methodology. So therefore, they work in concert with each other, because you just can't say, oh, I just think will and I love everybody. You have to have something, and those are the 6 steps that puts that love in motion. And those 6 steps, as we defined it to Kingston and Dr. King left, and Mrs. King, will put you on that railroad track to predictive solutions that are always there with nonviolence. Dr. King and Gandhi said nonviolence is a weapon that knows no defeat. So those principles give you power to achieve solutions, to achieve goals that you're wishing for, that you're looking for. So a lot to be said, but I want to make sure that there's a strategic approach after you understand the will. Those are the principles, and then you begin to deliver the skill. That's the steps. That's a whole different methodology.
You know, as you were talking, one of the things I was so anxious to kind of get to the will, the skill rather, and make sure that we share that. One of the things that I neglected to do in our conversation was to say that those of you who have registered, even if you're looking today and haven't yet registered, do so, because once we have your email, we can start sending you this information and sharing it with you. So you yourself will be in control of how you participate in the principles of nonviolence. But once you visit the King Center website, the principles are listed there. And so for the sake of today's conversation, to kind of whet our appetite, to kind of begin that invitation to our own personal commitment to nonviolence, I'll just share a couple of the principles just outright. And Diana and Ben, as I'm going to give you a little thinking time, figure out, would you also share which of these principles is, I don't want to say your favorite, but which one have you seen demonstrate change most broadly as we kind of think about it when people make a commitment to it. But the principles are: principle 1, as Charles shared earlier, nonviolence is a way for courageous people. Principle 2, nonviolence seeks to win friendship and understanding. Principle 3, nonviolence seeks to defeat injustice or evil, not people. That was the one that Charles was talking about last, which is a tough one. Principle 4, nonviolence holds that the unearned voluntary suffering for a just cause can educate and transform people and societies. I think, Ben, you were talking a bit about that earlier. Principle 5, nonviolence chooses love instead of hate. Principle 6, nonviolence believes that the universe is on the side of justice. So as we think about these are, as we've been framing it, the conversation, these are big thoughts with small actions that can literally build movements, move mountains, move people, change laws based on love. So as we think more about these principles, Diana, would you share which of these principles that you've seen do the most work for the advancement of nonviolence?
The one that is the song of my life, that saved my life, is nonviolence chooses love instead of hate. And love disarms us. I'm telling you, when somebody shows up, looks you in the eye, and says, you matter, and I'm going to work for your good, no matter what you believe, you cannot dismiss them. I think that's the power of love. And that's what we teach our kids. And it's not that complicated. We know what love is, and we know when it's not there. And we know what's required of us to put love in public, in the public square, and in our policies. Like, we know it. I think when we get older, there becomes exceptions of who doesn't deserve this, who we're taught to disregard, whose kids are disposable. And this is exactly what I'm asking of us all as a country when we look at Gaza. There's no child that isn't our child. And it's tough to condemn violence when it's your friends, not your enemies. But it's courageous, and love is courageous when we say we will always interrupt violence and always say it's not okay, no matter who is doing it. So yeah, the 5th principle, choosing love instead of hate, I think that's what transforms us. We don't need permission. It wins people over to the cause of justice and joy. And I think that that is where we're moving forward. We need to know what to do because we already know what doesn't work.
I would like to link the principle about fighting injustice, not people. And why I think that's so important is that not just that that's a fine ethic, but if you think about it, when you start off fighting an injustice, why is it injustice? Why does that injustice hold? It holds because it's been normalized by society, which means most people or a significant dominant group of people believe that that is acceptable. So if you're going to change, if you're going to win, then you can't crush those people. You can't crush all of them. You need a majority. You need a super majority. You're changing the norm. So most people decades ago in most countries were homophobic. What changed is that many people who were homophobic ceased being homophobic. That they learned to love, they learned to respect, to see that people could differ, and that was great. But they learned that because LGBT activists were determined and stubborn and forceful, but they also gave people space to change. They gave people space to shift from being opponent to ally. And successful organizers are always looking not for who's the hidden enemy, for who's the hidden ally, who's the ally of tomorrow who doesn't appear to be one today. So they're just, a fine way to live. This is the most effective way to bring change, because what we're trying to do on so many issues is we're trying to take something that actually, perhaps at the moment, often, many people will think is okay. And we're trying to help them understand that it's not. But that's going to have to mean that we win over a significant number of that. So if we start from the outset, that the people who are doing wrong, who are doing cruel, are kind of irretrievably evil, then we won't win the round. We won't win majorities. We won't win change. So I find that principle so exciting because it taught connection, that these are not just nice things in the realm of the spiritual, but they are immensely practical. If I can cheat by having one more, it's the courageous point, because I think that sometimes when people first hear about nonviolence, they think, oh, that's a bit soft, But remember that what we call nonviolent civil rights movement saw enormous violence, not by the civil rights protesters against them, saw enormous violence, and change doesn't come without struggle. So when people first hear about the nonviolent movement, they think, oh, it sounds too easy. When they learn a bit more, they say, oh, it sounds too hard. And then they say, give me an easier way. What's the easier way to win? And this is the thing. There isn't an easier way to win. There is only a hard way to win. And this is that hard way to win.
As I was listening to, go ahead, Charles.
That's a hard question, but let me see if I could just pick one, because in I plan all of these. You have to plan all of them. It changes you. But I would say one of the main ones is the universe is on the side of justice. If you don't have faith in something above your head, it's going to be hard to practice. And Mrs. King has told us that, and that you have to have the faith is in the universe on the side of justice. That didn't say the criminal justice system is on the side of justice. The criminal justice system was never designed for justice. It was designed for a fair process. So therefore, when you get to this principle, it means it's something above your head. And Dr. King talked about it extensively, that it's the cosmic companion. When you're doing right, you have a cosmic companion. He called it God, a significant other, a divine order, but you have a cosmic companion, and that's above your head. So therefore, in these times like this, with all this noise going on political, what keeps my sanity is that I know that the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends toward justice. That's the universe, not the planet Earth, but the universe. And that's what keeps me in focus, that what we're doing now, practicing these principles, we're saving unborn generations. We may not see it, but we're saving unborn generation by this, because and the root word of cosmic is cosmo, the balance in that universe. So I would say that keeps me, but I know that there's something spiritually, not religious, that the moral arc will bend toward justice. And I know that what we're doing is right, and we'll have to keep doing it and be persistent and consistent.
You know, as I listen to you all, the interdependence of these principles is so very clear to me when I hear you talk about the moral arc of the universe bends toward justice. It also then makes me think we have to understand that people are not evil, systems perhaps are, and we want to affect systems, or systems can be. I won't say they are, they can be. And then I heard you, Ben, talking about from opponent to ally. So how do we give enough space and time in that moral arc of the universe to kind of make sure someone can make that transition from opponent to ally? What I hear in all of your responses is that nonviolence is a pause. The principles are a pause to restore humanity. We oftentimes find ourselves in conflicts like you did, Diana, where someone has actually armed you with a gun to walk out a principle that was not love. And what you did that's so absolutely amazing is you took that pause and you received a hug. It's an incredible is incredible that you were able to do that and see that. We are winding down in our time here today, and I wanted to make sure that I did a couple of things that were incredibly important to let you all know as you're watching this. If you don't have the principles and the steps in your hand, if you don't have the skill and the will in your hand, this is your invitation. This is your invitation to join us at the King Center for Nonviolence 365 and get the skill and the will and the skill in your hands so that you can be doing the work that Diana is doing, the work that Ben is doing, and even after some training and participation, do the work that Charles is doing to be able to train more of us to wield these principles of nonviolence. I want to also invite you to recognize that, exactly as Ben said, it is far too easy, far too hard, and we want an easier way at every turn. But this is a commitment. This is a life commitment. And that's why we started a conversation around how do we commit each other to this? How have we as individuals committed ourselves to something that's some days far too hard, some days far too easy, but always the right choice to see each other's humanity. Before I sign off, I want to ask Ben, Diana, Charles, is there anything left that we haven't shared that will invite more of our listeners and viewers to take these principles and make their own personal commitment?
So I wanted to suggest three things to people. Ignore, read, and do. Ignore what you're going to hear on the 15th of this month. You're going to hear politicians tell you that Martin Luther King is 2 lines or 3 lines. And mostly it's people twisting the principle that he said you should judge someone by the content of the character, not by the color of their skin. It's going to be politicians twisting that to attack affirmative action, to attack justice, to attack diversity, to attack young people and all of the progress we've made. Ignore those people. They know nothing of Dr. King, or if they do, they are intentionally hiding him from you, right? 2, read. Dr. King is not one speech. He's a library of wisdom. And so you have an opportunity, as others have mentioned, through the King Center and others. Go online, buy a book of Martin Luther King's speeches, learn about his life, learn about how he organized workers, learn about how he stood with others, and read the whole series of speeches. Read him on materialism, read him on militarism, him on the whole vanity that it was so much more than just smashing segregation, but it was about building a whole world of justice. So open yourself up to that library that's going to be so enriching. But third, do. You know, that recognize all of this is a companion action, and that some of it won't make sense until you try it out. So really encourage people to do, and don't think that, you know, that this story of Dr. King is the story of one man alone. He was always clear it wasn't. He was always clear that what he did was to serve as a voice, as a guide to a mass movement, and it's mass movements that change things. So be part of this, get involved, because the only thing that stops evil is when you get involved. So please get involved.
Thank you. Go ahead, Diana, please do.
If people take one thing home with them today, I would love for them to remember that violence is our only enemy and people are our sacred responsibility. If we can hold that, nonviolence is how we protect our souls. Like, this is how we safeguard ourselves from all the things that we're tempted to be part of that's around us, all these unjust systems and just violent ways that we're told to see each other. So we hold on to nonviolence because it saves our own souls. And then 2, we choose that to see people as our sacred responsibility. And if that's how we change opponents to allies, when we tell them that you are my sacred responsibility, so I can't be okay unless you're okay, even though we disagree. I think when we choose each other in that way, it changes people's minds about what's possible by how we show up.
Yeah, thank you, Malika. I'd like to leave some optimism, because as I travel the world, whether I'm in Nigeria with guerrilla fighters, or Colombia in prison, or Soviet Union, Nigeria, South Africa, United States, I feel that people want change. And it's our leaders that are putting us into this conflict with the violence, et cetera. People want to live and let live. And so in a democracy, the people is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So don't feel frustrated. Dr. King taught us how to organize people in a democracy. And so we are in the process of change, and change is difficult. And we need to be understanding how we keep our eye on the prize and be focused to helping humanity, because the world is ready to move. And as I travel the world, they say we don't need any more civil rights. We need human rights. We need a movement for human rights. And that's what we focus on. And it's coming. If we can stay with the King Center, understand Dr. King's philosophy, and use that love, and you be optimistic and think other in your neighborhood. Once you begin to practice this, join an organization that you have an issue. Nonviolence has to have a goal. Join some organization that you think is that you want to work with, and work with them, and expand your base, and make sure that we understand that Dr. King said, give us the ballot. We're in a democracy that's of the people, by the people, and for the people. Washington does not run the United States. The people run the United States, and that's the power we have. And that's what Dr. King is talking about. Let's make the power structure fall in love.
Well, there was no better way to end our conversation today. Let's make power fall in love, make the power structure fall in love. I want to thank, there's such rich wisdom in this conversation today. We are not only talking to people who have the theory, but people who have the practice and are inviting you to practice. Thank you so much, Charles Alphen, Diana Ostrich, and Ben Phillips. Thank you so much for what you have done for us today, inviting us to this conversation, inviting us to nonviolence. And thank you to the King Center for making this day possible. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nonviolence is the answer to the crucial political and moral questions of our time. The need for man to overcome oppression and violence without resorting to violence and oppression. Man must evolve for all human conflict a method which rejects revenge, aggression, and retaliation. The foundation of such a method is love.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. changed the world when he demonstrated what could be achieved through nonviolence. Now, you can learn how to live and practice this philosophy yourself through Nonviolence 365 Online, an innovative digital experience developed by the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change. Nonviolence 365 Online features extensive video interviews with real nonviolence practitioners, including the King Center CEO, Dr. Bernice King, King Center certified instructors and trainers, and veterans of the civil rights movement. Explorations of the historic campaigns that helped Dr. King forge his philosophy. Immersive, annotated reading experiences that enhance Dr. King's most influential writings on nonviolence. Custom activities, including quizzes and interactive scenarios to help you practice along the way. Real-world exercises to help you start applying nonviolence in your daily life. Nonviolence 365 is a love-centered way of thinking, speaking, engaging, and acting that leads to personal, cultural, and societal transformation. It isn't just a concept for philosophers or political leaders. Nonviolence 365 is a powerful, practical approach to dealing with conflict and dismantling injustice. Whether it's in your personal life, in your school or workplace, your local community, or a national movement. Dr. King, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, and many others sought to create the beloved community, a society built on global cooperation and equity. This wasn't a lofty utopian dream. It's a realistic and achievable goal because each and every one of us has the power to make it happen by committing to nonviolence as a way of life. Take the first step today with Nonviolence 365 Online.
The first night I was deployed to the Iraq War, I was told that if an Iraqi child is pushed in front of my convoy the next morning, that I needed to keep the trucks and our convoy rolling at all costs tomorrow. This was my duty. This was also the very first time that I questioned violence. But it wasn't being confronted with taking a life that made me take the bullets out of my gun and lay it down in the sand. It was being confronted with an undeniable love for the other. A love so big that it cared for my enemy's life just as carefully as it cared for my own. Now, if choosing to lay down my gun can transform enemies into friends on the battlefield of Iraq, then I know that it can right here in our own communities, who are battling over the war in Gaza, responding to anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and how we can end gun violence together. Waging Peace answers our question: how do we cross our own enemy lines right here where we live? I went to war knowing what I would die for, but now I know what I'm living for, to be the first to love every single time. My name is Diana, and this is why I wage peace.
I could talk to you about my upbringing as a child of immigrant parents in a middle-class household raised in a predominantly European-American county of Central Florida, which really shaped, unshaped, and reshaped who I am today. I do believe that I've always been a peace builder, but my conscious choice to be a bridge builder, a peacemaker, and a practitioner of nonviolence began after 9/11. In my case, timing was everything. I was a young adult, recently starting my career, recently married, and just beginning my footing in the real world. I had just joined my first real job as a professional and had graduated from our local universities when the towers fell. The towers fell, and as Muslim Americans, our world as we had known it to be, crumbled too. We as a Muslim community were sad, we were fearful, and we were trying to figure out how to show up in our community without showing up too much. My husband and I actually hid out, literally. At work, my field inspections were reassigned to other colleagues. Even a trip to the grocery store was something we really had to think about for our own safety. My husband and I thought about our future in America, whether or not to have kids or raise kids in a country that was grieving and angry at my own community. So this is where I feel like my story began. This is where I chose courage. This is where I chose to reach out instead of hide out. This is where I decided that I wanted to have children who could follow in my footsteps and the footsteps of people before me who chose to stay in America. Because America was ours, and this was our obligation to rewrite our own narratives and tell our own story through the lens of peace and love. My name is Sadia, and this is why I wage peace.
Hi, my name is Lana Zrang.
Hi, I'm Sadia Qureshi.
Hi, I'm Courtney Christensen.
I'm Diana Ostreich, author, activist, and former combat medic. I'm the founder of the Waging Peace Project, where women's voices are revolutionizing how we learn to show up and change the world.
Join the revolution as we learn to transform our communities through justice, nonviolence, and unshakable, relentless love.
We are courage activators, shouting for you to pull up your chair to the peacemaking table, because you are exactly what the world needs.
You ready to shake things up? Welcome to the edgier side of peacemaking.
To our beloved community family, I'm Dr. Will Gravely. To my dear sister, Dr. Bernice King. To my dear friend, Dr. Vanetta West. To my esteemed colleagues that are joining us in this incredible time and space, we welcome you, our global human family. During our session together, we will be discussing this notion of a shift in our thinking, a shift in our language, and a shift in our culture. I don't know if it's apparent to many of you, but I recently lost my voice. And in enduring that some 36 hours of being incapable of speaking, I was reminded of two principles. The first is that our voice has power, and if we're not careful, we can lose it. The second principle is that words have value. I need to measure my words carefully, because there was my verbal ability that was also connected to the size of my vocabulary. The more words I used, the less voice I would have. And so regardless of your vocal capabilities in this current moment, the same is true for all of us. Words have power and we all have a voice. But before any of these words are spoken, these concepts are conceived in the mind. So I want to give you some scholarly data. Certain scientific reports would suggest that on the low end, we have some 6,200 thoughts per day. On the higher end, in a different scholarly report, we have upwards of 70,000 thoughts per day. Now, how do we make do of this seemingly gargantuan difference? Well, on the lower end, these are trains of thought, while the larger number deals with individual thoughts. But in either case, we can surmise scientifically that we, the average human being, have thousands of thoughts a day. And this process of thinking is in fact both a passive and active process, because thoughts are both conscious and subconscious. So what does it look like for us to not just be a product of our thoughts, but to think about the process of our thoughts? Many of us, we have been trained to think in absolutes. Many of us simply consider what to think rather than how to think. And so we align ourselves with a school of thought, a certain psychological disposition, a scholarly outpost, if you will, and we plant our roots there, hoping never to move again. But this, dear friends, is not a process at all. It's simply a place and station of thought. Many of us simply seek what to think rather than how to think. And as a result, we don't know how to topple the triple evils of poverty, militarism, and racism. We don't know how to lean into the 6 principles of nonviolent social change and resistance. If you think about the 6 principles of nonviolence, they are in fact principles because they are part of a collective and collateral strategy, which came from thought, thinking at a higher level. And many of us have experienced what thinking on a lower level can produce. It produces thoughts of violence, thoughts of superiority, thoughts of demeaning and diminishing the presence and power of others. But what if we sought to think on a higher level? So I want to offer you the first shift that we are called to take, which is in our thinking. And that shift is this. We need to take a shift from absolutes to analysis, a shift in our thinking from absolutes to analysis. We need to take a shift away from what to think and begin to shift toward how to think. When you think about how to think, it doesn't matter what you're exposed to. It doesn't matter what information comes across your proverbial desk. You will not be threatened by something that is different or has dissonance with where you already find yourself, but you can analyze it to understand it for what it is. How can certain things in society be dismantled if we don't know how they were actually composed and what they are comprised of? We need to know how something is constructed in order to deconstruct it. And so for us, the shift in our thinking needs to be away from absolutes, which is just what to think. You are brighter than that. You have more in you than that. You are more valuable than that to simply ask somebody else what you ought to think. What if you simply learned how to think and could approach thought from that perspective and see it not as a place to think from, but a process to think through? And so that shift in our language comes from this shift in our thought. The shift in our language shows up because language is used to express thinking. Language is also critically important because whether you're from a faith tradition that believes that all the cosmos was created because it was spoken, or whether you simply understand that even governments are held together through documentation and contracts, the world as we know it is built by words. Words hold together how we understand certain concepts. Even the things that we see, we can identify and analyze through words. Language is critically important. But for many of us, because we've been at a lower level linguistically, and I don't mean as a means of education, I mean how we attempt to utilize words. We can use words to build, or we can use words to destroy. Many of us have found ourselves either on the giving or the receiving end of verbal violence. Many of us think of violence as actions against another that is destructive, but we can actually be violent with our words. And so the second shift that we need to take is in our language, and this shift is from inflammatory quips to inquisitive questions. From inflammatory quips to inquisitive questions. Many of us, when we seek to speak, are often simply seeking to make a statement. But what does it look like for us rather than seeking to make a statement because we already know what we think? The only way to discover what someone else thinks is to allow them to speak. And the best way to prompt them speaking is to simply ask a question. So rather than seeking to prove a point with an inflammatory quip, what if you could simply pursue or peruse a perspective by offering an inquisitive question? We can shift from verbal violence into a space of linguistic love and begin to realize and recognize the beloved community, our global human family. And lastly, we need to see a shift in our culture. But for many of us, we don't have much hope that that's possible. Many of us look around the culture and can see what we would consider collateral damage. But I want you to think about this notion of collateral beauty for just a moment. What it means is that in rubble and ruin, there's something that can be redeemed and rebuilt. As we look across and see brokenness and division, we can actually find small, obscure pockets of beauty and divinity. As we look around at this beautiful yet broken world of ours, we can see cultural expressions and we can see them shifting for the better. Many of us initially might have wondered, how can we possibly connect our thinking to culture? Because thinking is an internal individualistic process that can be done in isolation. And culture is a collective external expression of identity and values. What can one have to do with the other? Well, as we see a shift in our thinking, which shows up as a shift in our language, and we go from verbal violence to linguistic love, and we go from absolutes to analysis, we can recognize that we can see a shift in our culture and build the beloved community, but that sounds like a daunting task. And so what does it look like for us to take ownership, not just of our thinking as a collective, as a whole, but just perhaps one thought? What if you can't shift your language as a whole, but you took responsibility to shift one word, shifting one statement into a question? I believe that we could see a true and lasting shift in our collective external expression of identity and values, because our values will have changed, and it would have shown up in our verbiage actually changing, and the place that we find vitality and life all around us, both within and within others, can be realized, recognized, and held up with high regard and respect, because we have begun and continued the work of building the beloved community, one shift at a time. I'm Dr. Will Gravely, and I love you, friends. Let's take responsibility for one thought. It starts with me. One thought, one word, one shift in our great and whole human family. Peace.
Was I muted? Can you all hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our panel on shifting from dangerous speech to hope-based communications. My name is Jill Savitt, and I am the CEO of the National Center for Civil and Human Rights in Atlanta, Georgia. We are a museum and cultural organization that tells the history of the civil rights movement and its connection to human rights around the world today. I have two distinguished panelists with me today to dig into our topic, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Fadzi, will you go first?
Hi, everyone. My name is Fadzi Wande, and I head up the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion section at the United Nations Refugee Agency, and I'm really honored and privileged to be with all of you today.
Great. Thanks, Fadzi. Liba?
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having us. Looking forward to this. So my name is Liba Bayer. I am based just outside of New York City, and I am a human rights campaigner and strategic communicator. And I'd previously been with Human Rights Watch for 20 years, and I'm now independently consulting on campaigning and also specifically on how to communicate with hope.
Great. Thank you. I'm so delighted to be with both of you. So I want to say that at the outset that this panel is going to underscore the theme of this summit, which is it starts with me, shifting the cultural climate through the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence. One way to do this, as we've just heard, is through our language. And so our panel is going to look at how we shift from dangerous speech to hope-based communications. And because of the background of the panelists on this call, we're really looking at this issue in the context of doing social change work. But as we begin, since we've just said that language is so important, I thought we'd start with some definitions. And so, Fadzi, can you start for us and talk about how we define what we consider dangerous speech?
Thanks a lot, Jill. I think when we're thinking about dangerous speech, we also have to consider that it's not really just about words. It's also about the potential impact it has on an audience. And when we're thinking about, words or language that can incite hostility, discrimination, and ultimately violence. And I think, Dr. Will also mentioned about, verbal violence. And when we think about any speech that dehumanizes people, language that can be, taken out of context can also cause, harm. And I think it's also about how we use words and the impact that this has. So when we're thinking about speaker influence, when we're thinking about, reach, all of this that can incite, danger or violence in that way, and also considering, the environment and, the language and the words that we use to communicate this. In my work, particularly when I'm thinking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, I always talk about how language is important and it has to be contextual because, in different places, language can mean, very different things. And so, recently I was, watching the debate around, language used by a singer, South African singer, who in that context describes herself as colored, and that is a form of identity. But in an American context, that word might incite feelings of with the history and the impact on people, and that connotation with that word in particular, has roots in slavery, in the civil rights movement. And so when we think about just even examples like that, or when we're dehumanizing people and characterizing them as animals, which we've seen in quite a few conflicts as well. So I think when we're thinking about that, we have to also think about the social context. We have to think about, who is actually making, those statements, because I think the messenger or the person who carries weight can have such a huge impact on people. And so I think these are just some of the just really basic things, but things that we have to be mindful of, particularly if we're thinking about, what's my individual responsibility, and thinking about, everything starts with us. So I think we've got to be mindful of the things that we say, be mindful of the context, and also be mindful of the influence that we might have as an individual and the mediums in which we use and communicate.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we've covered dangerous speech. Liba, give us a sense of what hope-based communication could look like.
Yeah. So, my work is really how we take the science of persuasion and changing people's mind, moving people's opinion, convincing people of the policies that we want to see, the changes that we want to see in this world, how we mobilize people and get people to join our movements. And really, social movements for the past several decades have, by and large, really used the language of fear and harms to say, here is the nightmare of what is going on. Here are the harms and all of the horrible things that is happening in our world, in our community, to our planet, et cetera, et cetera. But the fact is that communications and audiences have changed so dramatically in the past 10 years. And not only have the methods and the tactics changed, but our ability to measure what is successful and what's not successful in persuading people and getting people to join us has grown leaps and bounds. So we know now what is effective in getting people to join movements and mobilizing people. And I can emphatically say, as I do, hundreds of these kinds of trainings around the world, that it is actually hope that moves people, not fear, and gets people to join our movements and believe that change is possible. So hope is really a practice. It's something that once you sort of train in communicating like this, you will see things differently and you'll see it done badly all over the place. And it's really been developed by lots of activists around the world, but it draws on neuroscience and psychology and social listening and digital testing. It draws on all of this data, like I said, to measure what's actually working. And not to fire hose you with information, but it's really focusing on making 5 shifts to the way we talk. So the first shift is moving from fear to hope. The second shift is talking about moving from threats to opportunities, moving from talking about victims to humanity, problems to solutions, and what you're against to what you're for. And to do all of this is really, it's when people hear hope, they think, oh, we're not just trying to tell the rosy, naive picture and all the good things that are happening out there because we don't want to ignore or not give air to the hard truths. But actually, hope is about every time you communicate the problems, you've got to communicate that there's a possibility for change, that there's the opportunity that things can be different. So, I'll give you one quick example about, moving from what we're against to what we're for, which is the fight to eradicate the death penalty. So for decades, people who've been fighting to stop the death penalty in the United States have used a couple arguments over and over. One of the biggest arguments that they use is that the death penalty isn't effective. It doesn't work to mitigate crime and to stop crimes from happening. But what I'm doing in that case is I am not telling you that there's anything intrinsically wrong with the death penalty. I'm actually just telling you we need a better death penalty. We need a death penalty that's going to be effective in mitigating crime. And I'm really shifting myself into the argument of the other side and into the framing of punishment on that sort of opposition that's fighting to keep the death penalty. Instead, what I'm for is if I'm against the death penalty, what am I actually for? Well, I'm for second chances. Like that's a shared value that we can point to and that we can talk to in persuading people and say, and then you can use that in all of your communications. That's the idea of hope. I'm for second chances. You're for second chances. Can't we come together on this issue for second chances? And then again, we've seen through the data that is a kind of hope lens that has been 10 times as effective as talking about mitigating crime. So just as one example.
Yeah, no, that's super helpful. Fadzi, when you think about some of the issues that you work on, whether it's refugees or other global issues, very often there are human beings who are survivors, who are refugees, who have experienced trauma. And it can be sometimes hard to communicate those issues with hope. What do you think about when you work with individuals who are the focus of advocacy campaigns or of public education campaigns? How do you think about taking care of those people?
I think, it starts with seeing people for who they are as individuals. And it's about, really portraying individuals with dignity and also with respect, and understanding that their experiences should not be reduced to mere storytelling devices. I think part of our work is to really enhance the stories of the people that we work with and for, and making sure that it is their voice. So we're giving voice to their stories and what they want to share. And I think the principle is really about ensuring that the framing of a story or their narrative doesn't inflict further harm upon the individual or even exasperate their trauma. And this also includes, potential repercussions that they may face as a result of their story being publicized. I think it's also important in situations like this to ensure that the story is accurate and it doesn't distort, the individual's experiences. And it's also about giving individuals the agency to tell their own stories in their own words when possible. Part of the work also around, diversity and inclusion is making sure that, the work that we do and the narratives and the stories that we tell are very inclusive. And I think inclusivity in communication means that we're ensuring that everyone, regardless of their background, has access to the message and can see themselves reflected in it. When we're dealing with people who've experienced trauma, I think we also have to understand and not really take things personally when we're having conversations with people, but also understand that anything can be a trigger. Because sometimes when we're, speaking to individuals, we can tend to want to tell our story through them and not allow them to tell, their individual story. And I think when we're thinking about, inclusion, particularly when it comes to language, it's also not just about words, it's also about the imagery. It's about, the media and the medium that we use and how accessible it is. So I think understanding, different abilities, languages, and also the cultural context, again, we going back to this, which is important. But I think for me, it's also about representation, because I think representation is really closely tied to inclusivity. And it also entails a deliberate effort to include people from a variety of demographics, backgrounds, and also experiences, because this is, I often say to people, the stories that we tell, if we think about ourselves, each and every one of us is a story. We have stories, we come from stories, our countries have stories, our flags, all of this. And so the stories we listen to will determine the stories we tell. And so when we are engaging and have knowledge of different backgrounds and perspectives, I think it enriches the stories that we tell, because then we're moving beyond just a tokenism to meaningful engagement with different perspectives. And I think these are all things that are really important. But I think for us, when we're thinking about communicating or working with, whether with refugees or stateless people or displaced persons, it's really about, protect and serve. And it's also about how can we ensure that we are offering dignity and respect to the people that we're engaging with. And I think this is important. And it's also about, shifting within our attitudes, because some of the people that we engage with have different lived experiences to us, or their perspectives are different to us. And so this is where, at an individual level, we have to start thinking about, how do I shift my attitude? How do I shift my language? Because, you know, I often say that even when I'm thinking about, you know, the work that I do around diversity, equity, and inclusion, I think we focused a bit too much on the diversity bit. We've made it a destination. So if we can just get so many women in, or if we can get, you know, so many this in, then we've reached, you know, this is what we're aiming for. But actually we're aiming for belonging. And in order for us to get to that sense of belonging, we have to recognize that inclusion is in action. And so when we're thinking about shifting culture, when we're thinking about shifting language, it really, you know, for me, that inclusion is also about shifting our attitudes and our beliefs. And until we get to that point where we're taking individual responsibility in how we engage and how we communicate, I think this is where the work needs to happen for us to be able to shift culture and be in a place where we can engage with people and understand where they are at an individual level.
That's a great point. I want to stay on that for a second, because sometimes the audiences we're talking to aren't necessarily where we are as advocates or as people who do this work all the time. So, Liba, I'll start with you on this. What do you think about, how do you think about audience when you're crafting a message? We may want to be persuading people to move from point A to point B, but understanding where they are is really important. How do you go about thinking about that?
Yeah, it's such an important question. And really, as a campaigner, I would say it's one of the most important questions that we always have to start with. You always have to ask, who is the audience for this? And I would say, as activists, it's probably the number one pitfall that people accidentally step into. And the number of times that I have to tell colleagues that you are not the audience. You are a hyper super user, already convinced, educated person who is totally with us on this issue. But who is the audience that you're trying to convince is number one. And then figuring out, where is that person's starting point? So on that scale of like the lovers to the haters, or who the allies to your opposition, plotting the audiences that you need to convince on that line, and then really figuring out, all right, these are the group of people who are the super haters who I need to actually neutralize. This is the group of people I need to socialize and educate and expose to this issue. And these are people who are really with me, but I need to mobilize them because they're my action based, who are going to sign my petition and so on. So who do I need to neutralize, socialize, and mobilize? And then I would say the other thing is not just figuring out who you're sending that message to, who that audience is, but how is your audience represented in your content? So one of the most successful tested narratives in comms persuasion is called the conversion narrative. And what we see is that instead of me having a LGBT couple stand up in front of you in a video and tell you why they deserve equal rights and, you know, what harms or discriminations they've faced as a same-sex couple, et cetera, instead of showing you that, actually show me someone who had a different opinion and whose mind has been converted and changed. Show me someone who was exhibiting a lot of homophobia and then said, but actually then my son came out of the closet, or then my priest said, I need to love everyone, or whatever it is. It is over and over shown to move people markedly percentage points converted to the message that you want when you show someone who looks like them, who has changed their mind. So, you know, we think the same thing when you think about, you know, showing someone who thought that reparations is completely unrealistic or impossible in this day and age. Show someone who, you know, a policymaker, a journalist, someone who's really changed their mind on that. Yeah.
Okay. You know, Fadzi, you before were saying that it's not just words. It can be imagery too. Can you talk a little bit about how you think about images and what is shown beyond words?
So I think a lot of the communication, that we tend to talk about is really about, language. But if we're thinking about, social media, for example, and images that incite violence or that portray people in a different way. And so if we think about, within the context of our work as well, when we think about, ethical communication, we're thinking about, the images that we're putting out. What is the message that is being portrayed there? So, for example, if we only show, refugees or stateless people from one particular part of the world, and not, or if we only have pictures that depict people from Africa in a certain way, in terms of always being recipients of some kind of aid, or those pictures that we probably all hate of the snotty child, or etc. And that in a way can also communicate and reinforce stereotypes. And so I think we have to think about some of the images that we portray. And I think it's also about representation, as Lisa was talking about, is who is represented in the communication that we're putting out. So I think that even body language in certain in certain instances can also portray harm in the fact that in the way that you're communicating. So I think when we're thinking about communication, we have to be mindful of the power of media, the power of imagery, and how this can also convey, certain messages, and also the placing of different things. I know, who the messenger is. I think Lisa was referring to this in terms of, who actually is conveying a message. And I think sometimes it's even the way that we dress. So, for example, right now there's a lot of sensitivities, for people around, even flying a certain flag from a country. And so that kind of imagery, those kind of symbols, all of these things can communicate harm if done in the wrong way. And I think this is what we have to be sort of conscious of. And sometimes even titles of things, what we name things. So sometimes it's not even just the things that we're saying, but it's what we represent through the clothes that we wear, through the images that we're displaying, through the symbols that we have. So all of this, and the media, and the pictures that we're using, all of this can actually convey a message that is harmful, that is hateful, and potentially dangerous.
What do you, just to stay on this for a second, it could make an advocate really scared to wage communications campaigns because of all the mistakes you could possibly make. Do you have advice for people about how they can review materials, narratives, videos, social posts, the whole range of things? Are there guidelines for people about how they can think about not unintentionally, because we're assuming that it's not people who would intentionally want to do this, it would be unintentionally create harm. Do you have advice for people about the steps they might take? I'll give that to you again.
Yeah, for us, we have a, what we call like ethical communication and guidelines that we use, and basically guides us in terms of the communication that we're putting out. And we have some principles that, that guide us. And one is about ensuring the well-being and safety of people who are forced to flee, or whoever your audience might be, or the message that you're trying to convey. And so I think understanding and protecting that well-being and safety is important for us. But it's also important for us to make sure that that's the voice that we're also promoting. And so making sure that refugees or displaced and stateless people are our communication partners. So it's important for us to work with them. And I think this is true in any kind of environment. If we're speaking or we're conveying a narrative or a message, I think it's also important to ensure that the message is based on the people that it represents. And then it's about challenging stereotypes and avoiding blind spots. And I think we avoid blind spots, again, by engaging with the people that we're trying to assist and ensuring that we're not reinforcing those stereotypes. And for us, it's also about amplifying the refugee voices, ensuring that we have informed consent, making sure that anything that we're putting out, they are comfortable with the story or the narrative or even the image. And it's also about making sure that we hold ourselves, accountable. So I think that, if all of these things are done, when we're using hope-based narrative as a tool for education, when we're trying to help people understand these complex issues through the lens of opportunity and improvement, I think we shouldn't fear in that way. Also understanding that people will always can take things out of context. But if you have the approval and the people that you're trying to assist are okay with it, I think that should be the primary focus, not what we think should be shared, not what we think sounds good, but it's all about, the people that you're communicating for and with. And this is, something that we use within our work is we have ethical guidelines when it comes to any kind of communication. And I think this goes a long way because a few organizations have found themselves in trouble just by, images, just by showing images and, the backlash around that because some of these ethical guidelines were not followed.
Yeah, thank you. Liba, I think it's counterintuitive for a lot of advocates, this hope-based communication that you're talking about. It seems like an instinct that by telling people how bad something is and how they have to start acting, that would galvanize and that would inspire them. And also, I think advocates themselves are feeling under siege, and a lot of the issues they care about, there's backsliding, and this idea of shaking people by the lapels to get them engaged it's kind of just instinct. So if people are going to switch how they view that, what would your guidance be for them?
Yeah. So you're absolutely right. And it is like a muscle to practice. And unfortunately, we kind of keep defaulting to that same thing, but there's so much evidence to show why it's not effective and not sustainable. And it doesn't widen the tent. It doesn't bring new people along with us. It keeps a lot of activism in our hardcore echo chamber. And that hardcore echo chamber also faces exhaustion and not sustainability with it. So I would say, it's really about the practice of looking for the hope too. And looking for the hope isn't about like today's bright spot, good news moment. It's looking for what's the vision, what could be different. And so one of the things I always do at a table and campaigning is I ask from the start, like, what's the best that could happen? If we are wildly successful, what's going to look different? How's the world going to look different? And then when you could talk about imagery, showing people that vision and that imagery. Don't just use, today's newspaper headline photos, but, there was a very viral, successful video from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez about the Green New Deal. And what she was proposing in the Green New Deal sounded radical and totally implausible. But the way that they told that story was she told the story from the future. She said, today in 2030, we never could have imagined that we would be in a place where we were using sustainable energy and so on. And so she went on from it. And it was, a cartoon of painting people a picture of a vision, that's something that looked possible and achievable. Because if people can't see it, they can't believe it. So we need to actually paint them their own picture and reaffirm for ourselves that hope is possible. Otherwise, we will drain ourselves and also not widen the tent.
Yeah. So we have time for lightning round. You are great communicators, both of you. So I ask you to think of the top advice you would give in almost a tweet form, the top advice you would give to advocates as they embark on thinking about communication, the top advice you would have. Fadzi, top 2 tips that you would give people, and then Liba, top 2 tips.
I would say that share stories that celebrate progress and potential, that have the possibility of positive outcomes, and ensure that you highlight diverse, representation.
Perfect. Thank you. Liba.
Communicate what you are standing for, not just what you're standing against. Who is your audience? And what is the best that could happen?
That's great. Thank you. I want to thank both of you for joining us for this panel. It's been a pleasure talking with you today, but also in the preparation for this. To our viewers, please think about these ideas. These are steps that individual advocates are able to take as they embark on their work. I think scrutinizing the language, making sure that it's not going to do any harm as a first point that Fadzi made earlier, but also how can this be about where we want to go? How can this be about a sense of shared possibility? We wish you all the best of luck as you pursue this. The only way we're going to change the climate of our politics, of our advocacy, and use Kingian techniques of nonviolence is to make it very concrete in the language and images that we choose to communicate. Thanks so much to the King Center for providing us with this platform. Enjoy the rest of the Global Summit.
Thank you.
We join hands with people around the world who yearn for peace. We are tired of other people making decisions for us. We want to control what happens to us. We want to write our own history. We want to tell our own story because we feel that we know it better than anyone else.
Nonviolence is the answer to the crucial political and moral questions of our time. The need for man to overcome oppression and violence without resorting to violence and oppression. Man must evolve for all human conflict, a method which rejects revenge, aggression, and retaliation. The foundation of such a method is love.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. changed the world when he demonstrated what could be achieved through nonviolence. Now, you can learn how to live and practice this philosophy yourself through Nonviolence 365 Online, an innovative digital experience developed by the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change. Nonviolence 365 Online features extensive video interviews with real nonviolence practitioners, including the King Center CEO Dr. Bernice King, King Center certified instructors and trainers, and veterans of the civil rights movement. Explorations of the historic campaigns that helped Dr. King forge his philosophy. Immersive, annotated reading experiences that enhance Dr. King's most influential writings on nonviolence. Custom activities, including quizzes and interactive scenarios to help you practice along the way. Real-world exercises to help you start applying nonviolence in your daily life. Nonviolence 365 is a love-centered way of thinking, speaking, engaging, and acting that leads to personal, cultural, and societal transformation. It isn't just a concept for philosophers or political leaders. Nonviolence 365 is a powerful, practical approach to dealing with conflict and dismantling injustice. Whether it's in your personal life, in your school or workplace, your local community, or a national movement. Dr. King, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, and many others sought to create the beloved community, a society built on global cooperation and equity. This wasn't a lofty utopian dream. It's a realistic and achievable goal because each and every one of us has the power to make it happen by committing to nonviolence as a way of life. Take the first step today with Nonviolence 365 online.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. What an amazing day it has been. Day one of the Beloved Community Global Summit has been awesome. It's been so empowering and inspiring. I do just want to give a quick note as well about our last amazing panel. It was so great. That panel was actually curated by the National Center for Civil and Human Rights, the organization CEO who you heard from, Jill Savitt, who also moderated. So just again, just people who are doing the work, but also bringing in other voices and people who are doing that work has been really the theme of the day and the way that we've been sharing that knowledge together. So I want to start by saying thank you, thank you, thank you to our incredible speakers who have been so wonderful, so empowering, so thoughtful and profound, and have really moved me, and I know have moved so many others with their words and their stories and their thoughts, and what they've learned through, of course, working with the King Center and ensuring that they are leading by example the philosophy of nonviolence. And so, it's been such a beautiful day of discussions. I want to just think through the entire day. We've discussed mindfulness and self-care. We discussed how to create a cultural climate change. How do we change the climate around us culturally? We've talked about how love is a tangible and radical catalyst for meaningful change, which is really powerful. I love that conversation. And there was also a deep dive into principles that truly shift our thinking, shift our language, and really provide a framework for hopeful communication. I love that phrase and I love that sentiment. I think that that is beautiful. And so, as you can see, we've had a lot of conversation today. And, this is also something that has helped affect even me and how I've gone out into the world. I have the amazing opportunity to tell stories in my work now, and I've had the opportunity to connect with communities. And so many of the principles that we've discussed today have helped to really grow the way I see myself in the world and what I can impact, and then also the way that I can impact through my work. So I know that you all probably feel very much the same way. It was really great too to hear from so many people today about how even small but very meaningful moments of practicing the nonviolent philosophy has come out and comes out in their everyday life and their work. So I'd love to hear even more from you all about how you see yourselves practicing those same philosophies. So I hope you know that none of this is futile. All of it is necessary. And it brings me to what we started the day speaking about. It starts with me. So I'm sure many of you after today are saying, if it starts with me, then how do I start? So I'm here to make sure that you know exactly, outside of being here with us today, which is the great first step, there's also ways that you can actually tangibly do this. And so the King Center is offering really tangible outputs to the discussions from today and also tomorrow in the form of further education opportunities and, of course, more community building initiatives. So you can register at thekingcenter.org to receive resource materials, to learn more, and also a discount on the online nonviolence course as well. Please take advantage of this. We've heard people speak about the course. We've heard specialists in the course who have taken it, who are teaching how moved they are, and also how there is a strategy that you can practically apply to your own life and to the work that you do, no matter the industry, no matter the field. We want you to apply this knowledge, and you can do that at thekingcenter.org. I also want to make sure that we thank our partners, the Carter Center and the National Center for Civil and Human Rights. We are grateful to you for your partnership in bringing these amazing conversations to the global community. And speaking of the global community, big shout out to our satellite locations for hanging with us all day. Berry College, Teachers to the Nations out in West Africa, Liberia. We got some great feedback from you all, which we shared a little bit earlier. Also to our universities, Georgia State, Tuskegee, Berry College. Thank you so much. We're so happy that, again, we can be a connected community globally, which is the vision and goal always for the beloved community. So make sure, if you have joined us, please comment on YouTube and Facebook. Tell us your thoughts about day one. Tell us what you learned, what moved you, what maybe you wanted to hear more of, what you want to delve into more tomorrow. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear where you are in the world. Continue to sound off with our roll call. And you can do that also, again, with the hashtags for the summit, which is hashtag BCGS, also hashtag Shift the Culture, and hashtag MLK Day, of course. So I just want to give a major thank you to the King Center, to Dr. Bernice King, our fearless and amazing CEO. Also, Dr. Vanetta West. Thank you for this incredible honor. I am Goddess Rivera. I was so happy to be with you all today as your host of day one of the Global Summit. I hope that you all feel enlightened, and I hope that you feel invigorated and ready to continue this real work both inside and out. So join us back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. Invite 10 people. Come ready to learn and work and build community. Thank you again. Have a wonderful evening.